Greetings, everyone. My name is LenonHonor, and I'm here to address the issue of Marianne Lorient and the alleged settlement check that she asked me to share on my platform on September 29th, 2025. Here's a screenshot.
Are you going to show the flash of the check or are you not?
Yeah. That's what I want to ask you. Is it okay to show it?
You show it, yeah, like, yeah, you ain't got to let it linger. But
Okay.
and then you know what? I'm gonna tell you, and I want you to show the back of the check. That's the important now, and you let it linger so you can see it's a watermark. Cause trust me, they're gonna be mad. But at the same time, I'm not that desperate to prove anything to you guys where it's gonna come back to me some legal thing. So
Okay. So
the only
I'll
thing that's real is the written amount, the amount, and my name on the check, and then the year of the check, 2025.
Okay.
It's none of your business when the check was written. It's none of your business what law firm the check came out. None of your business the memo. None of nobody's business. I don't even have to I send it to you. So I need you to conceal all you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So here's the back of the check. I'll show that.
You gotta largen it so they could see it. They can see it.
Yeah, they can see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it okay for me to show the front?
You can show the front, but you only need to linger. You can show it and take it off because you know some of these Negroes.
Marianne Lorient alleged that a settlement check was issued to her as part of an out-of-court settlement with Umar Johnson. And for those of you who are unaware, Marianne Lorient previously stated that in her interactions with Umar Johnson, several unfortunate events occurred that led to Umar Johnson allegedly settling out of court and paying her $68,600. Some of the alleged events include, number one, Umar Johnson would not sign the contract for the movie that Marianne Lorient was producing, a movie that was loosely based on Umar Johnson's life. We covered some of that movie, including the trailer in past live streams. Number two, that Umar Johnson caused harm to Marianne Lorient and other people involved in the production of the movie. We talked about that extensively. Number three, that Umar Johnson attempted to sue Marianne Lorient to stop her from releasing the movie. And she did have some documentation to support that particular claim. Number four, that Umar Johnson threatened to sue Marianne Lorient for $500,000. And of course, number five, that Umar Johnson later offered an out-of-court settlement to Marianne Lorient in the amount of $68,600. And this is the alleged check that she asked me to share with you all. So on September 29th of 2025, while on my platform, I briefly showed the alleged check that Marianne Lorient claimed was sent to her by Umar Johnson. I'm here today on February 24th, 2026, to apologize for not properly vetting the alleged settlement check. I accepted Marianne Lorient's narrative about the alleged settlement check being legitimate, believing that she was a woman of faith, a woman of character, that she was trustworthy, and that she was a victim of Umar Johnson. Again, I should have reviewed and analyzed everything that Marianne Lorient sent me. By not doing my due diligence, I was negligent and irresponsible. I hold myself accountable for that. It was on February 20th, 2026 that someone with the screen name @hope-law posted the following message on my YouTube page. And I quote, "That's not a real check. It says at the bottom of the check, disclaimer, this is not a real check. Why would she lie about that?" And she, meaning Marianne Lorient. Now, I have to be honest, initially, I thought that @hope-lou was trolling, but something didn't feel right. And I took a second look at the alleged settlement check and noticed the fine print is down here at the bottom. The fine print, I'll read it to you. Disclaimer, this is not a real check. To receive your real cash offer, call 216 today. I researched the phone number on the check, or the alleged check, and found that the number was associated with common fake check or unsolicited cash offer marketing tactics. With further research, I found that the alleged settlement check was associated with Home Buyers, a real estate agency in Ohio. I immediately forwarded all of my findings to Marianne Lorient, and with no immediate response, I decided to go live on that day, February 19th, 2026, to address this particular issue. Marianne Lorient would later join that live stream and proceed to rant, rage, play victim, and deflect from my basic questions. Was the alleged settlement check legitimate? If so, did you deposit the alleged settlement check? If so, did it clear? And for those of you all who were there, Marianne Lorient would not answer my questions directly. Instead, she deflected, yelled, screamed, and played victim. I was not moved by her performance, a performance that reminded me of Umar Johnson's histrionics, narcissism, and sociopathy. I remained calm and asked Marianne Lorient to provide any documentation, any documents, any receipts, including a deposit slip to confirm the legitimacy of her claim that she received a settlement check from Umar Johnson in the amount of $68,600. Marianne Lorient stated that she would provide all relevant documentation the following morning and prove that the alleged settlement check was indeed legitimate.
I gave you the check. I had nothing to hide. I gave it to you. You guys go to my video. I said, you know what? We're leery. I'm leery to deposit the check. I will open an account, deposit the check. It's not going into my main institute because he can't be trusted. You understand? That check was given to me through them, Long Shark. I never in my life heard about Long Shark.
Yeah,
this is how Umar moved. You understand? Tomorrow morning, I will be on camera at Huntington Bank when that money cleared at Chase Manhattan, withdraw, and I deposited Huntington Bank. I don't have any reason to lie. You guys think I would get on public platform and tell you guys he settled with me? And you think Umar Johnson wouldn't have come after me? Come on, family. He can't even say my name. And then for clear, because there's some people, so they're saying everything I said is a lie. Let me give you the detective there, and I'll deal with these white people on my own. That is the detective who is in charge of handling this thing on Umar Johnson. Once it's finished from Cleveland, it goes to Delaware. Detective. It goes to Pittsburgh, Philly, where he lived. Once local investigation is done, it goes to BCI. They're coming for Umar. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to see that justice. You guys think I'm crazy? This man tried to take my house. If he was successful, me and my kids would be out in the street. You think I'm going to come? I don't have, listen, when I turn off YouTube, I'm living life. I have boots on the ground. I make a difference in my community. I don't got to come to lie or prove anything to anybody. But you know what? When I get off this shift, straight to Huntington Bank, I'm hurt. I am really, really hurt. And Mr. Honor, I have respect for you. Nobody disrespect your channel. I didn't reach out to come on your channel. You reached out to me and I came. I would have never done something this slow. And I'm sorry, I can tell you're shooken up. I've been in the chat asking somebody, please have him come up. And let me tell you, he got on this YouTube. He's scared. You know why? Because the pressure's on. The pressure's on. That's why. They're coming for him. Now, I don't know if I'm allowed to give who the lead detective. Go ahead. All of y'all like to do your homework research. Go right ahead. Again, no, I have integrity. I'm a woman of faith. I have integrity. I ain't got no reason to lie. I ain't got to prove nothing to nobody on YouTube, but I will prove it.
The issue though is the check.
I told you about the check. I told you about the check. I sent that check to you. If I had something to hide, would I have given you that check? He went through a long shot with that man in Columbus, that law firm. That check was deposited in Chase Manhattan, and then that money was withdrawn and then deposited to Huntington Bank. I don't have to lie, Mr. Honor. I don't have to lie. Why would I lie? Where's Umar now? Call Umar right now. You call him right now. I'll talk to the call him now. Call him now. You got his number.
Are you saying that the check that you showed me that cleared?
They gave me something, and then I told you, I said, listen, I do not trust this man. We went to Huntington. I go to a video. I said, you know, family, this check that they gave us, we are in questioning of the check. Before I got the money, I had to sign paperwork. He went to a long shot. These people are long shot. Long shot. I don't know. You're talking about real estate. I don't know about real estate. They're long shot. You get money. Let me break it down because someone probably, what the hell is she talking about? You get money from them and there's a high interest rate. That was Umar them doing. I don't care where the money came from. All I care is I got paid. I got paid. Okay. And once he paid me, I start moving. I was playing chess with him. I'm like, all right. Now it's on. I've been moving with Umar.
All right. So you're saying that the check.
Call downstairs and tell her to start the med pass. Thank you, honey. Yeah.
So you're saying that the check that you showed at the bottom, it says disclaimer, this is not a real check to receive your real cash off.
I don't have the physical check. I will go to the bank. I will pull receipt for you. I will pull receipt for you, and I will send you the receipt, and you will show to your viewer.
The following morning, on February 20th, 2026, Marianne Lorient did not go live to provide proof. Since that time, Marianne Lorient has not provided corroborating evidence that would support her claim that the alleged settlement check from Umar Johnson in the amount of $68,600 is legitimate. Plainly stated, Marianne Lorient will never be able to provide proof that the alleged check, the alleged settlement check, is legitimate because the check is a fake. It's a fake. Marianne Lorient blatantly lied. I took pictures of Marianne Lorient's alleged settlement check to my banking institution, and a representative identified the alleged settlement check as fake. The representative stated that the document could not be deposited or cashed at any banking institution or check cashing establishment. It was just a piece of paper. The representative also shared something with me that I will not share here, but if I ever do, you will all see how deeply deceptive Marianne Lorient is. I also had a friend take the same pictures of Marianne Lorient's alleged settlement check to their banking institution, and a representative identified the alleged settlement check as fake. That's not all, though. On February 20th of 2026, a brother on YouTube with the initials RA, well-spoken, intelligent brother, was able to reach the company and spoke with the representative. And he did it during his live stream. The representative stated that Marianne Lorient's alleged settlement check was not a check, that it could not be cashed or deposited, that it was merely real estate related promotional material. The alleged settlement check was nothing more than a home buying promotion and marketing document. The statements made by the representative on February 20th, 2026 were consistent with my research on February 19th, 2026. Marianne Lorient's alleged settlement check in the amount of $68,600 was nothing more than an unsolicited cash offer, a marketing tactic. Again, Marianne Lorient, her alleged settlement check is a fake. These things being said, I have an apology to retract. I'm taking it back, and some apologies to make. I must first retract my apology to Marianne Lorient. I initially apologized to her for not giving her enough time to respond to the information I sent her on February 19th, 2026. However, considering her behavior since February 19th, 2026, if I had given her more time, she would have concocted more lies to deceive the people. Marianne Lorient is not to be trusted. I have unsubscribed from her YouTube page and blocked all means of communication. I have no interest in being associated with anyone who is willing to lie on Umar Johnson, tell more lies to cover the initial lie, not hold themselves accountable for lying, blame others, and then play victim. Marianne Lorient is sinister, manipulative, deceptive, deviant, and a liar of the lowest order. I must also apologize to my viewers and to the Cookie Crush chat room. I failed you by not properly vetting Marianne Lorient. I failed you by not vetting the fake check prior to showing it on September 29th, 2025. And you all deserve better. And I promise that this will never happen again. I must also apologize to anyone that has been negatively impacted by these unfortunate events. Marianne Lorient betrayed everyone and has not taken responsibility for her actions. I doubt she ever will. Again, as I stated before, I hold myself accountable for my errors. None of this would have happened if I had done my due diligence and properly vetted Marianne Lorient. She brought me a story of victimhood, another woman that had been taken advantage of by Umar Johnson. She pulled at all of our heartstrings, and I let my guard down. I was played like a fool, and that will never happen again. And finally, I offer a sincere apology to Umar ibn Abdullah Johnson for having Marianne Lorient on my platform and not properly vetting her. She blatantly lied on you, and that is unacceptable. Moving forward, I will not have any other guests on my platform unless they have conclusive proof of any given claim. As many of you know, I'm working on a documentary about Umar Johnson's life. A friend of mine offered wise words stating that the Marianne Lorient fake check scandal needed to be exposed now so that Marianne Lorient's lies would not be included in the documentary. Wise words. I've also decided to change the documentary's working title to The Life and Times of Umar Johnson. Again, Umar Johnson, I apologize for having Marianne Lorient on my platform. I am denouncing and rejecting all claims made by her and issuing this public retraction and apology in good faith. I sincerely hope that we can all move past this Marianne Lorient fake check scandal and place focus back on Umar ibn Abdullah Johnson, for he is the main character in the Umar Johnson saga. My name is LenonHonor, and I thank you for taking the time to watch this video. Peace.
All right, and there you have it. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to watch this particular live stream. and to watch that particular video. I thought about it for a while. It needed to be done. There's so much more I could have said, but I'm still playing chess. Even when I had her on, some people, because I got plenty of messages about that when she was on and she was raging. My approach to all that was strategic. See, I've been dealing with Sith Lords for a while now. And my objective was to let her figure out a way to cause her to show us who she really was. Based upon my research up to that point, even before I started that live, I already knew, but I had to play the chessboard. I even went back and watched that segment where she asked me to show the check, and some of the things she was saying, like red flags. I mean, hindsight is 2020, but before I went live, I'm talking about before I went live and actually brought this to everyone's attention. I was listening. I said, something ain't right. That's why when I got on here, I kept saying, it just doesn't seem right. It didn't feel right either. So I maintained my calm. What she wanted me to do was she wanted me to go in and go back and get excited and get animated and maybe even yell, but I wasn't giving her what she wanted. I remained calm and I kept asking the same basic questions, but she deflected. She started bringing up other stuff that was unrelated. Now that just further confirmed, okay, something's here. Yeah. Anyway, I'm still playing chess. This particular move right here, in my opinion, is checkmate. Okay, it's already been confirmed. She lied about receiving $68,600. Now, did she receive another settlement? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant at this point. She's not to be trusted. She's a liar. And then instead of owning up to it, she wants to play victim and blame everyone else. And then, even when she was, played a violin, when she was on, my heart has been shot, my heart, even the language. I was sitting back like, okay, I see what she's doing. I see what she's doing. Because it ain't that serious. It's not that serious. But it's the theatrics. Everything's over the top. It's all acting. It's histrionics. That's what it is. And I'll just sat back calm and said, let me let her show herself. Even when I said, I'll take the video down if you request it. No, that was me to see. I want to see how she would respond to that. Is she that arrogant to think that she can come and tell me when I'm going to take shit down? That's not happening. If I take it down, it's going to be because I want to, and I don't want to, because it's an archive, and people need to see that. This is chess, not checkers. See, a lot of these people like her and Umar, they think they're smart. Yeah, they can fool people some of the time, but they're not going to fool all the people all the time. And when they get caught, instead of addressing the issue, what do? They start to rage. They start to go crazy. So you ask more about how much money you raise. What does he do? Same thing when I asked her about this fake check shit. It's the same thing. And I was lenient. See, part of it, yeah, I was trying to maintain respect because she's a woman. But on the other hand, I recognize what was going on. If you guys go back, if you guys remember, I kept saying, I see now. Hit the one. I got time tonight too. If y'all want me to pull that video up, we can do an analysis. I don't want to go there because I don't plan on talking about this lady and giving her any more attention. But if you want to, we can. If we can go by, we can do an analysis step by step. You guys remember I kept saying that? I was letting y'all know I already knew what the deal was. But I was playing chess. Checkmate today. Really, checkmate was a couple of days ago when she didn't, and she's not going to be able to provide any corroborating evidence. Listen, when I walked up in there, the guy looked at me funny. He did. I had on a dress shirt. I was dressed nice. I had my glasses on. I didn't need the glasses at that time. Listen, I walked up in there. The guy looked at me funny. I had it all inside. I don't have all the paperwork that I took with me. Well, actually, I do. It's all down here. And I strutted in too. I wasn't playing no games. And I'm not going to let this get me down. I've already gone through that part of it. Yeah, I was fooled and all that stuff, but it happens. We've all been fooled. But I was strutting up in there. And I went to the front. There's a guy, he said, can I help you? I said, well, listen, I had this. I said, I'm a vlogger. He's a younger guy, but I'm a vlogger. And on September 29th, and I'm holding it like this. I just go step by step. I said, on September 29th, 2025, I had this woman on my platform. And she presented this alleged check. I said, and here's the back of it, allegedly. I said, here's a screenshot from September 29th, 2025 of when I showed the actual check. Y'all see that? And in my research, I called the number on the check, and it came back that it's associated with the real estate company. And he said, well, I'm not sure how I can help you. I said, well, I wanted to see if you can give me your use your expertise, give me your professional opinion on what you think about this check. Well, he's like, well, let me go get the bank manager. Okay, so he walks away. Maybe about two or 3 minutes later, the bank manager comes by, and I show the same thing. And she told me straight out, this is you can't cash this. There's no routing number. This is a fake check. I said, yeah, there was a phone number on there too. She said, well, what did they say when you called? I said, well, it's a real estate. She said, well, it's probably either, what did she say? I was going to say SoFi because I'm from Southern California. A refi, something, or it could be a cash offer to purchase property. I said, that's what it was. He says, yeah, that's not a check. I'm not going to tell you what she told me about this right here because I'm still playing chess, even though it's checkmate. This is the back. I ain't going to tell y'all what she told me right there. This lady's something else. Yeah, I know I act humble. My wife was like, why would you? I said, well, number one, that's my way of showing the Lord that I'm willing to bow down if it's necessary to expose evil. And see, Marianne Lorient, she interpreted that, me being humble, and oh yeah, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's stop. Let's stop. I kept saying it too. She interpreted that as weakness. And then she played herself afterwards, because then she got to talking crazy. That was a chess move. Whatever it takes, it shall be done. Okay? All right. I can go on and on and on. I can go on and on and on. What I like to do with the rest of our time is I want to read some of these super chats, and then I'll look in the chat room to see if there's any comments in here too that are worth us taking more time later on during this live stream, because I do have time. And if there are ones where people didn't send in super chats and they have something important to say, I'll take some time to get to those too. Okay. Yeah, one of the big questions that everyone's been asking is why? Why did she do this? I think it's a complex, there has to be a complex answer to that. And I don't have all of it. I don't have all of it. I have some of the reasons, but I don't have all of the reasons. I think it's very complex. I think that she's attention seeking. I think that, I do think that Umar harmed her. To what extent, I'm not quite sure. I do know, based upon the documentation that she actually did receive, that she actually did send me and I received, that I vetted, that yeah, Umar did try to stop her via lawyers from releasing the film. That's why it was never released. Initially, it was never released. But it calls into question her behavior with this check. And since I called her out on it, it begs to question whether or not anything else that she said is legitimate. And I will say that, yeah, her making the move with Umar, clearly that's true. There being issues, that's true. Umar acting a fool, that's true. But other stuff, I mean, we really should put together a list and go through step by step. Other things like him stealing the $6,000 out of a woman's account. Okay, she never provided any receipts for that. Her saying that he kicked the young lady out of the room. She never provided any receipts in that. Now she goes back and shows the room, but so what? Even room 30 is being brought into question. People say, yeah, because I've been seeing people communicating about this. Well, she did. She interviewed the guy. You notice I didn't cover that interview. You guys noticed that, right? That's when I really started to look at this whole situation side eye. I would never do anyone like that. Wouldn't do that. But even still, I thought to myself, who's to say? Because she writes scripts and stuff. I believe a lot of this shit is just script writing, and she believes it. That's what I think. But who's to say that the person that she called wasn't an actor? And that and I'm not saying that this is the case. I'm saying, hey, listen, it's possible. If she's willing to try to pass off a fake check for $68,600 and show it and ask me to show it on my platform, who's to say that she wouldn't hire someone to play a role like she's been doing in her movies? Now I think about it, there's people there's a person that did that to me. They hired someone and had them make up lies and all this kind of, boy, I tell you, it's crazy. This Umar Johnson side is something else. Did Umar Johnson try to sue her for $500,000? I went through all of my receipts that she sent, and she sent me a lot of stuff. Most of the stuff, I'm gonna tell you, I did not look at it because it was like it was overwhelming. It was a lot of stuff. I went through stuff, and there's a couple other things. I ain't gonna mention it here, but there's some stuff in there. I said, wait a minute. I wish I had seen that and looked at it prior, but she never provided me any receipts. I didn't see any for where she was. I'm talking about documentation where he tried to sue her for $500,000. Now, does anyone remember when I had her on? I think I had her on twice, maybe 3 times when I interviewed her, and when she brought up being sued for $500,000. Does anyone remember me showing any documentation that she gave me? And I showed it on screen. I'm just asking. Because I haven't gone back to rewatch the videos. It's actually difficult because, it's just not a good look. I see a lot of no's. What's up, Crystal? I see a whole bunch of no's in here. I don't see any S's. And then when she came on ranting and raging, she was like, I sent you the thing about the 5. And I was like, no, I don't remember that. See? All right, yeah, it's all no's in here. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, that's another exercise that we can do, is just put together a list of all these different things and go through it one step at a time. But I don't want to give her any more attention. I unsubscribed. I blocked her. We was communicating on Facebook. I blocked her on, and I'm not even on Facebook. I mean, I'm on Facebook, but I don't post there. But I don't know, maybe once, maybe twice a year, if that. And I don't mean to be this way, but if she wants to keep going, then I can go and start really researching her and do a full expose. I mean, I wouldn't waste time. I wouldn't waste the time, but I could put together a whole document like I'm putting together on Umar, because there's other people who've been looking into her and looking into her background. I'm not going to go there. For one, she's not worth it. She's irrelevant. See, I think part of her being on my platform, it made her feel important. And a lot of that went to her head. She started to get subscribers. Most of the people that was in the early days was subscribing. They were subscribing because I asked them to, not because she was special. This has happened many times before. And then people, they start getting some subscribers. They start getting some views. Then they start thinking that they big time. And then all of a sudden, it's me, and I, and et cetera, et cetera. Stay humble. Have a spirit of appreciation. Did she have a spirit of appreciation for me? Or anyone else that I've helped over the years to build their channels and give them advice and have them on their platform? Did she have the spirit of appreciation? No, absolutely not. Stay humble. She didn't stay humble. It went to her head. Number 2, she didn't stay humble. She got arrogant. It became ego driven because of the attention. It made her feel special. It made her feel important. It made her feel powerful. And then she did not have the spirit of appreciation. And then number 3, like I say, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. And that's what the Lord is doing right now for her and her YouTube page. I told y'all in advance. I'll propose that the people who decide to stay subscribed, they're there for the bullshit. And that's fine. I ain't got time for it. I ain't. Again, my focus is on Umar and this documentary in and of itself. It's a bear. I ain't got time for all this side quest foolishness. Not at all. See, she should have stayed humble. She should have had the spirit of appreciation, and she should have recognized that the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. But see, for her, it was never about anything righteous. It wasn't. Because you wouldn't have to concoct these stories, especially dealing with this check. It's not necessary. I think part of it, like I was saying, is attention seeking. I think it went to her head too. I think that at a certain point, she wanted to maintain the level of focus that people had on her. So she had to come up with something. And you notice, because I've been thinking about this, again, we can put together a list of this. Each step, it got more and more over the top. And if this keeps going, then she's going to be talking about, the shark came and grabbed the check and bit half of it off and then put it inside his pocket and then swam to Africa. And then when it was over Africa, someone caught the shark and they cooked the shark, but the check was still baking, but they took it out and it's unnecessary. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of the Shark Tank, whatever it was. I'm so tired of it. I was gonna get a plush shark and have it delivered, but I said don't do that. We don't do that. Anyway, let me get into these super chats. There was a poll question. This Umar Johnson saga is crazy. It's always something. The HVAC situation. I mean, it's always, we go there, we go put together a list, but this right here is crazy. And then she wants to play the victim and talk all sweet and, yeah, and family, and then she was triangulating too in one of her videos. I should really do an analysis of that. Because she was trying to put batteries in the back of other YouTubers in order to get them on her side so that they would protect her. I was sitting back like, that's triangulation. See, it sounds like Umar. Now, I'm not saying that in terms of Umar's narcissism, that it's on that level, because there's different types of narcissism, but it's not on that level. And then when she's challenged, she would go into, well, I serve my community. Okay, well, I'm the most requested. And I've done this, and I've saved all these black boys. You see, but we ain't talking about none of that. Don't nobody give a shit about none of that. We asking you whether or not this check is fake, and it's a fake. Shout out to Swaggonito. It's a fake. I don't know if anyone caught that. If y'all caught that in the thing, gonna hit the one. All right. Yeah, real quick. I think that for her, it the attention, and it made her feel special. Yeah, she's attention seeking, and it fueled her ego, and then she had to come up with more and more lies in order to keep it going. But at a certain point, it just felt, all of it, it went to pieces. And I remember she had said something in one of these videos where she says, well, I can't remember if it was when I had her on. I can't even remember, but she said something about the person who warned me, how they only had 3 subscribers. I don't know how many subscribers they had. I have no idea. The person's YouTube page is at Hope-Lew, Lew. So shout out to whoever that is. Again, I didn't want to believe it, but something didn't feel right, and I started to investigate right away. But she tried to downplay about it. So, well, you think just they had 3 subscribers? That's besides the point. Let me ask a question up in here. Is there anyone here inside the chat room who noticed the fine print on that check when I showed it last year in September of 2025. If you noticed it, hit the 1. If you didn't notice it, hit the 2. Okay. Yeah, and I never went back to watch it. I wish I had. I mean, there may have been people in the chat room who pointed it out too. I just don't remember, you know, the chat room. Anyway, I was doing the interview. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Monica? Yeah, so it happens, but it's still on me because I should have done my my due diligence. Yeah. No, I don't think it's an issue. It's just you know, it was in the moment, and I shouldn't have presented it in the first place unless I had viewed it. So the thing is, she sent me 3 different versions of that. So wait a minute. Yeah, so there was this one, and that's where she kind of, if you see on the bottom, it's kind of cut off. So she sent me that one. And then she sent me this back. We ain't even gonna get into that right now. You guys be amazed at what the bank manager told me about that. And then she sent me this one right here. That was the main one that people started looking at. I started to look at because you can see it, the small print right there. And then I remember I looked at it and I looked before I went live, and I said, "Oh shit!" That's how I knew I messed up big time. Okay, let me get into these super chats. You broke the record clearly for live people in the live. It's like 3,500. I wish it was under different circumstances, but it is what it is. Also want to apologize for yesterday because I was planning on showing that video yesterday, but I didn't have time to record because I was having technical issues yesterday. I didn't have time until early this morning to get that done. And I still had technical issues, but I need to upgrade all of my video recording equipment. That's what the issue is. Now, I'm not even talking about my webcam, but that's part of what I've been planning on doing anyway, dealing with skits and stuff. Because even the props that I use, this is all part of skit stuff. But anyway, I was supposed to go live yesterday to show a video of me reading that address, but we were out as a whole family. We were out because February's birthday month. We have 3 birthdays in February, and we all went as a family to the reptile. I won't say reptile farm. It's like a reptile petting zoo thingy kind of. It's in a building. It's all enclosed, and we had a really good time as a family. They had snapping turtles and snakes and stuff, lizards and all that kind of stuff. I was holding a lizard, and my wife, she wouldn't hold one. One of my daughters, she was like, she had it all around her neck, and she was like, I said, "You go ahead, then." But we had a really good time. But that's why. And then by the time we got done, it was too late, and I didn't want to have to rush here and try to do a show, and it just wouldn't have made sense. Yeah, here's one of the snakes right here. It wasn't even moving. It was like sleep or something. And I was like, oh, you know. One of the little snakes I had, when they handed it to me, I was walking. And then I started doing like this because I don't know why. I was like holding a baby or something. Then I had to stop myself. So what am I doing? Anyway, so I just want to apologize for not. No, there weren't any sharks. There were not any sharks. There had snapping turtles. They actually took the turtles out and they do a presentation on the snapping turtles. And they also had a monitor. I think it was no, it wasn't a monitor. It was a different type. It was similar to that. They brought that out too. Okay. Let me get into these super chats. Everyone. Oh, happy birthday, Psalms. Happy birthday to Psalms. Birthday was yesterday, so let's all sing happy birthday. I know all this has been real difficult for everyone. I've been sleeping a lot better though, so that's how I know that we're on the right. At least I'm on the right track. I've been sleeping a lot better. I've been doing. I can't remember. I told you guys last time. Someone had told me this this root or whatever it is, herb or whatever. I've been doing that, and then I also do melatonin. Is it melatonin? Yeah, I think it's melatonin. I do 2 of those and 2 of the other ones, and I've been getting knocked out. I'll wake up like once, to use the bathroom. I'll wake up and I'll be thinking, and then I'll go back to sleep. So that's a blessing right there. I still got some sleeping to get caught up on. So I'm saying all this to say that I want us to make sure that we refocus on Umar, and that we don't get bogged down with all of this lying and conniving with Mary Ann Lorient. And so in the spirit of that, we're going to sing happy birthday. Okay, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Psalm 91, Proverbs 16. Happy birthday to you. All right. Congratulations. Congratulations. I appreciate you. Okay. Let's get into the super chats, everyone. And I'm gonna do these quickly. Okay. I do have time, but Okay, user 225 says Mary Ann stole Lenon's catalytic converter to stall him. No, this is because I was running a little bit late. No. We okay. Thank you, user 225. Doai says words ending in steak. Yeah, that's another thing. I always thought that was a language thing, but then when I was listening back, I think sometimes he's figuring out lies to tell. That's what I think. Just like when Umar repeats certain things, sometimes he repeats things just because he's thinking in his mind what is going to be the next lie to tell. So I think that is part of it. But again, there's also a language barrier there too. But that's still not an excuse for her to get on here and blatantly lie on Umar. It's just so unnecessary. And listen, even if Umar caused her harm, you don't overstep boundaries, because 2 wrongs don't make a right. And then keep going, and then keep lying and want to play the victim. She act like I did something to her. Wasn't nobody more supportive of her than I. No, I built her YouTube page. You guys know I went step by step. I wasted hours. Really, I wasted hours, step by step, on how to start a YouTube page, what to do, how the strategy involved, all that stuff from the ground up. She didn't even have a YouTube page for the one. She had one, but I'm talking about one where she's not the one she had, like what she had now. No, she didn't have none of that. How do I upload? I went through all of that. I put together, like step-by-step paperwork that she can follow. I also sent her tutorials online for her to watch. Then she would ask me technical questions, and I would explain to her. I wasted a lot of time. She didn't have the spirit of appreciation. She acted like it, but acting like it and being about it is 2 different things. So the point that I'm getting at is that I went way over the top, but then she wants to act like I did her wrong. No, I just asked a simple question: was the check that you asked me to show, was it legitimate? That's it. You pierced my heart. I don't want to hear. You see, she noticed I didn't respond to that because she wanted me to. I don't want to hear all that. What that got to do with anything? Ain't got nothing to do with nothing. That's just over dramatic, dramatical. That's all that is. It sounds like something from a movie. Okay, yeah, you pierced my heart. I don't want to hear all that. Logic and reason. Was the check legitimate or not? That's it. And did you cash it? If you cashed it, did it? Listen, I'm gonna tell. If anyone tried to take that into a bank and tried to cash it, the fraud department is on that right away. But instead of holding herself accountable, instead of owning up to the foolishness, which would have been a much better look, she tries again, pulled out the heartstrings and all the antics and the yelling and the screaming, and then blaming everyone else and that I'm done something. No. No one would know about you, ma'am. No one would know about you. I'm not saying literally, figuratively. No one would have known about you in these YouTube streets if I hadn't put you on. And you ain't the first one. You're going to be the last, though, literally and figuratively. See, and again, people take the kindness for weakness, but that's what evil does. I'm not the one to fuck with. I'm telling you guys right now, because if I get into the research on her and start to do, and I don't plan on it. She's not worth it. All right. Thanks, Doe Eyes, for a super chat. Derek says, at least it wasn't a short shark there. At least it wasn't a short shark. They're the worst. Okay. I was on Amazon. I looked up long shark to see it, but they had a plush. It was a long shark. I didn't want to be petty, though. Thank you, Derek. User 225 says, Mary Ann has integrity like how Umar has a vegan diet. Yeah. Again, she was saying all that. She said, I'm a woman of faith. No, not at all. Not at all. Even her screaming the way that she did. I said, yeah, she's showing us who she is. Let's keep going with this. Let's keep going. The videos that she did after that, same thing. Showing us who she was. That was all strategic. Yeah. Thanks, User Divine. The Smart Barbie, sending you lots of love, prayer, and support, Lenon. I know this has been a lot for you. I am an empath as well. Yeah, it is. It's tough. And the thing is that when she was raging, I don't feel that. I mean, I feel it, but not deeply. I can feel that she's raging. See, what I feel from people like real deeply, the emotion that I feel is when people are sad or when they're suffering. But that's not what I picked up on her. That was just a performance. It was a stage show. She wanted me to but no, that's not what that was. There's a difference. You guys, this makes sense? There's a difference between someone being angry and mad and irate and someone being sad or suffering. See, that's what I feel deeply, is a sadness and the suffering of others. See? But this other stuff, that's why I said, no, that's not what this is. No, I'm not going there with her. That she's showing us who she is, and she was raging, and I said, okay, she sounds like Umar. Okay, let her keep going. Let her keep going. And see, a lot of people, they take kindness for weakness, and people who are sensitive like that, they take it as weakness. No, not at all. It's a strength. It really is. Right? Yeah, but don't try to play people like that. She played me. Okay, she sure did. She got me in that sense. But once the truth is once it comes out, it is what it is. Okay. Thank you, Smart Barbie, for a super chat. Yana says, Mr. Honor, don't be too hard on yourself. We've all been deceived. Don't let Mary Ann make you more arrogant and condescending to new people who want to send evidence about Umar. Giannis. Yeah, this is a really good point. Thank you, Giannis, for the super chat as well. This is a really good point. It's just I have to be more careful, that's for sure. And I just need to tighten up. That's all. I need to tighten up. Information Man Show, he did a fantastic video the other day to address this issue. And that was one of his points. It's like an opportunity for everyone who's covering Umar to just take a step back, reassess things, and tighten things up. Yeah, Dane Calloway said the same thing because he's aware of what's all this that's taking place, and he did a video. Shout out to him because he has some wise. He's younger, but he has some wisdom. This is really an opportunity to tighten things up and be careful because it's true. People were suggesting maybe she's working with Umar. Listen, I didn't initially. I was like, no, no way. Like, no, that ain't happening. But now, is it possible? Yes, absolutely, it is possible. Because most people aren't talking about renovations being complete and the school allegedly being complete. No, most people aren't talking about that right now. They're talking about this fake check scandal, the Mary Ann Lorient fake check scandal. But again, she's not that important. She's just a very minute side piece in the overall Umar Johnson saga. So what it means for me is hold myself accountable, make the necessary apologies, tighten things up, and then know moving forward that something like this isn't going to happen again. And that if there are people that come forward, it's just that they're going to have all their receipts in order. And that if they present receipts over time, that I have to make sure that I check every single thing and run through it with the what they call that, because I ain't got no hair, so I can't even think of it. Run through it with the fine tooth comb or whatever. I'm trying to think, but I ain't had that privilege in decades. Anyway, so just tighten things up, and it's literally and figuratively tighten up in terms of the research, in terms of the analysis, in terms of the criticism of receipts and the analysis of receipts. Yeah, tighten that, but also tighten up amongst each other too. I think that's an important point. So thank you, Giannis. I appreciate it. Yeah, and that's another thing. It's one of the sad aspects of this, and that is that she really did a disservice to other victims of Umar Johnson. Now, do I think that she was victimized by Umar? Yeah. But listen, I already did it. I said it in the video. I'm discarding everything that she said because she's not credible. She's a liar. Did she tell some truth? Yeah, but Umar tells the truth sometime too. What she's done is that people who have been victimized by Umar, yeah, some of them, they're not going to want to come out just because of this. And some of them, if they do so, I'm going to have to, I'm not going to say interrogate them, but the standard for proof is astronomical now. That's what she's done in part with all of this, all of these shenanigans and all this behavior, you know. And she has no remorse either. She has not apologized to anyone who deserves. She owes me an apology, real talk. And I don't mean to be like that, but she owes me an apology. Has she done that? No. I put her on. I built her YouTube page. People even considered listening to her or watching her videos on the strength that I suggested that they do. But no, that's not what she does. She plays the victim. She blames everybody else. She acting like I'm doing something to her. That's called gaslighting and unwilling to apologize. Anyway, we live and we learn. Thank you, Giannis. What's up, Louis? This woman is definitely a little off. The way she acted with Lenon is the way she acted in court. Yeah, I saw that. When that politician got a restraining order against her. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, people have been sending me all kinds of stuff. She might be bipolar, like she has episodes. Now, I don't want to get into all that. I do know that what I noticed when she was on, when she was raging, it was way over the top raging. And I beeped out the part that when I showed it earlier, I beeped out the part where she's talking about the lieutenant or whatever, at the police station, whatever, because she says that person's name. There's no need to bring up that person's name in the first place. None of that is the issue. The issue was these fake checks, but I had to beep it out because it's that person's name. But right there, that's when I said, okay, yeah, because you can hear it in her voice, you know. And then she gets off, and then when she comes back on, she's, oh, yeah, you know, and she starts raging again. Well, Umar does the same thing. Okay, but I'm not going to speak to that particular aspect here. But yeah, she has a history, and there are people who are looking into it. That's not my listen. My focus is on Umar. It's going to be on Umar, right? I don't plan on giving this because she's not deserving of any attention. And truth be told, she wasn't even deserving of me helping her the way that I did. She's not deserving of that. She didn't have the spirit of appreciation. Thank you, Louis Love. What's up, Lene? Says, dang, Chino caught a stray. yeah, Chino, he been following all this. He was like, I said, I know, this is crazy. Huh? Yeah. All right. shout out to Sister Lene. User 225 says, LenonHonor gave Marianne Lorient a build. User 225 going to give it. No, let's not do that. Okay, thank you, User 225. Marianne Lawrence's wig probably fell off during her crash. We're not doing that either. Okay. Again, I just want to encourage people. My best advice to people is just unsubscribe from her. I don't know, some people they're gonna want to watch to see what next lie she's gonna tell, and it's entertaining and all that stuff. My best advice is to not give her any attention. You guys do whatever you want to. It's totally up to you. But my policy is, you know, I'm not gonna. I already blocked her on Facebook. Already unsubscribed from her YouTube page. I blocked her here on YouTube because she sent me a couple of messages. She sent me at least one message. I think it's at least one. It could be two. I don't want to hear all that. A liar is a liar, and the truth is the truth. And I don't want to be associated with anyone who's a liar, and not just lying about Umar, but also lying on the levels that she's lying and concocting all of this stuff. It's like, it's just over the top. I don't want any association with that. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to have to deal with it. So that's my policy. I would encourage people to just disconnect. You know, that's what I would suggest. But again, everyone, that's your life. You do what you're gonna do, right? Okay. Long sharks are what swim in the moats at FDMG. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's gonna be the mascot. It's gonna be long sharks. Okay, thanks, user 225. What's up, Lil Suck again? Says, Your Honor, she's guilty. You're missing your robe and gavel. Yeah, I was gonna do a whole big thing, you know, but I said, let me just do it this way, right? Because I have skits lined up and all this stuff, and I already bought all the outfits and the clothes and all that stuff, accessories. I just need to upgrade my video recording equipment, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it, but then I said, no, let's just do this professionally and get to it, get done with it, and move on. But yeah, the robe and the gavel have been perfect. Thank you, Louis Luck. The Xenoflux says, Lene, let Marianne Lauren have it. Shout out to Lene. Again, I can't tell people what to do. My best advice is to disengage. You know, again, it's clear to me that Marianne Lauren is attention seeking. Umar is the same way. They're attention seeking. So everything is a performance. Everything is always over the top. So the best thing to do with, in my opinion, to do with people like her in particular, okay, not with Umar, because Umar, he's still scamming, but in particular with her, is to just ignore her. Yeah, because she's not on the level of Umar, and she's extremely irrelevant. She's a liar. She lies to the extreme. She is not to be trusted. So she's not even a C-level actor in the Umar Johnson saga. Real talk. So just ignore her. She's irrelevant. Thank you, the Xenoflux. Live long and prosper. TJ says, all rise. The Honorable Honor is on deck. Okay, all right. Thank you, TJ. My wife, she loves the shows, the court case shows and stuff. She loves that stuff. That and CSI stuff. Thank you, TJ. Miss Honey says, Lenon funny as hell. Court is in session. No, I just want to do it professional. That's all. I was gonna put on a tie. I kid you not. Because I was gonna wear this shirt and put on a tie, but when I tried to button the top button, I couldn't button it. I kid you not, I had a nice tie. I got them for the skits. I got like a big bundle of them off of Amazon for real cheap. They're cheap. But I was like about to put the tie on. We're going for this top button, and I kept the button was getting all loose, and I said, okay, it ain't gonna happen. Anyway, thanks, Miss Honey. U225 says, family, the money gone? Yeah. The focus will be placed back on Umar. Okay, thank you, user 225. Soul Power said the fine print says she lying. Basically, you guys should have seen the bank manager too. She was like, well, let me tell you. I said, okay. That's it. Yeah. Thank you, Soul Power. I appreciate it. Sir Long. Oh my God. I was thinking about this. I really could. I could go back and pull up all the videos where I had her on as a guest, and all the videos that she's taken a lot of, or some of them down. People have been telling me, but I have all of them. And just do a whole series on that. I mean, it would be hilarious, and we would get a gang of views. Again, we got over 3,000 people here right now. I would make a lot of money too, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That's let's be honest. Umar is the main event, you know. But if she wants to keep carrying on and acting like what it's her projecting and gaslighting and acting like I've done something to her. If she want to keep going with that, then yeah, I think at a certain point I would be justified and going ahead and really looking into what she was saying and pulling up all the receipts, and I have everything downloaded, and including what she sent me, and we can go through everything step by step. Okay? But that's not my plan. But we're gonna see. Right? So Sir Longshark says, Lenor, I've come to collect. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. User 225 says, Umar Johnson, that's FDMG. Mary Ann Lorient has Long Shark Studios. All right. That Long Shark ain't going to never leave. Thank you. Sir Long Shark says, why hast thou summoned me with Creole's ravings? What? What in the world are you talking about? Thank you, Sir Long Shark. I wonder who that is. Louis Lex says, nah, that voice says crazy. Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But I stayed calm because I knew what she was doing. And I said, I see this. Brandon says, I have no reason to lie. Liar. Yeah. Ain't nobody asked all that. Just it was a simple question. You know, it was a simple question about whether or not the check was. And here's the thing: if she says, "Listen, it wasn't," and you know, this is why I did that, and I'm sorry I shouldn't have done that. I still would have been like, okay, I'm not going to be dealing with you anymore. But at least she can walk away with some level of respectability. But that's not what took place. She doesn't hold herself accountable. Umar's the same way. You got to hold yourself accountable. Stop blaming other people. You're the one who Marianne Lorient is the one who decided to get on Donald Trump's internet. Let me take that back. And she's the one that decided to get on Beyonce's internet with a fake check. And it was so unnecessary. Listen, that whole thing about this settlement, what does that got to do? I mean, because the thing was about the movie. Then all this other stuff. Ain't nobody. So anyway, it was just so unnecessary. So but then she gaslight. She act like someone. No, own up to it. And again, you're gonna lose. You would have lost a lot fewer subscribers if you had. But no, she keeps lying and building and then blame everybody else and gaslights and then act like everyone's doing something. There ain't nobody. No, cut it out. Anyway, a liar, that's what they're going to do. A liar is going to lie. Thank you, Brandon. User 225 says, Marianne Lawrence jealous that Metro was in room 130, not her. I don't know. Said Marianne Lawrence that Lene got to. All right. Marianne Lawrence just Lenon have more. All right. Now, we're not going to do all that. Listen, I can't speak to all that. Like I said, is it possible that Umar in room 130 went down? Yeah, it is. But I'm discarding everything that she said. And then people, yeah, but she interviewed but listen, that could be a paid actor. I didn't cover that on purpose because I said that's wrong. You know, and if I played that and I'm doing that on my platform, it's a problem. It's a problem for me. That's why even the brother that called the company in the intro, the video that I played, most of you guys haven't seen that because I played that to start this live stream. I'll play it again before we get up out of here. The brother that actually got in contact with the company that's on that, the phone number that's on that check, because I've called many times, you know, over the course of 3 or 4 days, and I just couldn't get through. But he was able to get through and talk with the representative. I can't play that because of laws that govern that, especially dealing with my YouTube page to do that online. You got one party consent, you got two party consent, but then if you have three-way, it becomes problematic because it only takes one of these states to have a particular law in place. And then because I have it online, I got 1,000 people or 2,000 or 3,000 people watching. There's legal, that's a legal issue. It's a cybersecurity issue too. I can't be a part of that. Now, the point that I'm getting at is that I can't even show that. I don't feel comfortable showing that because that could put me at jeopardy. But that brother was able to contact the company. See, even right there, I'm sure she's seen it. She should have just come out right away, said, hey, listen, okay, I lied. But she didn't do that. That's not what she did. Anyway, so the point that I'm getting at is that, yeah, we had her interview, Marianne Lorient allegedly interviewed this person, but based upon everything else that she's lied about, I can't take that as, because she could have hired somebody to play the role. And like I said, there's people that's done that with me in the past to lie on me. That could be a poll question right there. Y'all want to do a poll? I got time. We're going to be here for at least another hour. Okay. We got 2,210 votes. Did you unsubscribe from Mary Ann Lawrence YouTube page? 72% said yes. 28% said no. And some of those no are people that never subscribe. So just to be clear. But the point is that the reason why she was able to build her subscribership was because of me. But she didn't stay humble. She didn't have appreciation. It all went to her head. She thought she was big time. You know, I remember real quick, and I don't mean to go here, but I remember back in the day, you could hide your subscriber count on YouTube. Y'all remember that? And there were people that were doing Umar Johnson videos, and I would promote. They'd get thousands of views. And I said it must be because they have a lot of subscribers. But then at a certain point, YouTube they took that away. You have to show your subscriber count. And then when I went back to these channels, it's like they didn't have many subscribers at all. And then I stopped promoting them. And then their numbers went to shit. So why not have the spirit of appreciation and be grateful and keep it moving? Because I ain't tripping. Don't make me no difference. I'm going to run my show. Well, she didn't do that. And then again, like I said, the Lord give, the Lord take it. And that's what's happening now. Lord, take it. And it can happen to any of us at any given time. That's why you always stay humble and be appreciative of what you have in the moment. All right. What was I was saying that the poll thing. Let's do that. Let me close out this poll right here. Let's do another poll. We're going to do a poll. Let's start at the beginning. Do you think that, that Mary Ann, no, I'll say this way, that Umar Johnson tried to sue Mary Ann Lorient to stop her from releasing the movie? So we're going to go step by step. We'll do this real quick, and then we'll get back to Super Chat. We got time. Here's the poll question, and it's just going to be yes or no. Okay. Let me go ahead. I'll add I don't know. Just because. All right, here's the poll. We'll go step by step. And we won't take long. So just go ahead real quick, get your vote in, and then we'll go to the next one. I'll set the next one up right now. Actually, I'll set it up as soon as I end this one because you can't set up a second. I don't think you can. Do you think that Umar Johnson tried to sue Mary Ann Lorient to stop her from releasing the movie? And again, this ties back to the early stages of our interactions with Mary Ann Lorient, that was one of the early assertions that she made. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I do think that he did try to, because she sent me paperwork on that, and unless she fabricated that paperwork. And if that's the case, then the law firm that's on there, there could be legal issues for her dealing with that. I don't think that she fabricated that. And I'm just going to be real with you all. I don't think that she has the capacity to fabricate that. She has the capacity to fabricate other things. Again, I can pull up receipts that she sent, because she sent me a lot of stuff. Most of the stuff I didn't even get into. But there's things that when I was going back to go look specifically at the checks, because she sent them back to back to back. And I didn't see them until a couple of days later, because I'm not on Facebook all that much. And then I think it was 2 days later, that's when we went live. But when I saw them in my Facebook, I didn't look at them and pull them up and analyze any of that stuff. That's on me. Messed up big time. But she doesn't have the ability to put together that type of paperwork. And then, when you read through it, you can tell that it's been done by a professional. She doesn't have that capacity. Okay. And I'm not saying this to be shame her or anything, but she doesn't have a command of the English language to such a degree to when she can produce a document like that. She simply does not. Right. So my answer to this is, do you think that Umar Johnson tried to sue Mary Ann Lorient to stop her from releasing the movie? I think he did. I think that that's probably one of the main issues that she has with Umar. Right. Okay. 20% said yes, 47% said no, and 33% said I don't know. Okay, so there are people who are saying no. And again, part of the issue is her credibility is shot. And as a consequence, people aren't going to believe anything that she has to say. And it is what it is. If she had come out right away and admitted it, it would have been a different situation, different scenario, but no. All right. Let me go ahead and close this one out. We're going to get to the next one. Thanks to everyone who voted. The next one is, did Umar Johnson try to sue Mary Ann Lorient for $500,000? And people been sending me information on that too, that figure. Anyway, we ain't gonna get into all that, boy. I tell you, I've received so many emails, all kind of stuff. Okay, if you get your vote in, did Umar Johnson try to sue Mary Ann Lorient for $500,000? This is the next one. We'll go step by step here. Get your vote in now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Sir Longshark says she's a film director whose best work is this. Yeah. At this point, yeah, and I think that's probably why she just kept going further and further and further, and kept lying and making up more lies over time, because this is more attention than she's had in her film career for sure. Because I remember when she first because I did an assessment of her other YouTube page, because what I suggested was that she set up a separate YouTube page for all this. I don't think she wanted to. Because she had another YouTube page, and I suggest that she sets up another YouTube page, and then I gave her some ideas in terms of what to call it, and she didn't want to do that. She wanted to do something different, and that it is what it is. Okay, and I was thinking in terms of more from a marketing standpoint, dealing with Umar specifically. But I remember when I asked her, okay, well, your YouTube page, and she told me where, and I went to go look at it. It's a dead YouTube page. In other words, it's a social media desert. Like, there's no activity there. No one's really watching anything. There's extremely low count for subscribers and all that stuff. But even still, I'm thinking to myself, okay, what can we do in order, or what needs to be done in order to get her moving forward to where she can build her subscriber count. She can get monetized at a certain point, and then she can build a following. That's what I was thinking, strategically speaking. So I remember when I was looking at her page, it was like there's nothing there. So no one's watching, no one's checking her out for any of that stuff. But again, her ego got a hold of her, and then she started getting those subscribers, and she thinks that because she got 5,000 subscribers that she's big time. I'm not being big time. What are you talking about? Real talk. See, stay humble. Have a spirit of appreciation. I'm thankful for the 80,000 subscribers that I have. I'm thankful for it. And I have the spirit of appreciation, because I know the Lord give, the Lord take it. But this whole Marianne fake check saga, this is her best work. It's all the stage show. And she ain't gonna get no more attention than what she got right here. But it's the wrong type of attention. But some people don't care. They're attention seeking. They'll take whatever they can get. Thank you, Sir Longshark. Lewis Suck says, I don't think she's acting. She's cuckoo bird. Yeah, I don't want to speak to. I know what you're saying, but I ain't gonna get into that. But I hear you. Okay? It could be both, but we're gonna leave it right there. Okay? People, we've seen what we've seen. That's why I told y'all when I had her on and she was raging. I said, I see clearly now. I see. I didn't keep saying it, but I said it quite a few times, and that was my way to let you guys know I knew what the deal was. But then the next video I did, that was a chess move. I just want to give her another chance. I want to. No. That's not what that was. One guy was like, "You simping?" I said, "Yeah, you can think that." I said, "No, I'm playing chess." And here's checkmate right here today. Thanks, little slut. And yeah, I tend to be lenient with women, and especially, and I've openly admitted this, that especially ones who have issues with being taken advantage of or being abused. I've talked about that. And yeah, that's something that she played on for sure. But once I realized who she was and what she was about, that goes out the door. But I still played the role because that was a chess move, because I wanted to see what her next play was going to be. And she may have had a play based upon those videos, but now based upon what I showed you guys in the beginning of this video, I'll play it again before we get up out of here. she may have to change what her next play is going to be. I think that, the best advice I think in terms of as someone who's on YouTube is get off of YouTube. Because YouTube don't play games like that. Get up here lying on people and lying and keep lying and then try to blame other people. YouTube don't play like that. And if you get away with it in the real world, you may be used to it, but not in YouTube do not play. It just don't work, and it's never been like that. I've been on YouTube for a long time. Thank you, Lewis. User 225 says Marianne Lawrence check is as we ain't gonna do that either. I don't want to make fun of her. I don't want to do that. I really don't. Okay, let me get to this poll, and we'll close this one out right away. So we had 646 votes. Did Umar Johnson try to sue Marianne Lawrence for $500,000? 16% said yes, 51% said no, and 33% said I don't know. I haven't seen any proof at all to prove that. So my answer is no. Right? Let me close that one out. What's another one? Another one is did Umar Johnson throw the young woman out of his hotel room? There you go. Get your vote in. Still got about 3,000 people in the building. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And if at any point you're enjoying the show, hit that like button. Do it. If you guys don't mind, I appreciate it. Yeah, early numbers, 275 votes. Did Umar Johnson throw the young woman out of his hotel room? 24% said yes, 34% said no, 41% said I don't know. Okay? And again, if she never mentioned it, we wouldn't know one that we would, we don't have any, wouldn't even be thinking about it, right? So that's one of the problems with all of this is that by her mentioning it, at least it becomes a possibility, but she never provided any receipts or any proof of this. And again, that's on me because I went off of the strength of what she came in with and the documentation that she provided me behind the scenes, which was legit. Specifically dealing with Umar, he didn't want this film to come out, and he got a lawyer to try to stop her from doing that. But all the other stuff, and I was fooled. That's on me. Hold myself accountable. Okay, so we got 454 votes. That's good enough. Did Umar Johnson throw the young woman out of his hotel room? 24% said yes, 33% said no, and 43% said I don't know. Okay, let's close that one out. I know people still voting, but let's keep going here. The next one is, did Umar Johnson withdraw? I think she said $6,000, if memory serves. I'll just because I can't remember what the figure was. Withdraw money out of a woman's account without her permission. I'll just say it that way because I don't remember. So yeah, someone said 6K. Yeah, I thought it was 6K. Was it 6K? Okay, I'm gonna take y'all's word for it on that one. Okay. So I'll put because I want to be accurate. That's what I thought it was. $6,000 out of a woman's account with a woman's bank account. I'll say it that way. Bank account without her permission. Okay, get your vote in, and I'll continue with these super chats, and we'll come back to that. Brandon, what's up? Brandon says, I watched the video about her and the politician that was granted a restraining order against her. She needs to get it together. Yeah, someone sent me the video. There's a video of her when she was going off on the politician. Again, a dramatic, over the top. And then there's also a video of, because people sent me the links. It's like the news reports and stuff. There's also a video of her in court. And even while she was in court, you can tell the judge was fed up with her. It was a black lady, the judge, black lady. You can tell she was like, ain't no telling. I'm telling you, Listen, thank God that we got to this truth now, even though it's been difficult. Thank God that we got to the truth now, because she really could have been really throwing monkey wrenches in it. I'm sorry. Next thing you know, she's gonna be on Shark Tank. We're gonna go live to talk about her during Shark Week. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Y'all know Shark Week. Y'all know Shark Week. Y'all, I kid you not. I don't mean to joke. No joke. All joking aside, I went back and watched Jaws. She was on one of them boats. I kid you not. She was on that boat. She was on one of them boats talking about long shark. All right. I'm sorry. Let me stop. Boy, we could do this for months, but I ain't gonna do it like that. She was a little kid though, you know what I'm saying? Because that movie's for the 70s or something. I don't know. All right. Okay. I needed that laugh. Thank you, Brandon. All right. What's up, Mrs. Monica? Says she's gaslighting the viewers like we didn't see what we saw on the check. Yeah. Notice she doesn't want to answer that question. Yeah, she did that throughout that live stream. And that's why I kept coming back to that question. And part of what she was doing was over talking so that I couldn't finish the question. When I would try to ask it again, she would try. That was all strategic in her part. I'll propose that she lives like that. That's part of it's a personality issue. Yeah, because Brother Information, man, he kind of broke this down a bit. He did. I mean, he didn't go. I can tell he could have gone deeper into it because that's like his profession. But he did just enough to where I said, "Wow, now I see it." I said, "I see it." That was one of the best videos I've seen. Real talk, one of the best videos I've seen. Yeah, she was trying to not answer the question, and Umar does the same thing and gets the gaslighting and then start talking about all the stuff that ain't nobody asking about, what you're doing in the community and all that. Ain't nobody ask all that. Is the check real? That's it. And she knows that it's not. She knows it. And I knew it wasn't either after I put the phone number in to this search. I don't want to say what search it is, but listen, I know how to do this stuff. And what was coming back, I said, wait a minute, this don't make it. Then I said, okay, let me go look up this company. I said, wait a minute, why would they? That doesn't make any sense. None of it made sense. That's why I got up here and I said, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't sound right. But I said, I gave her the benefit of the doubt. In my mind, I already knew though, because what is she? How does someone come up? How are you going to explain that? You can't explain that. And then $68,600. Why is it $68,600? Because I remember I asked her, how much did you spend on the film? I can't even remember how much she said, but it wasn't a lot of money. So why is he paying out $68,600 for a movie that I can't remember the figure? It wasn't like 10 grand or 20 grand or 30 grand or 40 grand or 60 or 70, 80, 100 grand. None of that. Anybody remember what the figure was? And I remember I put it into the and I said, is this a real check? And AI was like, no. Anyway, I knew even when I did that video, but I had to play the game. to see what her next move was. And then once I saw what her next move was, and then I did further research, I said, okay, all right, I already know what the deal is. And I know how to present it to people, which I did at the beginning of this live stream. Okay, thank you, Mr. Monica. So the poll question was, did Umar Johnson withdraw $6,000 out of a woman's bank account without her permission? 25% said yes, 29% said no, 46% said I don't know. And so let's close that one out. And then, of course, this is the big one. I'll just say it this way. Did room 130 go down? That makes sense. If people don't understand the vernacular, maybe you're from a different culture or someplace else. But what we're saying is that the events that took place, alleged events that took place in room 130, did they actually happen? Okay, but I'm going to phrase it as, did room 130 go down? Okay, get your vote in. Thank you, Mr. Monica. And I'll come back to that poll question. Florida Bea says, I don't know why she was pretending to be at work. You don't have to lie to kick it, Marion. Yeah, there are people who have proposed that she was lying to when she was yelling and screaming and stuff. That she was lying about being at work. Here's the thing. Is it possible? Yeah, because she's a liar. But it's even worse if she's actually at work. Why are you at work raging like that? It's not necessary. Here's the other thing. Even if you decide to call in to the show, why don't you just calmly say, hey, listen, I'll have a receipt tomorrow to prove all of this. I'll have all the receipts and I'll email you. Then I'll send them to you on Facebook, and then you can show it to the people. Because that's what she said she was going to do, right? Why go through all this other stuff? I'm going to tell you why, because she got caught lying. And instead of owning up to it and admitting to it, she goes on. And I have a sense that this is what she does. It's a behavior pattern with her. But if she was at work, that's disturbing. Did I turn? I don't know if you guys can hear this. The water. It's not a water here. You know, it warm and cool water. Let me go turn this off. This thing always annoys me too, by the way. But yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, let me turn this thing on. I don't know if you guys could hear it or not. I asked my wife, can we just get one that we just put on we could put on a counter and it'll cool the water? She's like, no, she likes that one. So we still have it. All right. The poll question. Did room 130 go down? 23% said yes, 34% said no, 42% said I don't know. I'm going to say no. Simply because I don't believe anything that she says, outside of when she stated that Umar Johnson tried to stop her from releasing the film. Outside of that, everything else, I'm just in my public statement, I'm just missing everything. I'm just everything because she's a liar, no credibility whatsoever. And I'm gonna say something else. Anyone who's associating with her, too, by the way, and who's trying to defend her, you're not trustworthy either, because a liar is a liar, even if they tell the truth sometimes. She's not credible. But y'all do what you do. I ain't having it. If I find out that someone ain't on point, bye, Felicia. Bye, Craig. It's that simple. All right. Did room 130 go down? We have 572 votes. 23% said yes, 35% said no, 41% said I don't know. And then there was one more, wasn't there? I can't remember there was one more that I was thinking of, but I can't remember what it was. Did we do the one for the check? Yeah, y'all let me know. Did we do the one if the check is legitimate? Did we do that one? I think we did that at the beginning. Oh, what's up, Coco? Thank you for tuning in too, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Joshua. I thought about that. We won't be listening to Room 130 anymore either. It's unfortunate. Yeah, that was the other one right there. Thank you so much. Yeah, and Koba did such fantastic work on that. So did Umar Johnson pass out at a speaking engagement? And this is something that Marianne Lorient proposed. And you guys remember, I was like, I'm going to say alleged because she didn't provide any receipts. But the truth is that I should have been more diligent about other stuff too. Pass out at a speaking engagement. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, that's the one that I was meaning to ask. Okay, here's the poll. Yeah, and I think one of the things she probably doesn't realize is that, and it's not just the Cook Crush chat, but in this space in particular, I'll just say it this way, in the Cook Crush chat, I know for the Cook Crush chat that we're a very accepting group. We are. Okay, we're very supportive of each other, and I've been blessed. That's why I always have the spirit of appreciation. And a lot of us, we've come up together. I know that I have over these years, and I'm so thankful. But then when someone comes in and uses our kindness as a weakness and creates all type of chaos in the end and lies and does not hold themselves accountable and keeps lying and then blames everybody else, and it's an ultimate form of betrayal, and it's so unnecessary. And what ends up happening is that the people who was rocking with her, who would not have done so if they had not accepted her into this space, they realize who she is, and they don't rock with her anymore. I think that's something that it was a miscalculation on her part. See, on one hand, I think that she assumed that she could just keep lying and no one would ever find out. But then also that if she gets caught, that she can keep lying and cover it up. We don't play that up over here. Real talk. Someone said that he did pass out. I emailed you a communication from a third party who knew someone who was there in the room. Yeah, but again, that's you get an email or you get information from a third party who knew someone who was allegedly there. Okay, I need to see the proof, and that's why it's alleged. Now, do I think he passed out? It's possible, but there's no proof to say that he did, so I'm going to say no. That's what I mean, and Information Man kind of brought this to the forefront. We got to tighten things up. Tighten things up. Also, the young brother, he's intelligent and he's younger, but that don't mean you can't be wise. Dane Calloway, same thing. Just you got to tighten things up because he was suggesting that she's in cahoots with Umar and that Umar sent her. They're both liars. So, okay, did Umar Johnson pass out at the speaking engagement? 8% said yes, 58% said no, 34% said I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna close that one out. All right, I think that's all of the poll questions that I was thinking to ask. Okay, thank you, Florida, for for being a member for 40 months, I should say. Thank you so much. And by the way, I haven't had time to work on the documentary. There's been too much going on. I started on the next segment, but there's going to be a bit of a delay. I'm trying to give myself on a timeline 2 to 3 weeks to get the next segment for each time. We're in 2012 now. Yeah, I think it's 2012. Thank you again for being a member. Cobra Steak says, Lenon let her dig her own grave. Lenon let her dig her own grave. That was smooth. Yeah, I knew what I was doing. You know, I did. And I even talked to my wife about it because she didn't quite understand. I said, well, let me just break this down. This is what the strategy is. And this is the steps that I'm going to be taking over the next couple of days. And it may not make sense to everyone at that time. But in the end, and here we are today, it'll make sense. You know, so it was strategic. And you have to operate that way with people like this because they will lie and gaslight and have no shame about it. And they will never hold themselves accountable. Again, that's Umar. I've been dealing with Umar for years. So this right here, this is this is a cakewalk. Real talk. Not to be like that, but this is a cakewalk. Thank you, Cobra Snake. Sir Longshark says, if Lenon starts speaking to you in his documentary voice, it's a wrap. Yeah. You're right about that. Yeah, I tend not to talk like that, but yeah, you're absolutely right about you know something going down, right? That's a good point. Thank you, Sir Longshark. Be highly opinionated said, y'all don't understand. It's a long shark, not a short baby shark. What in the world are you talking about? Y'all don't understand. It's a long shark, not a short baby shark. do not do. It's a long shark, not a short baby shark. Okay. I don't know. I have no clue. I kept asking. I said, what do you mean by that? I said, well, Umar was riding on the back of a long shark. I said, I don't understand that. You're going to have to explain that. But she kept going. She wouldn't let me ask no question. Thanks, be highly opinionated. Sir Longshark says, if Lenon start, okay, I got that one already. Thank you. User 225 says, Marianne Lawrence check is as, we're not going to do that. Okay, we're not going to, thank you so much. Eric, what's up, Eric? Says, powerful, powerful family. Yeah, that's the Umar Johnson saga. Thank you, Eric, for tech support. One Shot Game says, the veil has been removed. I ain't going to do that either. I can actually take this out because I don't think we're going to be watching the videos. We may later. I'll just set it right here. We got it. We're going to go for another 25 minutes. It has been. And thank goodness, because this could have turned into something extremely atrocious. It's bad already. It's not a good look for me. Most definitely. I can admit that. But I remember I was telling people, I can't remember when I was saying this, that I tend to put things on the spectrum. Is this an issue? Is it a non-issue? Is it serious? Is it extremely problematic? You can keep going either way. This is definitely a problem. I don't think it's an extreme problem, but it needed to be addressed right away. That's for sure. And I thought about this, and I prayed on it too. I prayed on it even before I went and did this live. You know, I always say, give me strength and guidance. That's what I always ask for, just strength and guidance. All we ask for much of anything else, just give me strength and guidance. And I'm not just talking about with this whole Umar Johnson saga and dealing with this Marianne Lorient mess. I'm just talking about in life. Just give me strength and guidance. And it's an issue. It's not a good look for me, you know. And I own that. I own that, right? And you know, I've learned important lessons, and I will do better. That's what it comes down to, right? But yeah, you're right. The veil has been removed. Thank you, One Shot Gammy. Master Irrigation says, can you prove her lawsuits are fake? That's another one we forgot to bring up. The lawsuits. Let's do that. Let's do those ones. Thank you for bringing this up. So there were. She's claiming. Well, we already did. Okay, so more recently in all of this, she claimed that there was a. Okay, so is Marianne Lorient spearheading a class action lawsuit against Umar Johnson? Yeah, thank you for bringing, because this is the way I forgot about this one. There we go. Get your vote in. And someone remind me if I forget after this one, the next one will be, is there a federal investigation against Umar Johnson that was started by, keyword started by, Marianne Lorient? Okay. So let me answer this. Can you provide proof her lawsuits are fake too? That's not how it works. It's not that you try to prove that something is not true. The onus of proof is on the person who proposes any given claim. And if there is no evidence to support that claim, then you should not accept it as being true. And it's really that simple. So another way of looking at this is that I have not seen any documentation whatsoever that shows that any of the lawsuits that she claims has taken place against Umar at this time is legitimate. There's no proof of it. Okay. Now, if in the future there is proof, then yeah, I'll issue a public retraction on that. But I don't go around saying just because someone makes a claim that's not true, but it's on me to prove that it is true. No, that's not how that works. The onus is on that individual who makes the claim to prove. And again, I was negligent. I didn't handle the business. I didn't vet all the other information that she sent me, and then I didn't really think about the fact that some of the things that she was saying, she didn't provide me any proof, including when she said that Umar tried to sue her for $500,000. I went back and looked through my receipts. That all the stuff she sent me, I didn't see anything to back that up. But then should I say, well, is there any proof that he didn't try to sue her for $500,000? That's not how that works. Okay. Anyway, based upon what I have seen, and really what I have not seen, I can't say that any of the lawsuits outside of Umar trying to stop her from releasing the film, I can't say that any other claims of lawsuits are real. I can't say it. It's like saying, okay, well, are there pink elephants that can fly with one leg? I haven't seen it. Well, can you prove that they don't exist? Or can you prove that they do exist? Yeah. Okay. Poll question. Is Mary Ann Lorient spearheading a class action lawsuit against Umar Johnson? 7% said yes, and 69% overwhelming. 69% said no. 24% said I don't know. Okay. And again, if the receipts come out later, then I'll issue a public retraction. But right now, I can't believe anything that she said because she's a liar. Thank you, everyone who voted on that. And then what was there was one other one that we were going to do, and that is, oh yeah, this is the most recent one that she brought up, and that is Umar Johnson being investigated. I don't even know how to phrase this. Investigated. Let me see. By the feds, I guess, because she said different things. I'm just going to put, I don't know. Anyone have an idea on how I should phrase this? Yeah, let me know inside of the, someone asks, is Patrick Bishop real? Well, I haven't called to find out, but there are, and again, I'm just taking what someone said, that there's someone online that said that they was able to get in contact with this person, and that they said that there is no investigation, that there wasn't enough evidence to move forward. Okay, but again, I don't know. Okay, again, that's just someone on YouTube that said it. At this point, it don't make me no difference. If I called, and I don't even plan on doing it. If I called tomorrow and found out, I would report on it, but it ain't worth my time. Okay? But the point is that there's no proof of it. Okay, there's no documentation, I should say. No documentation whatsoever. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Yellow Man. So do you think Umar is under federal investigation in that the investigation was started by, because he may very well be, right? But by her, based upon and that the investigation was started by Mary Ann Lorient. Okay, so I think this is the last one. Yeah, for some reason it's not letting me. Oh, I know why, because the other poll is still up. Yeah, okay. Wait, did I close that one out? I thought I closed it out. Yeah, it won't let me ask this one for some reason. Let me try one more time. Yeah, it won't let me. Yeah, it won't let me. I'm going to try to do it later, because maybe there is a situation where you can only ask a certain amount of poll questions within a certain period of time. So, oh wait, no, I know why. Hold on one second. Umar is under federal investigation in that. I'll say it this way: investigation started by. That's what the issue is. So, do you think Umar is under federal investigation started by, let's say, under a federal investigation started by Marianne? Okay, get your vote in. Thank you guys. I apologize for that. Okay, and thank you, Master Irrigation. Lieber Beauty. This woman is unhinged. You handled this well. Yeah, when she was ranting and raging, that's what I wanted people to see more than anything else. And yeah, she was unhinged there. I wish I had more clarity, but I saw it. I said I see it. It's clear to me. I wish I had clarity sooner. Yeah, but I got. I learned my lesson. That's for sure. Thank you, Lieber Beauty. YouTube Defy says, Marianne Logan. No, let's not do big jokes, okay? Doe I says, how much money did she make from the movie? I don't know. She never told me or gave me information on that. And even if she did, she would have to provide receipts because I wouldn't believe her anyway. Yeah, Umar, based upon paperwork that I saw, I believe that he tried to stop the movie from getting out. But I think that the reason why that he didn't want the movie to come out was because we were clowning the movie. That's what I think. Because we were looking at the trailer. Y'all remember that? That's why I think Umar, because I remember I told people, I said, listen, when this comes out, we're going to cover this. And we could have gone for days on that. Well, I mean, really, no, we could have gone for a couple of months just dealing with that. You got anybody remember that? So I think Umar's move was, yeah, he was being shady because he wouldn't sign the contract. And I think that it was a move on his part because he wanted to have power and control over that project. But I also think at a certain point, he didn't want it to get out. That's what I believe. But see, anything outside of that, you know, I don't take her word for anything. Okay. And I'm dismissing everything at this point, including that. But anyway, she never provided me any receipts on how much money she made off the movie and all that stuff. And we never talked about that either. Again, I have to say this too. She was trying to spin the story like we had some sort of relationship. It's not like that. That's an overstatement. I was trying to help her to get started on YouTube. We ain't talking about nothing else. There's times I go, and I'm not on Facebook like that. And I told her too, because she wanted me to email it, and I was like, no, because I was like, no, because I get too much of that anyway. And I've had that where, you know, you tell, yeah, go ahead and eat, and people email, they keep emailing you over and over again. You take the time to answer one email, and then they respond. They want you to keep going. They got time like that. And if you got, you know, 15 people doing that all at one time, it's like, okay, how do I? It's impossible. So let's be clear about this. That no, the messenger. It's not like massive amounts of communication. She was trying to make it appear as if it was. No, cut it out. Not that serious. But I think that's part of the drama factor for her. Well, you know, and I thought he knew, blah, 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 and it's just drama. No, it's not that serious. Thank you, Doe Eyes. Library Blockchain, like that, has become a member. Thank you so much. Got plenty of videos for members here. Smart Barbie says, you really are a man of honor, Lenon. Hashtag Kukurchat. Thank you for the kind words. Because even still, I'm trying to have, because she's a woman. I know at this point it probably shouldn't matter. Let me tell y'all something. I'm not used to dealing with women who are trifling and shady. I'm not. And in the real world, I ignore women who have a certain disposition. I just ignore them. You know, if you want to argue over a parking spot or whatever, I'll just be like, I'll look at you like, all right, I'm just going about my business. I got time for no foolishness like that. Because the women in my life, they don't act like that. I was raised by my mama, so I always have respect. But you know, my mama, she don't get down like that. She ain't all like that. All disrespectful and yelling and cursing and not you know, and raging. You're supposed to be a woman. That's unbecoming. It is. It's unbecoming. Don't take it the wrong way, women, but it's unbecoming. Don't, and I'm gonna be real. Don't no good man want a woman like that. They don't want to be around women like that. So I'm not used to that. Again, me and my wife, we've been together. It's about to be 25 years in about 2 months. I ain't never heard, she ain't never yelled at me the way that Marianne Lawrence was just, so who's you? That's how the way I look at it. Just disrespectful, belligerent, throwing a tantrum. See, the women in my life, no. But even still, I conduct myself a particular way. And if we're in the real world and there's a woman that wants to behave like that, I would just ignore her. I'll tell you what I would do if she was a pretty woman. I'll be like, and I'll say it under my breath first while she yelling and stuff. I'll say, you too pretty to be acting like that. She's like, what? What'd you say? What you say? I said, you too pretty to be acting like that. So what's the real issue? Because it ain't me. What's the real issue? You want to talk about that? Now, maybe I can help you with that. But all this other carrying on and stuff, I ain't got time for that. You too pretty for that. That's what I would say. Have I ever done that? No, but that's what I would say. Now, if she look a certain way, I'll be like, okay, I know why you mad. I'm just playing. It ain't got nothing to do with me, ma'am. I'm just playing. I know that's a little too far. I apologize. That's part of one of the comedy skits that I have. It's a little over the top because it should be talking like that. Anyway, I try to conduct myself a particular way. And in my opinion, when she called in and she was raging, I handled it as a man. It also provides an example for other men who are watching on how to handle those types of situations. Don't let a woman get you into your emotions like that, because that's what she wanted. No, don't do that. Thanks, Mark Barbie. Ms. Vertica says, Lenon, we will always have your back. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. We got you, and I am so serious. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I've received so many messages from people, emails, and people posting on my YouTube page. And someone said, did Lenon say that she was pretty? No, it is. It's part, because I have this whole routine thing, because it addresses these issues about equality, between men and women, and that's one of the things is, if you're in an argument with a man, you can't tell him, hey, listen, you too pretty to be acting like that. Let me stop. You see what I'm saying? You can't do that, but you can get away with it with a woman. So it's part of this whole thing, but it's really about equality and how, we say that things are equal, but really they're not. Okay. If I ever did that, I would probably get into a whole lot of trouble, because it's over. Some of the stuff is over the top. But what my plan was to actually do that as part of the skit stuff, because I have all this stuff up here and I've written stuff out, and that would be part of the show. I was going to come up with a show name. I haven't come up with a show name yet, and I keep wanting to get started with it. And I've done writing on it, but there's been so much going on, and I just haven't had the time. Okay? But hopefully at some point, if I'm blessed and the Lord blesses me, I'll be able to get into that. It's more comedy than anything else. Okay. Thanks, Miss Vernica, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And for the support. I appreciate it. There's been a lot of people that's reached out, and I do appreciate it. One Shot Gaming says she made a movie for Polite too, so that tells you all you need to know. Well, from what I understand, it wasn't a movie for Polite. I think Polite was in one of the movies that she did. If that's, and I could be wrong. Okay, I could be wrong because I didn't look into it. But from what I understand, Polite, because people have talked about this, that Polite was in a movie that she put together. Okay, and again, now we're getting into the Black conscious space, because I mean, people have been saying stuff like, the Black conscious space is, it's starting to seem that way to me. I know I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but it's been so much shady shit over the decades dealing with the Black conscious space. Real talk. Is that fair? And I'm talking about, in particular, the ones who are online. I mean, even Umar, he's part of that too. Someone said Polite was in a Christian movie she made. Lord Jesus. All right. That's crazy. Thank you, One Shot Gaming. How's it going, Michael? Says, People been doing that. I'm not. I don't mean to laugh. Okay, the fact that Mary come on, the fact that Mary Johnson, you guys, boy, I'm telling you, good chat, and it is undefeated. Someone that said, Lenon, how could you say that it's undefeated? This is an L. Yeah, it is, and I admitted that, but it's an L for me. Good chat to do anything wrong. I messed up. Okay, am I undefeated? No, but I wasn't undefeated for a long time. I've taken a lot of over the years. Y'all know what the deal is. Cut it out. And I always hold myself accountable and I own up to it. But the Cook Chat is still undefeated. Real talk, right? So the fact that Mary Johnson thinks we're supposed to believe her BS about a long shark and a piece of junk mail is mind-boggling. Hashtag no plurals. Yeah, and I get the plurals part too. That's the thing. Like, does anyone ever remember her mentioning anything about a long shark or loan shark, but a long shark prior to her bringing it up when she was trying to explain away her lie? She never said anything about that to me. Does anybody remember her saying anything about that? I don't remember. Maybe she did, but I don't remember her saying anything about a loan shark. And there's other things too. Now that I think about it, that because when I was, and I'm not going to tell y'all what it was exactly, but when I was going through the old instant messages that she had sent me on Facebook, and I was trying to find the checks where she had sent the checks, images of the checks, there was something that I saw in there that she had. I can't even remember what it was right now because it was in passing. She mentioned it, but when I read it this time, based upon everything that's been going on, I said that's a lie. That's a lie. That doesn't even make sense. It contradicts what she was saying earlier on. So I don't remember her bringing up anything about long sharks or loan sharks or any of that stuff. And I could be wrong, but I don't remember that. And there wasn't anything inside of those messages either that I could remember that. So, and for her to bring it up, that was just something. And it didn't even make sense. What that got to do with anything? Just lying? It reminds me of like a child, you know, because the lies don't even make sense. Just give it up. Let me just say, hey, listen, I was lying. I lied. I will kind of fried. I apologize for all the lying, and I'm going to stop lying moving forward. Anyway, thank you, Michael, for super chat. Uju25 says, Marianne Lauren has a secret blonde. Here we go. Miranda says, Lenon, you have the YouTube streets in a chokehold. You've done nothing wrong. She was wrong. This was uncalled for and unnecessary. She should come clean. That would be the best strategy for her. That would be the best PR move on her behalf. See, when I did the video to bring this forward to people, that was a PR move too. And then when I did the follow-up video, and it wasn't to a lot of people's liking because they felt like I was giving her too much benefit of the doubt and that I was being too apologetic. Now, that was strategic. That's PR. That's also setting up the chessboard to see what her next move is. Because then she's fumbling around saying, oh, yeah, I'm going to go to the bank and then I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And then she's sitting in a restaurant with music playing in the background, not making any sense. And it just goes on and on and on. But where's the receipt that was promised? Didn't she say she was going to do it the next day? That was what, last Friday, I believe. So, yeah, she should just come clean, and that would be the best PR move on her behalf. Because it's not like it's going to hurt her to come clean, because everybody already know what the deal is. Y'all think that somehow this is an isolated incident for her? People don't go through these extremes just automatically out of life at her age all of a sudden. No. I'm sure that there's a lot of people out there that's dealt with her, whether that is in the film industry out there, or let's say even to a professional level, or even in a personal level, they recognize that this is what she does. But the best move for her to do, I'm talking about in terms of in the YouTube streets, PR on internet and PR dealing with social media, is just to come clean and set it to rest and then move on. I would suggest just get off of YouTube because this is done. Only reason why people gonna be watching now to see what's the next lie gonna be, and then going on that. Right? Now I have to say, Miranda, I was wrong for not vetting that receipt. I was wrong for that. Should have looked at it, should have analyzed it, and if I had done it then, we wouldn't be where we're at today. And I would have dropped her like a hot pocket way back then. I would have got on here and apologized profusely to you all and issue retractions. I would apologize to Umar even back then. I would apologize to Umar like I did today in the video that I'm going to play it again before we get up out of here. And I would apologize to everybody and issue retractions, and I would have been done with her. Okay, so that's on me. That was my bad, right? But what she's doing since she got exposed, and what she did when she got exposed, and then what she's been doing since, she's still wrong, and has no remorse whatsoever. That's crazy to me. No remorse. Thank you, Miranda. Okay, I know it's getting later on the East Coast. I try to be respectful of y'all's time because most people who tune in, they're from the East Coast. But we're gonna go for 30 more minutes because we got a lot of super chats in here. Let me look at this. Yeah, someone said hindsight is 2020. You're absolutely right about that. So we have to give ourselves some grace, and I got to give myself some grace. I'm over that. You know, like I recognize what took place, and I'm at peace with that. It's not gonna happen again, though. That's real talk. 819 votes. Do you think Umar is under federal investigation started by Mary Ann Lorient? 7% said yes, overwhelmingly 71% said no, and then 22% said I don't know. My answer is no. No evidence to prove it whatsoever that has been produced whatsoever. No paperwork, no documentation, no court cases, no nothing applied, none of that. And there's people who's looking into this. So that's their, that's in line with their focus and expertise, if I can use the term. I just saw Sister Lady Luck Club. She's deep into that. That's her thing. So she'd be able to tell y'all more than I would be able to. Right? But there is no supporting documentation, at least from what I've seen, and she's never, Mary Ann Lorient never showed me anything to back up any of that stuff. And again, she can go into a police precinct and take a video and act like, yeah, I just did this. Well, that don't mean nothing. It's like she took a picture of her at a bank. So what that's supposed to mean? Where's the receipt? I went to my one of my bank institutions. I told people in the video, I showed them the alleged checks, and they went to go get a bank manager. I talked with the bank manager. She had a nice accent too. I ain't gonna lie. So anyway, I don't mean to be like that. You know, it's not like we'll ever see each other again, but that's not the point, ma'am. I just want to let you know. Because I've explained it to her, she just asked. I said, "Oh, hey, hi." Anyway, she explained. She broke it down step by step. This is not. There's no bank institute where you can cash this. It's not a check. She said it's either a refi, like a company trying to get people to refi, so they send this out as a marketing, and to promote. She said to promote their services for that, or it's a like an offer, almost like an offer to purchase a home, to purchase a person's home. And these are sent out to literally tens of thousands of people per day in the United States of America. It's probably more than that. I would think at least 10,000, tens of thousands of people around the world in the United States of America, where companies are trying to market their services for refi or their services to purchase homes. So she broke it all down, and I told her, I said, listen, well, I already know what all this is, but I just want to get your professional opinion so that when I go back, because I told her that I was a vlogger, when I go back to my audience, I can explain this to them. I went to the bank. There's something else she said too, by the way. The back of this right here, the back, because that's what she wants us to focus on, and we ain't gonna get into that right now. You guys, I'm telling you, she's diabolical. But the bank manager, she broke that down. I said, wow. All right. Thank you, Miranda. Jarvis says, I honestly believe Umar sent her at you, Lenon. Notice he never dispelled any of those claims. Yeah, I've been thinking about that more and more. Is it possible? Yes. And if that is the case, I'll have to say to Umar, because I know you're watching this right now, salute to you. Right. If you put this together, salute to you. Okay. It was a major chess move, big time. Okay? On the other hand, if that isn't the case, one would have to question what's her motivation? What's Mary Ann Lorient's motivation then? That's probably the most confusing part. Again, I think part of it is that she's attention seeking. The histrionic aspect to this, and that she wants to be the center of it. I think also there's a part of her that wants to feel as if she's more powerful than Umar. Okay, I'm gonna say it. I think there's a part of her that where she wants to feel better are superior to black people. I'm talking about black people up over the United States of America that was born and raised up over here. And I don't mean to be like that. But when she said, because these Negroes, okay, first of all, she sounds like Umar, but it's disrespectful to black people who've been here for a long time. If you guys catch my drift. Now, let me be clear about something. I don't want people, and I'm not into all that, these people are foreign. I'm not into all that type of talk. Or they've only been here, they're immigrants. I'm not into all that because my grandfather on my mama's side was an immigrant, rest in peace. And then my great grandfather and great grandmother, rest in peace to them, on my mama's side were immigrants. So I'm not into all of that divisive talk, but I want to be clear about something, that there were things that she said to where, in it, to me, it felt as if she feels superior to black people here in the United States of America who've been here for a while. If that makes sense to people. Okay. And I'm not saying that everyone who, if they're a first generation or second generation, I'm not saying that they all think like that, but there's things that she said, well, it took me a step back. The same thing with Zora, when she was talking about how black women need to be for these black men and all this stuff, the sense of superiority. That's another one too, with the need for attention. So I'm bringing all of this up is because we have to ask, what are her motivations? And I'm not quite sure. It's not all clear to me. You know, again, if Umar put her on to do all this, great chess move, biggest chess move you've done in this whole Umar Johnson saga for sure. So I salute to that. But then if he didn't, what's really her motivation? I don't know. Makes no sense to me. Thanks, Jarvis. What's up, D. Will says facts. Better this came out now than after the doc drop. That would have been really bad for everyone. Yeah, it would basically destroy the credibility of the documentary. Yep. It only takes one thing. That's all. It takes one thing. See, if a person, again, if I put out a documentary and there's misinformation in there, then that's all it takes to dismiss all other claims. Just like with Marianne Lawrence, as far as I'm concerned, nothing that she said is true because she's not credible. Well, Lenon, that's not fair. She showed you paperwork with Umar, with his lawyer that tried to get her to stop, to release the movie. And okay, that's fine. That's all good and dandy. Okay, great. But I'm rejecting that too, on the strength that she's a liar, if that makes sense. Is it fair? Probably not, but I don't really care because a liar is a liar. And still keep lying. All right. Thanks, D. Will. Information Man said, peace and respect, brother. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to issue an apology. And I already know I did already because we've been communicating through email. I already issued an apology to this brother right here because I feel responsible for bringing Marianne Lawrence to the forefront, but also to him too, you know. And that's one of the things that I really had I was struggling with mentally and even emotionally a bit. I'm good now, but for a couple of days was that that's why I'm glad. Thank God that we got this nipped in the bud now. But I've been grappling with the fact that I've exposed a lot of people to this person, and this person is she lies unnecessarily and has no remorse. Hasn't offered me one apology and wants to act like everyone's doing her wrong, that I did something wrong to her. No, ma'am, you lied. I came out and exposed it at the right time. On God. No, you did not deserve any grace because you're still lying. And you did not deserve any more time because you're still lying. And you ain't apologized. And I'm the one that puts you on. So my apologies to Brother Information Man for bringing her to you. And we did a New Year's marathon. I took that one down too. We did a New Year's marathon. And we had Brother Information Man on. It was one of the best shows too. And we had Marianne Lawrence on. But she ain't nothing but a liar. mean, I've taken as many videos as I could find dealing with her. I've taken them down. Again, if I left them up, it will be profitable because there's a lot of people looking into her and then go back and no. Listen, I issued the retraction. I'm trying to maintain the credibility of my channel, and issue the appropriate apologies and move on. So again, thank you, brother. And again, I apologize. All right. Thank you for the super chat, sir. U225 says Marianne Lawrence was in room 131, pressing her ear to the wall with tears streaming down her face. She snuck into room 130 afterwards. All right. Well, you crazy. All right. Thank you, U225. You wild. Did my camera go to change? Let me see. Because it does that. It just switched. Okay, there we go. I think this is how it was before. No, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Which one do you guys prefer? This one? You don't have to see my big old head. So listen, yeah, your head is infringing on my space. I'm going to leave it right on this one. Okay, I apologize. Wicked Angel says, do you think she is working with Umar as a spy? I'm considering it. I am. I don't think so. Is it possible? Yeah. Is it likely? No. But if she is, this is an awesome move on Umar's part. Now, I'll salute him for that. If that's the case, I don't think so. You know. See, the thing is, and this is something that a lot of people they've been talking about. If Marianne Lawrence is and Umar are in opposition and have been, remember, this all goes down in 2023. So, it's close to 3 years. If they've been going at it for almost 3 years, okay, let's just give some grace here, 2.5 years. We'll say 2.5 years, roughly. And as Marianne Lawrence said that there's legal issues going on, including allegedly a class action lawsuit spearheaded by her against Umar Johnson, and also a federal investigation spearheaded by her against Umar Johnson, then why is she calling him on the phone? Yeah. Why would you even have his number in your phone? And again, y'all, I know people, y'all want to think what you want to think. But if I had accepted that call, there's all types of problems that could have happened as a consequence. Matter of fact, let me, I didn't address this in the video that I put together today, but let me just share something with you guys right quick. Well, maybe I'll do this in another video because I got to find, so one of the issues is that there's conflicting laws because that would have been across state lines, and there's different states would be involved. If I allow, no, it's not even if I allow, because she did it on her own volition, which was disrespectful in the first place. But if I had fielded that call and live streamed it to I don't remember how many people were there. I think it was like over 2,000 people there at that time. So it's not just me listening in, it's Marianne Lawrence listening in, Umar not giving his consent for that to happen, and then 2,000 more people listening in all at the same time across three different states, assuming that Umar is in this case in Pennsylvania when he picked up the call. So in my state, it is a one-party state, meaning that only one person on the call needs to know it is being recorded. And this is in general as a phone call. It's a whole nother thing when you're talking about live streaming on YouTube, on social media, and there's thousands of people listening in. And the person on the other call, on the other side of that call, in this case would be Umar, doesn't know about any of that stuff and hasn't consented. Pennsylvania is an all-party, two-party consent state. So everyone has to consent. But then on top of that, I'm listening in. Umar never gave consent. So it's not a two-party situation. It's actually a three-party situation. You guys understand what I'm saying? Because the person in Pennsylvania has a reasonable expectation of privacy, recording them without their consent violates Pennsylvania's wiretapping statute, which is a third-degree felony. And I told people that. Again, I'm just throwing this out there. Do you think she is working with Umar as a spy? Here is legal implications, legal conflict, Pennsylvania versus my state. I just don't want to say it just for cybersecurity purposes. Pennsylvania it's a third-degree felony to intercept or record a telephone communication unless all parties consent. In my state, it is generally legal to record a conversation if you are a participant or have the consent of one party. Okay, and I never agreed to be a participant in the first place. But furthermore, it's being live streamed to 2,000 people without the consent of Umar Johnson. And then the rule is that when recording calls across state lines, you generally must comply with the stricter law. In this case would be Pennsylvania. And potential consequences, criminal charges. In this case, Umar, he could claim that his privacy was violated, leading to felony charges against me, because I'm the one who's recording it. Civil liability, and then also YouTube platform liability. Here we go. As the owner of the live stream, you could potentially be liable for disrupting distributing the illegally recording content. Then I'll lose my YouTube page. All right. Anyway, this is some things for people to think about. All right. Did we get finished? Oh, let me finish this poll. We have over 1,100 votes. Do you think Umar is under federal investigation started by Marianne Lorient? 8% said yes, 68% overwhelmingly said no, and 24% said I don't know. So let me go ahead and close that out. All right. So let me focus on these super chats, and then we'll start winding this down. We'll be going for 20. My plan is to go for 24 more minutes. Let's see where we're at. One Shot Gaming says she also lied and said that the Cookie Crush chat was threatening to unalive her in the chat last week too. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. If someone is saying anything to her, that's not the Cookie Crush chat. Don't put it on all of us. Okay, that could be a Umar Johnson follower. That could be Umar himself. But again, what she tends to do is create these false narratives in order to spin it as if she's this victim. Like I said, I'll propose that people just don't engage her. Again, you do whatever you want to. Unsubscribe if you need to do that. Don't give her any attention because she's not deserving of it. That's my best advice. Again, I've already blocked her because she was sending me messages on YouTube. I've blocked her on Facebook. I've also unsubscribed from her YouTube page, and that's my policy. And y'all can accept it or not. And I would recommend that people in the Cookie Crush chat just steer clear because she's a liar. And she will turn anything into some sort of a pity party so that she can play as if she's the victim. She's the one who's victimized. Listen, she's actually victimized through her lies. She's victimized tens of thousands of people in these YouTube streets because there's a lot of people talking about her right now. They didn't even know who she was. But I'm talking about over these months, and I don't even know how many months it's been, out of all of the people that's viewed, whether you've seen one of her videos where I have her on, or a couple of them, or you've seen all of them, or you only watched one of them and that was it. She lied to you too. So she won't hold herself accountable for that. She's the type of person where she will never hold herself accountable, just like narcissists do. And then she always plays the victim, just like, because Umar's the same way. And any little thing you say, or she gonna try to flip it to try to make it seem like everyone's trying. Listen, lady, I ain't said nothing. I ain't got nothing to do with you. Don't send me no messages. I'm not sending you no messages. Stay in your lane. And I would recommend that everyone just dismiss her, because she ain't nothing but more than a liar. Thank you, One Shot Gaming. Lewis Suck says Mary Ann should get a job as a bill collector. Can y'all imagine her on the phone? I'm send me the check. I'm calling the FBI. Pay family. All right. Thanks, Lewis Suck. That's wild. Slim Jerusalem says, do you think she's blackmailing Umar with behind the scenes footage? And this is why he won't say her name. Again, I got to go back to it. I've never seen any behind the scenes footage. I remember, listen, That's another question. Let's go. Let's go. Does Mary Ann Lorient have behind the scenes footage of, well, I should phrase it this way. Does Mary Ann Lorient have incriminating? Yeah, we'll phrase it that way. So does Mary Ann Lorient have incriminating behind the scenes footage of Umar Johnson? Again, I could probably phrase it differently, but let's just go with that one. I apologize on that. Okay, get your vote in. So I'm bringing this up because I don't even know if there's behind the scenes footage that's incriminating Umar, because I never seen it. She never showed it. Is there behind the scenes footage? It's extremely likely that there is, because that always happens when you're doing a film or a documentary, whatever the case may be. There's always going to be behind the scenes footage. And what I mean is that there's going to be video footage that's taken outside of the context of the actual movie or the actual documentary, and people hold on to that. In some cases, they may use it as B-roll if it's, you know, kind of scenic or whatever. So the point is that, yeah, there is, I'm sure there is behind the scenes footage. Okay, that's a given. But is there behind the scenes footage that is incriminating to Umar Johnson? That's really how I should have phrased that. Okay, that's the real question. Already 232 votes, 20% said yes, 47% said no, 32% said I don't know. Okay, so I'll leave this up as we continue. So do I think that she's blackmailing Umar with the, but I don't even know if there is incriminating behind the scenes footage in the first place. At this point, I can't believe anything that she says. She's not only has she continued to lie, but she hasn't taken accountability and she hasn't apologized. She hasn't apologized to me. By the way, you guys remember when I kept saying I'm going to get on here and apologize, and she was like, "You don't have to do that." That was drama on her part, because she wants to be the victim. So she doesn't want people to apologize, because if you apologize, then she can't play the victim anymore. Did y'all peep that? Anyone peep that? Hit the one. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. Think about it. You're supposed to be a Christian woman, right? And if someone sincerely apologizes or say, "I'm apologize if I was wrong," you're supposed to accept that apology, but not her. Why not? You don't have to apologize. You know, my heart and all this other stuff. No, because if she accepts the apology, she can't continue with this whole narrative. It's a false narrative that she's a victim. No, you are the one that's victimized. Tens of thousands of people in these YouTube streets. And that's why people they not rocking with you. And I highly doubt that this is exclusive to just the internet streets. I don't know if anyone peeped that, but I was like, yeah, I see what she's doing there. You're supposed to be Christian, right? No, you don't have to. No, that's because she wanted to maintain her victimhood. She's always a perpetual victim, just like Umar. I'm telling you, I could run with this story for the next 6 months, and we can go through in detail every video, and we can dissect it, and I can do analysis, and we would get crazy views because everyone's talking about this, and I'll make a gang of money too. But I'm not going to do that. Unless someone keep getting online lying. So we're going to see. See, the best move from a PR standpoint is to be contrite, get online, apologize for lying, and make the appropriate apologies to the individuals that you have wronged, and then keep it moving. I'll suggest get off the YouTube, because YouTube, they don't play. You're going to learn. Thank you, Slimmer Jerusalem. Doai says, stand on your truth and everything will be revealed. I totally agree with this. And see, the thing is, I think Mary Ann Lawrence, she miscalculated, because I was playing chess, and my goal was to have her reveal who she truly is, but also to give her a sense of empowerment, that she was the one in control. How many of y'all peeped that? Hit the one. Yeah, well, you show the receipts, and I'm confident that you will, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Like I said, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. That's a chess move. Anyone peep that? So, because I know people probably in the chat, because I took the comments down. I know the people in the chat was like, Lenon tripping. I probably lost a gang of subscribers and a gang of members and everything. But hey, whatever it takes to reveal the truth. She thought she was playing me like a fiddle. No, ma'am. Nope. You're not that intelligent. I don't mean to be talking about a woman like this, because Umar's the same way. He thinks he's the smartest person in the room. He a dummy. But ma'am, you're not that intelligent. Because if you were, you wouldn't have to be coming up with all these lies, unnecessary lies. So you got me on with all of that stuff in the beginning. Yeah, you got me. But you got played. And now the truth is revealed. Hit the one. Thank you, Doaz, for the super chat. Umar loves, here we go. Said Umar loves snow bunnies. Me and my snow bunnies accept your apology. Yeah, if anyone don't know, if you don't know, I issued an apology in the beginning of this live stream to Umar Johnson. It's prepared. I wrote it out and I did a presentation on that. Now, to close out this video, I'm going to play it at the end to close out the live stream. So anyone who didn't see it, you'll be able to see it. Or if you like, you can always come back tomorrow after this is archived and go back to the beginning of the video and you can watch it yourself. Okay. And I told people that I would. Right. I'm a man of my word. Not a good look on my part, though. I'm talking about, this whole situation, the Marianne Lorient fake check saga. I don't even know if that's the right word to call it. The Marianne Lorient fake check scandal. That's what it is. It's not a good look on my part, right? We live and we learn. Thank you, Umar loves snow bunnies. You crazy. U2Defy says, so we can stop pretending Marianne Lorient movies are any good. Marianne Lorient is a filmmaker, same way Dempsey is a musician. I wonder how he's doing. He got off the internet. He's another one. Yeah, he be lying. He started a lot of I would say most of the lies that people have told about me, that he's the one who started those lies. But then at a certain point after it comes out that he's been indicted. It's I can't remember how many counts. I can't remember if it was seven count or 9 count indictment. I'll just go with seven count indictment for Medicare or Medicaid fraud and aggravated identity theft. And then he would try to do music, and it was horrible. And again, the Marianne Lawrence, it's not Marianne Lawrence movies. It's not B level. It's not C level. It's probably closer to D level, but based on the budget and based upon what she had to work with, and in particular with dealing with Umar, I tried to give her credit, and I think I was too gracious with that too. I thought of, well, I don't even want to get into that. I'm not even gonna go there. I'll leave it right there. Thank you, user Judivine. Simply Complicated says, love how you delivered this message, Judge LenonHonor. This is from way earlier. Okay, I'm like 2 hours behind. But don't you worry, that person is receiving quick karma on these YouTube streets. You have been validated. So thank you so much. Yeah, and she is, and she will continue to do so until she comes forward and tells the truth and then apologize to all the people that she's lied to. Yeah, and she has, and I'm not here to play the victim, and I never do that, but she has caused harm to my platform. She should apologize for that. But no, she wants to play the victim and act like I'm doing stuff to her. Lady, I ain't thinking about you. You're not important. You're not. You're someone I put on, and 95% of the people that's it's probably more than that. I'm being given grace. They wouldn't even know about you if it wasn't for me. And I'm not saying it to be as a statement of arrogance. I built her channel step by step. Put together little presentations and then sent it to her as attachments for her to go step by step so she can go step by step. And then she want to act like I did something wrong to her. Okay. But again, Umar's the same way. Thank you so much, Simply Complicated. And you're right. In these YouTube streets, YouTube don't play like that. People on YouTube don't play like that. People who lie, who are deceitful, people who cause harm to people, and then they don't apologize, they gaslight. YouTube people on YouTube don't play that. Thank you, Simply Complicated, for super chat. I appreciate it. Lewis Luck says, I don't believe she got any money from Umar. It's possible. That's another question we can ask. I mean, was there a settlement? At some point, maybe, but there's no. She never provided any proof, and why not provide the proof? Again, if whatever she said that where she didn't provide any proof, as I stated in the video to start, I reject all of that and retract any statements related to that. She really does. She did. She caused harm to my brand. She caused harm. And again, I'm not playing the victim. I'm just stating the fact. She caused harm to my credibility. And that's on me, though, too, because I should have vetted all the information. I should have vetted all of it. So that's on me. Right? Anyway, her lying is not on me. I should say it that way. That's on her. And her karma, that's on her. Yeah. Is it possible that she didn't get any money from Umar? Yeah, it's absolutely possible. Okay, she didn't provide any receipts to show that she got any money. So I'm not, listen, the way I look at it, she didn't get no money. And that'd be easy to show. Thanks, Louis. Hiriam speak on it. Says, yes, sir, let's walk it back. Yeah, this is in reference to me apologizing to Marianne Lorient last week, where I said I didn't feel like I gave her enough time. No, I gave her enough time. That was PR. That was a chess move. I gave her enough time. Because if I given her more, and I explained this in the video, if I given her more time, she would have more time to create lies. And I wasn't having that. All right, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna have to do these other ones quickly because we're running up against the clock. User 225 says, family. y'all are going in the book of here we go. Oh my God. That's crazy. You're going in the book of Boy, that is nuts. All right. You got that one. Thank you, user 225. Ms. Vernica says, Lenon, you are definitely smarter than letting some woman like Mary Ann play you. That hashtag Muppet. Hashtag Muppet baby. Yeah. Well, the thing is that, yeah, I got played because initially she did provide receipts to back up her claim that Umar tried to stop her from releasing the film. And what ended up happening for me was two things: that I believed in her at that point because she provided receipts to corroborate. However, when she started creating all of these other stories, I went on the strength of her initial story and the receipts that she provided, and I shouldn't have done that. Totally wrong on my part. Hold myself accountable. Totally wrong. Shouldn't have done that. Again, the emotional part of this too, where she's a woman who's Umar took advantage of and tried to steal her into okay, I get all that now. In hindsight, it's 2020, but back then, just my mindset, and I shouldn't have been that way. So, in other words, it's not an issue of intelligence, and it's not an issue of not being smart about things. It's an issue of letting down my guard and accepting her into this space, believing that she was something that she was not. And that was a mistake on my part. And then believing what she was saying at a certain point without her providing any receipts to back it up. That was the huge mistake right there. Okay? So, but again, she thinks that somehow she's smarter. No, that's not the case at all. Okay, I just got played. That happens to people who are geniuses. That's not the issue. But now, where the things the chessboard is at, right? It's already checkmate. That's done. Thanks, Ms. Bernica. Kira says, but why? Why would she do all this? How would this fake story benefit her? It just doesn't make sense. Diabolical. Again, this is the question. Again, I don't have the answer to it. I don't have a complete answer. I think part of it is, like I said, it's an issue of her and the attention seeking and the spotlights on her. And so she has to create more and more fabrications to keep, Kira, I apologize. Kira, my wife, this was last year sometime. She was watching this thing on Netflix, and there was a woman who was Okay, the term just skipped my mind. Help me out, y'all. Where people, it's a term. Catfish. Y'all know what I was thinking, right? I was thinking when people get online and long shark people. That's no, it's not the long shark. When people it's with people that catfish. But this lady was catfishing this young girl and it was going on for months. And all this stress for the little girl, and it got real crazy, right? But then come to find out it was a little girl's mama. I said, what in the world? Anyone see that on I think it was on Netflix. That's how I thought she was. Anyone see that? Y'all laughing. No, I'm serious. Yeah, it was the mama. Someone said sharkfish. What's up? What's up, East B? It was sharkfish. The long shark catfish. Yeah, it was based on a true story. It was a Lifetime movie. I guess it's like, I don't know, Lifetime. I don't know what it was. It was a true crime video about. Yeah. What's up, Danny? Yeah, someone said it was on your fool said it was on Netflix. Yeah, it was called Unknown Numbers. Is that what it was called? Yeah, it was crazy. And I could not wrap my head. Why would you do that in the first one? Why would you do that to your own daughter? I could not wrap my mind around it. But after this, Kira, I think that there's whatever that is, that mama, how that mom, that's I think my opinion is that Marianne Lorient got some of that going on. You know, she has to pretend to be, I don't know. I don't know. I can't call it. I'll tell you one thing. You're right about that. It's diabolical. Real talk. Thank you, Kira. Mickey says Mary Ann went to the bank on Friday like Umar went to the electric company on Monday. You're right. You're right. Absolutely. And it's such an unnecessary lie, right? It's just unnecessary. Why not just tell the truth? And then all the other lies, and I have all the videos. I mean, again, like I said, we can go in on this for the next 2 months, but I ain't gonna do that. Unless, okay, we're gonna see. Now, this is all chess, not checkers. But Umar, why did Umar lie? I'm just thinking about it now, Mick, because we just had the 7-year anniversary of Umar acquiring these trap bandos, 7 years. Why did Umar have a need in February of 2019? Damn, February 2019 to even lie? Why lie about that? It's so unnecessary. Why not say, hey, listen, it's going to take a couple months to get the electricity turned on, but we working on it, family. We working. Why not do that? No, he got to lie. He got a lie to kick it. He always lying to kick it. Well, the same thing with this right here. See, Marianne Lorient knows that there is no way that she's going to prove that this fake check is real. She knows that. She knows that. When I showed this to the bank manager, I'm telling you, listen, Marianne Lorient knows that this is fake. She knows that. And she knows that she's not going to be able to provide any proof that's going to make it real. Because it's like you can't come up with evidence to prove that a lie is the truth, because a lie is a lie. You can't come up with any proof that the truth is a lie, because the truth is the truth. Now, you may have thought that a lie was the truth at one point, or you may have thought that the truth was a lie. But once it's confirmed, and she's a liar. This check right here, it's a fake. It's a fake. Shout out to Sweatmeat. So what can she do? But instead of just admitting that, she has to go through all of this stuff. I'm family on Friday or whatever. I think it was on Friday. I'm gonna go right in the morning, and everyone was. I'm gonna go live, and then she said she's gonna send it to me. She didn't send me nothing, and then she didn't go live either. She does a video. So I don't even know what she was doing. I can't remember. Then she does another video where she's at a restaurant talking, and I was like, what? Where is the receipt at? We ain't going to hear about all this other stuff. This is what you said you was gonna do. And then still going with it. Just give it up. I mean, it does not help you, ma'am, to keep running with this. It just looks worse and worse and worse. And the longer you go with it, the more these internet streets, they're going, I'm telling you, they're going to go in on you. They're going to be talking all kind of mess about you. And if that's what you want, because some people, they don't care what kind of attention they get as long as they get attention. But if that's what you want, go on ahead. My best advice is to tell the truth, apologize, and then get up off of YouTube. All right. Well, yeah, you're right, Mickey. It's the same thing. Thank you for the super chat. Gooch, what's up, Gooch? I ain't seen the minute. Says LenonHonor. She was about them cookies over the consciousness. Forget no, I wouldn't say that. I'm not going to say that. Thank you for being a member for 12 months. Miss Honey said Lenon did the damn thing. Yeah, that's from earlier. I'm going to play that to close out. I got to go through these quickly because well, I mean, it's not really late, but it's just the people on the East Coast. I'm trying to be respectful of y'all time. D. Will says, you may have missed a calling. You'd make a hell of a lawyer, receipts upon receipts. Yeah, no, that I think I would have done well at that. But the thing is that in my younger age, I had so many other issues going on that I think that it would have, well, that's just life. You know, there's a lot of stuff I probably could have done very well. But there's just, again, my life has been all of this all over the place and trying to figure things out and lost and all this stuff. But hey, listen, I'm blessed. I'm thankful. You know, it's a celebratory month for my family. I got a nice dog. You know, he was going crazy. He barked too much, but he's cool. My wife and my kids, we went, like I said yesterday. That's why I couldn't lodge. I apologize for that because I had set it up, but we didn't get back on time. We went to a reptile. I don't even know what to call it. Not like a reptile farm or reptile, but they have gang of reptiles. It's in an enclosed space. It wasn't even a big space, but they had all kind of reptiles and stuff, snapping turtles. And we had a good time. We had such a good time. I enjoyed it. I was surprised. I thought I was going to be in there like, yeah, this ain't my, no, but I really enjoyed having that time. So we had a wonderful time yesterday. And I'm thankful. So even though my life didn't go the route that I had hoped for it to go in my life, especially early on in my life, I know that I'm a blessed man in 2026. You know, I am. And that's why, again, like I said, you always have to have the spirit of appreciation wherever you're at, and then stay humble. And then remember that the Lord give it and the Lord take it. You know, I believe that it's a gift for Marianne Lorient to be exposed. I think it's a gift from the Lord, real talk. Because like this sister, I don't want to say her name, but like this sister, and I've always respected her. She goes, I've known her for a lot longer than most people. And she's been very encouraging of me over there. She's a woman of faith. I have extreme respect for her. And intellectually, she's unmatched. I don't mean to say it that way, but she's just on it. And she said that this had to happen. I'm paraphrasing, so that Marianne Lawrence, her lies wouldn't get into the documentary. That's a blessing right there. That's a blessing. So again, now that I'm at this place dealing with this whole Marianne Lawrence fake checks saga, if you will, I'm at a place now where, okay, it is what it is. It was what it was. But it's a blessing that this all comes out now, even though it's been very difficult. Okay? Anyway, thank you, D. Will. Yeah, plus me and my wife, we used to watch Matlock. That was our show back in the day. Y'all remember Matlock? Dun, 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 dun. I used to love that song too. It was down in Atlanta. We lived in Atlanta back then too. All right. Thank you, D. Will. User 225 says Umar wanted that scene pressing up against a white woman. They snapped it because he changed his mind after Marianne Lawrence volunteered. No, we're not going to do that. I'm telling you. Again, the best thing is for her to just tell the truth and come forward, because people don't like liars. They don't. Okay, they just do not. All right, thank you. Christina says, I think Marianne was a plant sent by Umar. He probably mad at her for failing the mission. Yeah, well, at this point, she definitely failed, and I'm thankful that all this has come to light. Again, it's a blessing. Do I think that she's a plant from Umar? I don't think so. I don't. Is it possible? Yes, and I think that it's more possible than what I thought. Let's say last week when we first kind of got into all of this, especially given her the videos that she's taken some of them down, but the videos that she's been doing more recently, it's more possible, at least in my mind. And if he did, and I said it earlier, if Umar, if you orchestrate this, listen, that's a boss move, homeboy. Well played. I always give you credit. Well played. By the way, Umar. I decided that part of what I'm going to do in the documentary too is I'm going to make sure that I outline more of the positives that you've brought, because there are some things, and it's not just the positives that you have brought over the years, let's say dealing in the Black conscious space, but also given more focus to the accomplishment, the academic achievements, those types of things. That's one of the things that this experience has kind of taught me, because if there is no connection between Marianne Lorient and Umar in terms of they're in cahoots, if that doesn't exist, for her to do what she's doing, what she's done and continues to do, that's an extreme level of hatred that's unmatched. I don't have hatred for Umar. I don't like what he's doing, but I don't have hatred for the guy. Okay, would I ever be friends with him? Absolutely not. Okay, he's too shady and he's hurt too many people. I wouldn't even want to be around people like that. I'd say, listen, I appreciate peace in my life, real talk. But if you have that level of hatred where you're creating false narratives, and not only are you attempting to cause harm to Umar, but you're also harming people who are attempting to bring Umar to justice legitimately, you have to have some serious deep-seated issues. And this all assumes that, that they're not in cahoots with each other. See, at the end of the day, I've never operated like that with Umar. Does he piss me off? Yeah, many times. Okay, he's called me gay. He said that I was a PDF. He's doxed my wife's email address and told his followers to email her, and they did. He's doxed my home address. I've had people at my last job, people call to try to get me fired. One person did it in a live stream. I had one person call CPS. For what? And did a live stream to do it. Why do that? It's not necessary. It jeopardizes my family, and it's, see, that is not the way. And again, all is forgiven. All is forgiven. And hopefully everyone is. And I've always said I just want everyone to be doing better, because we all get lost in all of this at points, but we don't have to resort to that type of thing. That's one of the reasons why I don't even tell people where I work at or even what I do, because I can't afford for someone to call up to my job and try to get me fired. I got too many family responsibilities to have that. Now, financially, if I want to do YouTube full time, would it work financially? Yeah, but YouTube doesn't offer benefits. I have a family to take care of. I can't jeopardize that. See, I don't operate like that. I'm not on here to try to hurt anybody, and I'm not going to lie on people to cause harm. Well, that's what Marianne Lorient was doing. And not only is she hurting Umar, but she's hurting my brand. She's damaged my reputation. Okay, again, I should have done my due diligence. So I own up to that. I recognize that. It is what it is. But if you have that level of hatred, that not only would you make up lies about Umar, which is wrong, but then you also jeopardize someone who's really trying to do right and bring Umar to justice, that speaks volumes as to your character. But I will say this, that yeah, she failed the mission. That was my son, looking all buff. He be working out. He like his daddy. So we was moving this table right here. We were moving this table upstairs. And I was like, yeah, you trying to get them muscles like your daddy. He just started laughing. All right. Thank you, Christina. One Shot Gaming. I'm gonna put this screen so where when you walk by it doesn't show you, because I try to keep you know what the deal is, buddy. All right. Oh no, it's okay. He said he's hungry. Yeah, you don't have to say nothing. It's all good, buddy. Okay. One Shot Gaming said, Marianne, you messed up big time. yeah. Thank you, One Shot Gaming. I'm like 2.5 hours behind in this chat room for the super chat. No. My son, he's trying to get on swole like me. He's working on it. He laughing at me. Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah, all my kids. That's the thing. I'm really thankful. They was raised right, and they good people. Thank you. What's up, Sheree? Sheree says somebody come get Wyclef John Crooked. Don't do that, man. Oh man, I'm choked. Let's not do that, man. You're gonna be gone to November, you know. You're gonna be gone till November, family. Some of y'all don't know what I'm talking about, huh? All right. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Hit the one. I had a girl who used to play that song all the time back in the day. She was like 33. I was 23. He used to play that all the time. All right. What's up, Monster Hunter? She gonna be gone until I'm sorry, this is the video I did earlier. I'll play it to close out. She gonna be gone to November with the long shark. Because the long sharks, they don't come back, into that water, that area in the world until November. And that's when they migrate. Right? Okay. He said somebody come get Wyclef John's freaking That's crazy. That's crazy. Get that off of there. That's crazy. You did the right thing, Lenon. Yes, the Most High had you expose her. Yeah, and then also, and thank you, Christina. Thank you for that. But also, I think it's also it's the Lord's way of pulling back and just tightening things up, and to be more careful. I think that's part of it too. So, it's a horrible situation. If you guys, just overall, it's unnecessary. But also, I think it's necessary. I know this kind of contradictory, but it's also necessary for moving forward. But in the moment when it takes place, it's just so unnecessary. But at this point, yeah, I can see it clearly. That's why I can sleep, and I can rest easy, and I'm at peace with all of this, and I'm thankful that it happened, because ain't no telling what else would she have come up with over the next month, next 3 months, next year. And just lying on Umar. And see, what I think is that this is what I think would have happened, that at a certain point, the lies that she told about Umar, because she would have to keep upping them, just getting more and more over the top, that at a certain point that it just wouldn't, people would have come to the point where they have, what is the term? Like immunity. They'll have immunity from it. In other words, it doesn't affect them the same way because it's already gotten over the top. And what I think what she would have probably done is just start making up lies about other people, and probably myself included, right? Maybe make up lies about people in the chat room just to keep it going. That's what I think would have happened. But thankfully, we were able to nip it in the bud soon enough. And it is what it is, and it was necessary. So yeah, thank you so much. And thank the Lord that it went down the way that it did, because this could have been going on for the next year or so. Thank you, Christina. Truck Talk says Umar still haven't said anything. No, he hasn't. He hasn't said anything, and who knows what's going on? Ain't no telling. There's people who are saying maybe there is some other type of stuff going on between them that may have gone on, or I don't even want to speculate and all. I just know that it's messy, and it's not something that I want to platform, and it's not something that, I don't know. He ain't said nothing, and maybe one day he will. But again, Umar, you always welcome on my platform too. You want to spill the tea on her, you can come on. I'm still gonna ask you about these fake funky bandos. So, all right. Okay. Thank you, Truck Talk. Vinny Chino says, I'm all right, y'all, come on. Y'all, thank you, Vinny Chino, for being a member for 6 months. What's up, Texas Diva says, it's crazy. I got one of those last week offerings to buy my oil royalties. Yeah, I mean, it's marketing, and I've received, I mainly get like from credit card companies. They be sending me stuff, You know, but I you know, listen, I ain't got time for all that. I just shred it up and throw it in the tray. I ain't got time for all that. So yeah, people get these all the time. You know, literally, these are shipped out. You know, tens of thousands of people in the United States of America receive these. You know, it's all over. It's all over the place. But she tried to pass it off. Hey, that's the thing, Texas. I don't understand. It's so unnecessary. Why? And why does it got to be 68,600? Because that's what's on the check. Why would someone pay out? Now that I think about it, again, hindsight 2020, whatever they say. Why would someone pay you out 60? Why is it exactly 6? It don't make no sense. It's weird. But again, I was fooled. Hold myself accountable for it. Yeah. And then the back of the check, we ain't gonna get into that yet. You know, well, when I tell you what the bank manager told me about the back of this check, y'all gonna trip. This lady, she devious, diabolical. Thanks, Texas Diva. Yeah, you in Texas, so you probably got oil. You probably got oil field and all that stuff. You got cattle, the oil, baby oil, everything. All right, thank you, Texas Diva. Valerie says that's right. Then humble yourself in the sight of the Lord, and He will lift you up. That's what I was trying to say earlier, but I couldn't get the words out right. That's what that was about, and I still do that whenever I can. You know, I was going to give an example for my job, but I can't do that. Like even if I'm talking to someone and then after we're done talking, everything's fine, but then I sit back and I may be sitting so I said, wait a minute, did I say that? Wait, maybe I should, because maybe did they take offense to that? And so I'll go back to that person and hey, listen, I said that didn't offend you, did it? They're like, oh no, not at all. Okay, but what am I doing there? It's you stay humble. And you do that not just for that person, but you do it to show the Lord that you know you're willing to humble yourself. And it's huge. I mean, it is huge. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. The social media thing, it can really skew things for people. You know, they start getting views, and they may not even be getting a lot of views, but in their own mind, they think. And I think this is in part what happened with Marianne Lorient. You know, she get 1,000 views. She thinks she's, you know, the next what's the guy the monster or whatever. He have candy bars, whatever. I can't remember his name right now. I was gonna say PewDiePie, whatever that one guy's name is, but you guys know what I'm talking about. The guy, he has the Monster bars and stuff. We were at Walmart a couple year ago or something. I said, yeah, that's that guy on YouTube. That's his brand. Yeah, they started thinking they Beyonce. Someone said hindsight is $68,600. Yeah, Mr. Beast. That's what it is. Mr. Beast. They should have to start thinking you Mr. Beast and shit. You ain't Mr. Beast. Cut it out. You may know some long sharks, but you don't know nothing about them. But how you get and you get 1,000 views, you think that no, it goes to their heads, but that's because they don't stay humble. So you have to be humble in any opportunity that you can that you have to exhibit, and not just to the world, but to the Lord that you're humble. You take that as an opportunity. Well, I'm all this, and I got all of this going on, and I got 6 degrees, and I got, I'm doing this. No, humble yourself. Again, like I said, she didn't humble herself. She didn't have the spirit of appreciation, and now look what's happened. The Lord's taken. See, that may be the biggest lesson I've learned being on YouTube. Is stay humble, have the spirit of appreciation, and remember that the Lord give, the Lord take it. All right. Thank you, Valerie, for a soup chat. Ghetto Soldier says, so she showed the back of a real check to make it seem legit, then switched the front part to a fake check. We ain't gonna get to that right now. We ain't gonna get to that right now. Well, I guess we did. Let me tell y'all. The bank manager looked at this right here and was like, yeah, you can't cash this anywhere. This is not an actual check. It's marketing. It's either for a refi offer or it's to purchase the home. That's what, and she said, I said, yeah, is that why it says pay up to? Yeah, that's that they will be willing to pay up to. I said, well, can this woman, because I showed her the picture too. I said, hey, listen, I'm a vlogger on YouTube. I said, this is me right here. I'm on YouTube. I had this woman come on here and she said that, and asked me to show this check right here. And she said that she was able to cash it and that it cleared. And I said, here's a close-up of it. And I showed it to her, and she said, she just went step by step, and she said, no, this is not a check. I said, and you see down here, it says disclaimer. She read it. She said, yeah. And I said, this phone number right here, this goes to a real estate company. She says, yeah, well, that's because it's either to refinance a home, it's a refinance offer, or it's an offer to purchase the home. It's the bank manager. I said, yeah, well, this is what my research shows. I just wanted to get your expert opinion on this. And I said, well, what about the back of the check? She looked at it. She says, yeah, well, that's the endorsement right there, such and such. She read through. Yeah, she said, no, this right here is an actual check, the back of a check. But this right here, this is a fake. So what Marianne Lorient, what she was attempting to do was she was attempting to show this as much as possible, because I went back and watched the video. She wanted to show this as much as possible because this is taken from an actual back of a check. But this right here, this back is not associated with this. This right here is not a check at all. That's how diabolical and devious this woman is. I didn't want to say anything, but you're absolutely right. Hit the one. Hit the one. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Hit the one. Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up, Ghetto Soldier, because I wanted to see what was her next move. But hey, it is what it is. Now maybe she said, you know, well, I didn't think that was that check, and I actually mixed it. No. You're not going to mix up a $68,600 check with anything. Cut it out. Hit the two. That's not going to happen. And it ain't even about the back of the check. It's about the front of that check, because that's where the information is that shows that it's not a check. And I called the number. And the brother, like I said in the beginning, I didn't want to put his name out there. But the other thing is that the phone call where he contacted, that's crossing boundaries, cybersecurity issues as well. But the other thing is that I'm careful about who I promote. Got to stop doing that. But this brother right here, intelligent, well-spoken, and he was on it. The company itself verified that the check was a fake. But that's why she wanted me, and she told me too, you can just show the back of it. And then she says, you know, the front of it, just don't let it linger. Because I went back and listened. I said, wait a minute. Diabolical. So yeah, you're right, Ghetto Soldier. You're absolutely right. Damn, someone said she's down to 2,000 or 4,500 subs. Yeah. And I'll propose that the people who are still gonna stay around, that they're there just, you know, for the bullshit. That's all. They want to see where this train wreck is. But I don't want to have nothing to do with it. I don't want to hear nothing about it. I don't want to see none of it. If you had the spirit of appreciation, you wouldn't be lying, you know, and be appreciative of what other people have done for you, including myself, to get you to the whatever subscriber count you had. None of that would have happened if it wasn't for me helping you in the beginning. But you lack humility. You're arrogant. Your ego is out of control. And yeah, you're a liar too. That's part of the problem. But you can't humble yourself before the Lord. You said you're a Christian woman, right? You can't humble yourself. I'm talking to Marianne Lord. You can't humble yourself and just tell the truth. Well, Lord give, Lord take it. Thank you, Ghetto Soldier. Latoya, how's it going? Says, as a woman, I've only ever seen a woman do something this ridiculous when they are secretly infatuated with that man. Yeah, there's a lot of people who've talked about this. I shouldn't say a lot, but there are people who've been talking about this, or at least they're suggesting it. I've seen comments being left about it. It just seems over the top to go through to these extremes to lie on Umar. Like, what's the motivation really? I don't know. I tried to give some ideas about it. Like I was saying, it's an issue of her just needing attention. Because Dempsey was like that. You know, he just wanted attention. Any type of attention he can get, he would do whatever he could, including lying about me, whatever it took to get attention. He paid people to lie about me and lie about other people too. It wasn't just me. He heard a lot of people. Well, this woman, she's done the same thing. She's betrayed a lot of people, tens of thousands of people. Because it's not just the people who subscribe, it's also the people who decide not to subscribe, but they're still watching. But for whatever reason, it's so far over the top. And I don't understand it. I have no idea. And if anyone ever figures that out, please let me know. It just does not make sense for anyone to go to this extreme to lie on Umar. And then the lies are so far out there and so unnecessary. Thank you, Latoya. Sharif says that I'm not going to say that woman lied about Umar collapsing on stage too. It's possible. And listen, I haven't received any receipt to verify any of that. That's why even then I said alleged. And I remember I shut the show down just in case if something happened to Umar, I shut the show down because I didn't, I prayed for the guy. Okay, even though I didn't know whether it happened or not, I said I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. Okay, that just goes to show you it's not that I hate Umar. That's not it at all. Right. I was saying alleged because she never provided any proof, and she still hasn't. Thank you, Sharif. Sir Longshot said, even the first time you had her on, she was very rude, constantly yelling over you. Yeah, I did notice that, but I was trying to be gracious. I really was. Dismissive and entitled. You're right. You're right. She didn't want questions. You're right about that too. You're right about that. She would also she would issue commands because Umar does the same thing. She issues commands. Why are you issuing commands to me when you're on my platform? But I stayed humble. I said, okay, let's just go with it. Right. This is last year. Yeah. There's a lot of similarities that I'm noticing now. They were present then, but again, hindsight is 20/20, and we get caught up in the story and again the part about her being a victim and all this kind of stuff that just compromised my intellectual processes. Okay, never again. It's not gonna happen again. I can promise you guys that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Dismissive, entitled. Okay? Didn't want to be questioned on anything. Thank you, Sir Longshark. And see, the thing is that if someone asks you a question about something and the truth isn't going to harm you, you're going to answer and it's okay, right? You're not going to get all irate and start yelling and get defensive and tell people, I don't owe you an explanation. You ain't going to do all that. You say, oh, well, this is what it is right here. And they could either accept it or not. Right? But if you know that you've been lying and someone started asking a question that's going to lead to the truth about you lying, then you get defensive about it. You start ranting and raving. That's precisely what she did. Unnecessary. That makes sense, people in the chat room? Yeah. So yeah, you're right, Sir Longshark. Why you got a shark head with a tie on? I tried to put a tie with this shirt. I tried to put a tie on, but I couldn't button the top button because my neck is all fat. I got to do something about that, family. Okay, next month. Thank you, Sir Longshark. How's it going, Dr. Nettie? Says you should do a deep dive on Mary Ann Lorient. Yeah, I definitely could. I think that it would be. It would get a lot of views and I get a lot of subscribers and I would make a lot of money too, but I'm not going to do that. That's not my plan. My plan is to focus on Umar. I may do a couple more shows dealing with this topic. And no, I'll say that I will do a couple more shows dealing with this topic. I don't know how many, but it won't be like long term. And then we'll continue to cover Umar, but the focus is on Umar because he's the main event, right? He's the one that matters. Largely, she's irrelevant. She's a liar. Umar's a liar too, but she's not the storyline. She's irrelevant. But if I did decide to do that, I would actually start content because there's people that sent me all kind of stuff. I didn't want to get into the type of stuff because there's people in real estate that sent me stuff. There's people who are in the legal, I should have said this, and they're in the legal system, if you will, that sent me stuff. Who knows how deep this goes with this lady? But she don't want me to start digging. I'll tell you that right now. She don't want me to. Listen, I'm doing a whole documentary on Umar's life. She's easy work, real talk. And I'm not saying that to be arrogant. I'm saying that's a statement of fact. So we're going to see. We're going to see. Like I said, if people want to continue to lie and act like I'm doing all, I ain't doing nothing. Nope. You want to keep playing them games? Listen, don't take my kindness for weakness, because I'm not the one. And I've given every single opportunity for this woman to come clean, and been very respectful through this process. Hit the one. But if you was a dude, real talk, you would have got to work. Real talk. So we're going to see. Thank you, Dr. Nene. U225 says, Marianne Lawrence be burying the... Stop. Boy, you tripping. You really tripping. Lewis, like, what's up, Lewis? Like says, you have to call into question almost everything she said. I agree. There's an actual term called pseudologio fantastica. Just found out Umar might too. Yeah, someone brought this up last year. It's like fantastic thinking or something like that. Let me pull that up, because yeah, I think a lot of the stuff that she was saying about Umar, I think it's just she's making it up. Like, you know, she's a script writer. She's written, I think she's written books, and she starts to believe the shit. That's what it is. That's what I think it is. So pseudologia fantastica, I hope I'm saying it properly, PF, or pathological lying. Yeah, we already know about that. A psychiatric phenomenon characterized by chronic, compulsive, and elaborate lying that blends facts with fiction to construct dramatic, often heroic, narratives. Unlike typical lying, PF involves a sincere belief in, they believe it, in the fabrication stories, and lacks clear, immediate motives. Yeah, because none of it makes sense. What's the motivation? Acting as a profound distortion of reality. Yeah. Key characteristics. Watch this. Intricate fabrication stories are often detailed, highly imaginative, and span for years. Self-aggrandizement. Here we go. The stories typically paint the individuals as a hero or a victim or someone of high status. I do this for my community, family. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. And you hurt my heart. It's a bullet to the cut it out. Stop. Where I come from, you don't even talk like that. Real talk. Eastside Pyru, real talk. You don't talk like that. I wasn't in them streets, though. I had family members. I ain't gonna lie. I had family members in there, real talk. But you don't talk like that. Listen, any of y'all black people, you lived in the hood, or you lived around it, or you don't talk like that. Why are you dramatizing the shit like that? Listen, black people, we don't play about getting shot, even if it's like, you trying to use it as an analogy. You don't play like that. I mean, you don't talk like that. Hit the one. The hero, I'm taking Umar down. He's going to listen. I'm gonna tell y'all, I gave her props, and listen, I do. Sometimes I overstate stuff. I do. But then people, their ego, they take it to their head. They think that they really on that level. No. See, my work on Umar, Marianne Lawrence, is unnecessary. Unnecessary. But I say things to offer encouragement. Yeah, you're doing a fantastic job. You've done all this in just this short a period of time. And I've been at this for you. Yeah, this is just me trying to give you some credit. But here we go with the wag the dog shit. It goes to your head. I'm taking everybody down. I'm putting cases on everybody. No, cut it out. It's not that serious. Stop. You're lying all the time too. Cut it out. Don't make me go here. Don't make me do it. stay humble. But no, she has to paint herself as if she's the hero and she's also the victim. And there, you know, he did this to me and the bullet and all that. I don't want to hear all that. Cut it out. It's just unnecessary. It's ridiculous. Another characteristic is internal belief. Individuals may feel their lies are true, acting more like delusion than calculated deception. No clear motive. The lies often serve no obvious purpose, or the benefit is not proportionate to the effort. Yeah, it's not proportionate to all of the shenanigans. What's the benefit though? So I don't know. It's no clear motive. That's the most confusing part about this. I know I said we're gonna be done, but I got time. Thank y'all for tuning in. If you enjoyed the show, hit the like button. Okay, I forgot to tell people. And then distortion of reality. PF, meaning pseudologia fantastica, if I'm pronouncing it right, is characterized by excessive distortion, often grounded in a few small real life events. That's what I'm saying. I think Umar did cause problems. I think that Umar, he attempted to try to gain control over this project. Yes, I believe that Umar did not want her to release that film, but everything else is called into question, in my opinion. But I'm going to say it right here. Like I said in the video, where do I start this live stream? Everything that she said, I dismiss outright, because a liar is a liar. And a hit dog will holler too. Y'all, that's something that people have been saying. Because I asked a simple question about this fake check. I said, is this the check? You were able to take this check? I kept asking her, you was able to take this check to the bank and you was able to cash or deposit this check and it cleared? She started talking in circles. And then she started raging. Well, hit dog will holler. Real talk. Thanks, Lewis. Look. Yeah, that's right on right there. That's right on. Real quick, clinical and behavior aspects often used interchangeably with this term to describe a pathological liar is mythomania. Mythomania. I like that one. I'll remember mythomania. Right. Function. It is generally a sometimes conscious attempt to receive attention. That's what I think. Admiration, yeah, or sympathy. Oh, my heart! And it's just it's like carving out the hole in the table, and you try to put a plug in it, and the shark comes and swims through. Cut it out. I was just sitting there like, okay, go on ahead, go on, keep going. Because she wanted me to be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Now she can play the victim. No, you're not no victim. You victimize everybody with your lying. Damage my reputation. So where's the apology? All right. And again, these types of people, they take kindness for weakness, and they think that because someone, because I'm very much laid back, but I'm not the one. I'm not. Never have been. I've been telling people this for years. I'm not the one. Never been, but I'm real cool though. Real cool, laid back. We can chill. It's all good, Function is generally a sometimes conscious attempt to receive attention, admiration, or sympathy, or to avoid shame in conflict. I also think that this is part of it too, with her, the shame part. But see, even if you did wrong and you don't want to have to deal with the shame after you admit that you were wrong, everybody already know that you're wrong. So might as well deal with it. Persistent. It is a long-lasting, often lifelong habit rather than an isolated incident. And that's what I was saying earlier. I think that this is a pattern. It's a pattern of behavior with her, and it's not just online. I'm quite sure that it's offline too. And anyone who knows her personally, you probably know this to be true too. Some of y'all watching right now. She at work raging like that. Don't make you think. All right, whatever. Treatment challenges. Patients with PF can be difficult to treat due to their intense, fabricated, and often hostile defense of their narratives. And that's precisely what she was doing when I asked her about the check. Yeah, it was a hostile defense and unnecessary. There's no need to be hostile, because if you know that the truth is the truth and that this check is real, then you wouldn't have to do all that. But she did that because she knew it was a lie, and she had to defend the lie. That's the thing. Don't defend lies. Defend the truth. All right. There's more here, but I'm gonna leave it right there. It's really good. Thank you, Lewis. I got blowed off a little bit. Downton says, you learn the hard way, Lenon. You'll be okay. Thank you. Yeah, I sure did. I sure did. Thank the Lord, like I said, that we got nipped it in the bud sooner than later. Because this could have been a year from now. Who knows where we would have been at? Documentary done. I got her foolishness up in there. No. Thanks, Dexter. 49 thicker than 49 thicker than. Here we go. Didn't she say she was sitting with her lawyer when speaking about the check? I feel bad for her husband. The story's changed. It is. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not even sure if some of the stuff she sent me from about her lawyer was legitimate. Because I can pull up a receipt right now and show it to you guys. Because when I was looking for those checks inside, because she sent me a gang of stuff. Most of it I didn't even look at. But when I was going through that, I came across something else she sent me. And I looked at it and I read through it. I said, man, what in the world? So, again, I'm going to say everything that she has stated is suspect. And I'm going to tell you all now, everything that she stated, I don't believe in, save for that Umar Johnson attempted to stop her from releasing the film. Outside of that, everything else, no, I'm not accepting it. I'm rejecting it outright. And I apologize to Umar in the video earlier. I'm going to play it that I played at the beginning of the slideshow. I'm going to play it at the end. Okay? Thank you for the super chat. One Shot Gaming says, I ran searches on court data in Ohio and Philly for any lawsuit between her and Tunde, meaning Umar. No suits previous, pending, or adjourned. Yeah, a lot of people, they've been reporting on that. Lady Luck Club, that's where she focuses on that. That's her thing. And if she ain't been able to find it, it don't exist. This class action lawsuit, where's the evidence? If there's 40 people and 40 people all together, wouldn't you think that one of those people would have come out by now to say something? You ain't raised $1 million to say something. Or because remember, she was saying all this stuff about how there was all these conflicts and all this stuff. Well, don't y'all think that out of the 40 people, at least one person would have come forward to say something? Or not even if necessarily they come forward online, but maybe contact someone, maybe contact me and say, hey, listen, I'm one of the people who's part of this thing, and we just want to let you know that this is where things are at. Yeah, we are moving forward. Here's some paperwork that you can check. You don't think that would have happened by now? By now. So again, with this woman, if there is no documentation, a legitimate legal documentation to any of her claims, I don't want to hear it. Thank you, One Shot Gaming. Brandon says, for her to act so big and bad, she has made sure no one can comment on her videos about this topic. Yeah, people told me that she turned the comments off. But again, she doesn't understand how, in particular, how YouTube works. People know that she's a liar. And people know that she continues to lie. And people don't like that. In general, listen, even Umar Johnson supporters don't like that. Umar Johnson's critics don't like that either. Real talk. And then to keep lying and then want to act like you the victim. And then don't hold yourself accountable. And then blame everybody. And then gaslight. People don't like that stuff. And then so they see it and they're going to comment on it because that's how YouTube, it's other social media too, but YouTube in particular, people don't play like that. They don't play. So what she did was she turned off the comments. See, and when you do that, okay, people already know what the deal is. You need to get off of YouTube. That's what she needs to do. Real talk. See, and again, she got some subscribers, and it was coming. And again, like I said, she couldn't maintain humility, and it went to her head, and the ego get out of control. And then she thinks she big time. Ain't nobody in this Umar Johnson saga space big time. Nobody. You have different people with different levels of success, but ain't nobody on here a big time YouTuber. Well, I got 80,000 subscribers. Come on, people. You got people that got 6, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million. You ain't raised $1 million? He sounded like me when he said that. So stay humble. But it all went to her head, and she thought that she was big time. And people see that. So when they comment, okay, the more lies she tells, and she don't humble herself, and she don't admit that she lied, and keep going and keep playing the victim, blaming other people, it's going to get worse and worse because that's how this social media works. Now, if you're doing the right thing, you get this. I'm talking proper support. I ain't talking about people that's going to believe in her because that's her. They're her friends. I'm talking about people who look at this rationally and see what she's done and the harm that she's caused, and she doesn't have any type of remorse for it. That's dangerous. All right. Thanks, Brandon. And again, we've all done wrong, and we should feel bad about it. And we apologize and move forward, but not this lady. Okay. Thank you, Brandon. Butterfly Queen became a member. Thank you so much. User Divine says, Mary Ann Lawrence is registered nurse. Same way Umar Johnson is a licensed psychologist. She works at a hospital. She needs to sneak herself some sock. Okay, we're not going to get into all that. All right. There's people who've been reporting about that. I don't want to get into all that. Again, I don't want to get into people's work situation because, like I said, at my last job, people were calling up there trying to get me fired. I don't tell people where I work at or what I do. I don't tell people none of that stuff. Keep people guessing because I can't afford, because of my family situation and in particular the benefits, I can't afford to be getting fired over some Umar Johnson bullshit. So listen, I don't want to get into any of that stuff, but people been sending me stuff. They've been sending me to registries where you look all this stuff up and screenshots. For me, that's beyond the scope. I know one thing, you keep at it and you keep doing what you're doing where you're lying and you're going off and talking reckless and lying, doing all this stuff. And see, the thing is, let me stop. I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm gonna leave it right there. And it's not even worth it. It's not even worth her doing this. This is why getting into the, why is it even that? But there's no clear motive, but this is what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say this ain't specifically talking to her. I'm going to tell y'all what I've learned. See, there's people who get into this mode, and Dempsey Spears is an excellent case study in this. And I knew it a long time ago because for about a half a decade, he was lying about me, my wife, and my kids. Who does that? But I remember a long time ago, I said, inevitably, he's going to destroy his career. And maybe it didn't matter to him because he wasn't like this big time therapist. He tried to pretend like he was, but I can tell based on how he dressed, all sloppy and shit. You just rent out a little office and then you get up in there and you be live streaming on YouTube. Ain't no clients and all this stuff. It is ridiculous. But I told myself then, I said, he's going to destroy his life. He's going to destroy his career. And that's exactly what took place. So if there's any advice that I can give to people who's in that type of situation, what you got to make a choice. See, because it ain't like Dempsey was making money; he was losing money. This is so stupid. You being online losing money, you stupid. And not to be like that, but listen, if you ain't making minimum wage on YouTube, go do so far. That's an opportunity cost. Go do something to go make some money. Otherwise, why are you online? Well, same thing with Mary Ann Lawrence. This ain't gonna help you. You put in you look at all the hours that you go, you do videos, or all the hours that you trying to do whatever. You just add it all up, and then what you do is you take the amount of money that you make for that month, and then you look at all the hours that you spent, and then you start doing some calculation to figure out what is how much money are you making per hour. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because people have to think about this because there's always opportunity cost. And if you're making less than minimum wage, then you have to start asking questions about why are you doing this exactly? Because there has to be some benefit to you, because there has to be some sort of motive that reaches beyond the need for attention. Now, I'm very clear. I'm here to expose Umar. And when I first started, real quick, you guys remember, for those of y'all, and most of y'all wasn't around back then, I wasn't monetized. I didn't ask for any, I didn't have a CashApp back then. I didn't ask for any PayPal. I didn't ask for nothing. I started to do these videos. And over these many years, it's grown and it's grown and it's grown. And people say, hey, you should put your PayPal. And at a certain point I said, okay. And they say, you should get CashApp, but it's easier for us to support. I said, okay. Then rest in peace, Brother Merrick, because he's the one that really broke this down, the figures and everything. He said, yeah, you should enable super chats. And the super chats is in terms of the comments and the engagement, that's really what makes this show go. And then, of course, it's the financial benefit for me too. Yeah, absolutely. I consider all these different things. But when we first started, that wasn't an aspect of it. So the motivation, it wasn't that. Now, am I motivated by the support that I get here? Yes, absolutely. But the mission hasn't changed. You guys see what I'm saying? But if you're online and you're making less than minimum wage, or you're losing money, what is your motivation? And for some people, it's simply attention, because they want to feel important and they want to feel big time and they want to feel like, I'm this and I'm all that, and it all starts to become about them. Well, that's Marianne Lorient. And what's crazy is that she's irrelevant in the Umar Johnson saga. I'm gonna leave it right there. Stay humble. Stay humble. All right. Mr. Smonica says, by framing herself as a content creator, her actions fair game for public analysis. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about this. Honesty is required when stakes are high, especially after she attempts to gaslight the viewers with a fake check. And that's the thing. The viewers know what's going on. There are people who, I'm sure, people who were on her page and subscribed, not because I promoted her, but because they knew her or they heard about her, whatever. And they saw that check and they knew. So it ain't simply about what I said or what other, because there's other people that's been talking. Everybody been talking about this. But the point is that there are people who they ain't got nothing to do with nothing I'm doing, and they saw that and they were supportive of her, and they knew themselves that she was lying. But see, she doesn't take the step to apologize and to own up to it. And so as a content creator, yeah, she's fair game for public analysis and critique. I've experienced a lot of that. Some analysis and critique, fair. Some analysis and critique, analysis and criticism. If I said that right, yeah, analysis and criticism, it was unfair. But that's part of it. And you take the constructive criticism, the criticism is legitimate. You take the analysis that is legitimate, and you use it to do better in life. You use it to do better on YouTube. This is a big lesson for me to do better on YouTube. And that's what people like to see. They don't like to see someone just keep lying and keep lying and keep lying and keep lying. People don't want to see that, including the people that follow her, that not because of me, but because they know her or what have you. Don't nobody want to see that. And then the sense that somehow you can gaslight people, it's an insult to their intelligence. It's like when she kept saying, "I don't go on no," yelling and screaming, "I don't go on no, I get to sharks. I don't go on nobody's channel. You invited me," or whatever she said. No, she commented on the Lenon video. She came to my platform. Now I sound like her. She came onto my YouTube page and made that comment. And I knew right there that she wanted to come on to the show, because otherwise she wouldn't have made that comment. And it's that simple. But she wants to flip this whole other narrative. It don't make me no damn difference, because my YouTube page is going to be my YouTube page, whether she's a part of it or not. She's not going to be a part of it moving forward. But we was doing just fine up over here before she came on to the scene. Real talk. Anyway, when you gaslight your viewers like that, it's not going to sit well with them, because they know what the deal is. You're insulting their intelligence, and then what happens? They're going to go back at you. That's why she turned the comments off. Now, people can say, "Hey, Lenon, will you turn the comments off on the video that you did when she called in?" Yeah, I did that, but that was a chess move. The chess move. I'm setting up for the next move. In fact, I was thinking 3 moves in advance. That's what I was thinking, because this is the 3rd move right here today. Yeah, three moves in advance. Because I wanted her to feel as if, yeah, he's trying to protect me. He's not letting people in the comment section go at me, and the cooker chat was going in on me. Because you see how she was raging. I wanted her to feel empowered to see what her next move was. See, she really thought, yeah, I'm under control of this. I think that's how her mind thinks. Yeah, I gave her what she thought she wanted. I didn't give her the emotionalism. I wanted her to leave feeling as if, yeah, I can make this work. And then what she do, she gets to the line more and more and more. She further exposes herself. I ain't got to do nothing on that. Just plan ahead to get the next chess move. And here we are. Boom. Checkmate. Okay. Anyway, that gaslighting of your viewers is disrespectful to the viewers, but it's also disrespectful to their intelligence. And people don't like that. They don't like to be disrespected in general, but on social media, people don't like to be disrespected like that, especially if they're supporting you and they've been rah-rahing you and they've been defending you and they're subscribed and all this other stuff. All right. Thanks, Mrs. Monica. 606-514 says, just give him time. Brother Miguel's coming with HVAC. I was going to do a whole skit with, it was going to be Brother Jose. It was going to be, well, let me not say it, because if I ever get to these skits that I've been writing and all this stuff, I don't want to give anything away. But I was going to do this whole thing. It just didn't work out. Okay, I just did the video I did that I showed earlier today. I think shout out to it's Brother Jose too, but there is a Brother Miguel. That's Miguel Jackson. Okay, that's the anyway. Thanks 606-514. What's up, Dion? This is the homie, right? I ain't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing all right. Says Umar did not say anything because he wants us to think he had to pay her. He can use that as another reason on why the money's gone. Integrity is key. And brother, you played this whole thing very well. Thank you so much. Yeah, I kind of alluded to this possibility, and other people have too, like in the comment section, that maybe Umar, he wants people to think that he paid out this amount of money to show that he hasn't been tricking off of the money, if I can say it that way. But then it can also be used as Umar as an excuse later on down the line to say, well, the reason why we couldn't get, let's just use the decoration, we couldn't get decorations completed was because I had to deal with all these these fake lawsuits with all these. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah. Again, like I said, that if she's, let's say that she's in on this with Umar, it's a masterful move on Umar's part. I don't think that is the case, but if it is the case, masterful. I salute to Umar on that. But it may be that the reason why he didn't speak out on it because he wants to use it as a future excuse, and it's possible. Okay? It's possible. Thank you, Brother Dion. Good to see you, man. Hope everything's going well with you. All right. And yeah, integrity, it's important. It really is. And that's one of the issues I have with this woman, because she's damaged my reputation. But again, it's on me, because I should have vetted all of her information. I should have, and I didn't do that. So anyway, thank you, Dion. Daxter says, you're too damn cordial, Lenon, not me, especially if I was deceived. Yeah. No, I get that. The thing is that I've been at this a long time, so I don't take it. I'm not offended per se by all of this. And yeah, I could go back, and what I could do, and like I said, what I could do is I can pull up all of the receipts that she sent me, and we can go step by step in sequence timeline. Here we go. I can put together a timeline. I can do it over I can put together a thorough timeline on her, and I can even get into her background. After about maybe 2-3 weeks, I'll have way more than enough to live stream specifically on her for the next 4 to 5 months. And it'd be a gang of views, be a gang of super chats, and we would have a good time with all the jokes and stuff. But that's not the plan. My approach to this is, let's see what her next move is. She already done lost, so I don't get it. The chess game's over. It's already checkmate, but let's see what she does. Her best move right now is to bow out. But people like this, they tend not to. Just like Umar. They tend not to. Because they're vindictive and they're hateful. Okay, I'm not like that. But don't take my kindness for fucking weakness. Is that fair? There was a poll question. I forgot to close it out. Does Mary Ann Lorient have incriminating behind the scenes footage of Umar Johnson? We had over 1,400 votes. 21% said yes. 42% said no. And 37% said, I don't know. Wow. Let me go ahead and close that out. Okay. Thank you, Daxter. I appreciate it. Earth to D says, Baby Shark, do. What? Why do you keep? Oh, is that there is a Baby Shark, isn't it? I think there is a show called Baby Shark. Yeah. People keep saying my name in it. Did I is my audio working? What's up, Black Wolf? Maybe my audio is not working. Yeah, I'm in the chat room right now. Oh, she has the video out on me? Okay. All right. Someone said this lady does not know what a receipt is. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I would expect that because I'm doing this video. Yeah, I would expect that. Let me, because maybe we can get into it tomorrow. Yeah, let me download it because if you guys want to, we can get into it tomorrow and see what she has to say. Someone said, I've been listening. This is what they're posting on because she has a, let me download this first. Yeah, this is damage control. But again, the best move that she can make is to own up to it and apologize. That's all. So someone said, I've been listening for, and this is someone posting on her video. They're saying, I've been listening for 2 minutes and already nothing of what she's saying is making any damn sense. Again, there's no way that you can make sense out of a lie. It's just not possible. Someone said this isn't a receipt, just the same old nonsense she's been talking talking. Yeah, we'll get into this tomorrow. Okay, this will be what we focus on tomorrow. I've been talking for the past couple of days. I'm so exhausted by this theatrical ass lady. Just go away. Yeah, she doesn't realize, but people like this, they tend not to. Okay. Someone said I'm still being authenticated. Maybe that's something that she said. I don't know. First, to listen to this foolishness. She just can't help herself. She could just have apologized. Said she was scorned and eventually would have, and we would have forgiven her. But wow, the other thing though too is she doesn't realize that it's not just people who here in the Cook Fresh chat and that have defended her and supported her. It's not just that. It's also Umar Johnson followers. See, that's the thing that she doesn't realize. It's also Umar Johnson followers who don't appreciate her lying on Umar. So that's a formula for failure, because if you have people who are defenders of Umar, and in my opinion, there's more people who defend Umar, and maybe not necessarily outward online, but I'm just talking about in terms of his fan base. If you got that whole fan base on you, you're gonna have a problem. See, but she doesn't realize that. Okay, she doesn't understand social media. Let me see if this this thing. Okay, it's still downloading right now. Someone said, I'm coming from the Cook Fresh chat. Let's hear it. Someone said, just show the deposit receipt. If you can't do that, you're lying, period. Yeah, well, she can't show, like I said, you can't show a deposit receipt for a check that is fake. This is not a real check. I went to my banking institution and the bank manager, she broke it all down. This is not a real check. So whatever she's saying, we'll get into it tomorrow. I'll set the show up after we're done with this live stream. There's no way that you can, and that's what I mean by I wanted to see what her next move was. Okay, this is checkmate here. But see, instead of her saying, "Hey, listen, I lied about that," no, what she does is now, I guess, based upon, and we'll figure out tomorrow. What she's saying is that I'm sorry, I'm reading this. Someone said, "Oh, Afro said, put your money where your mouth and show us the check." What she should, I'm sorry, what she should have done is that she should just admitted that it's not true, because you can't deposit a fake check. And the truth is that if somehow you were able to, and it cleared, because that was a question that I had, then you should already have that receipt, because that's just a matter of getting, you can do that on your phone, right? Anyway, we'll get into this tomorrow, and we'll see what she's talking about. Yeah, someone said, Marianne, just delete your whole channel. These people are about to expose you to the fullest. And it's not going to be me. It's not going to be me. Unless they already working on it. You still lying? Shake my damn head. You just are like Umar and have no right to talk about it. Yeah, see, and again, she doesn't realize it. I've already given my best advice. But like I said, people like this, They don't realize, and they don't get it. Someone said, shut down your channel, lady. The credit is gone. Someone said, still talking, no proof of anything. She is so slow. She don't understand. People don't believe shit she say anymore. It's true. Baby, you could call Jesus and it wouldn't make that junk mail. So I said, baby, you could call Jesus and it wouldn't make that junk mailer a real check. All right. Someone said this lady does not know what a receipt is. I don't mean to laugh. There's someone putting sharks in there, little shark emojis. You don't understand. She lost it. Yeah, she did. She already lost it. She's just lying to lie now. Wow, I want to get into this now. Someone said dollar bank. Yeah, she brought up a dollar bank now. So there's a I don't know. She's just coming up with all kinds of banks. Anyway, we'll get to this tomorrow. Man, this is crazy. All right. I don't know what to say, y'all. Thank you, Earth to D. Boy, we're going to be on here for at least another hour, but it's all good. Yeah, bless her heart. I got it downloaded too. Yeah, it's an hour and 17 minutes. We're going to do a 4-hour live stream tomorrow. All right. Thank you, Earth to D. Soggy Cornflakes says, Leonard, do we really got to get rid of the Room 130? Yes, we do. And it's unfortunate because that's a masterpiece. It really is. Shout out to Kogo. Is Kogo here? Yeah, because he did it. Yeah, we'll save it for tomorrow because it's getting late. So Dr. Sabi said, Jesus Christ said, nope. No, we can't do that tonight, family. We're gonna get into that one tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, Kogo's here. Listen, bro, thank you for that because it was a masterpiece. It's, for me, anything associated with it, and I'm not saying you, okay? I just want to be clear about that. You have my utmost respect, bro, and you know that. But anything associated with the stories that she's told about Umar, whether the stories are true or false, we have to let go of, including that. It's unfortunate because that was the thing, and you guys know that. Okay, it's unfortunate, but we have to maintain the integrity, and anything associated with this woman, we just can't have it. It's unfortunate. Okay, thank you, Kogo, for that absolute masterpiece. It's truly unfortunate, but we got to do what we have to do to maintain the integrity of my YouTube page. And this woman, she compromised that. Okay, and again, I own up to not vetting all of the documents or receipts that she shared with me, and I should have done that. I messed up. But again, like I said, it's better that this happened now than for this to linger for another year, and then we find out. And the other thing I want to mention too, and again, thank you, Kobo, because it is a true masterpiece. Yeah, someone said it's okay. We can get another song going for Umar. That's true. That's true. She doesn't understand that she just does not know. And there's a lot of people looking into her, and they're not going to be as gracious as I am. But don't take my kindness for weakness, because if I ever decide to start digging, and I pray to God that it doesn't get to that point, because I don't want to waste no time like that on this insignificant woman. But the other thing is that it's an opportunity cost. It's a deflection. It's a misdirection away from Umar. Thank you, Saki Cornflakes. Jamal says, shark fact, sharks are older than tree sharks. Sharks are older than trees. Sharks have been around for over 400 million years, while trees showed up roughly 350 million years ago. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff. Someone said, long shark knot. All right. Yeah, someone said she posted a video about the check. Yeah, people were talking about that. We'll get into that tomorrow. Okay, we'll see what other lies she gonna tell. Again, it's a fake check, so that's all we need to know. All right, let's continue here. Let's go. Where are we at here? Thanks, Soggy Cornflakes. JC Morgan says, emailed you county property records on Marianne Lorient. Yeah, I don't want to get into all that, but yeah, I did receive the email. And it's not just you, there's other people. They've been sending me all kinds of stuff. If you decide to do a deep dive, also, you handled this exceptionally well. Salute, Mr. Honor. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've tried my best. And again, I let loose a little bit tonight. I could really go in deep and deeper. But I knew what I needed to do, and I understood what needed to be done. Again, Information Man, he did a fantastic job when he addressed this. He did a really good job. Shout out to him. I'm sure there's other people who are covering this too, because I've seen stuff popping up. And again, if people really get deep into this woman, it's not her best move is to get off of YouTube. But again, if it brings her attention and she's motivated by that, at least partially, that's main. I think it's one of her main motivations. You don't care about whether it's good attention or bad attention. Anything to do for people like this. All right. So we'll get into the video that she did today. We'll get into that one tomorrow. All right. Thank you, JC Morgan, for the super chat. Yeah, people been sending me all kind of information. Yeah. Kayla Styles says, I didn't believe Umar had 68,000 to give. Yeah, we were asking that though too. You guys remember, hindsight's 2020. We were like, well, where did he get this money from? He was just asking people to send him a couple bucks for his mama because his bank check got whatever. The Shark Tank got frozen. It was a check. The check from the shark got frozen. And we were trying to figure out where you get this money from. Didn't make any sense. Anyway, this is the Umar Johnson saga. Thank you, Kayla Styles. How's it going, Drea? Drea says, I continue to be so proud of you. Thank you so much. That means a lot coming from you. I have extreme levels of respect for you. This is a bump in the road. It was revealed before her lies got into your doc, ruining your name. Yeah, would have been a win for Umar. Absolutely. And I don't know if you mind me saying this, but this is the sister that sent me the message. I talk about that in the video where the public announcement video. This is the sister that said, hey, listen, this, basically this needed to take place so that her lies wouldn't get inside the documentary. So that's a blessing right there. And that for me, when I read that just flipped everything around in my mind. Because then I was like, okay, let's look at this a different way. So Drea's been around for a very long time, and I have a great deal of respect for her as a person, as a woman, and then her intellect is out there, and she's something else. So thank you. This means a whole lot to me coming from you. Okay, God bless you, and thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm so blessed. I got a lot of wonderful people and good people. Good people. Who've been supportive, and I do not take that for granted. Okay, thank you guys so much, and thanks, Drea. What's up, Ginger Spice says, you the man, Honor. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks for being a member for 6 months. Okay, I got to start reading these quickly, otherwise we're gonna be here for another hour. What's up, Pierre Land says, Lenon doing 96 POC numbers tonight. 96 POC numbers tonight. Machiavelli Tuesday. Yeah. I used to love that album back in the day. I should wear that album out. Thanks, Pierre Land. YouTube Device says, Marianne Lorient knows Umar Johnson likes M. Young, so she de-aged herself by crashing out like a teenager. Okay. She did crash out. She sure did. I said, man. Thank you, YouTube Device. Dan says, Scammer and Lorient. You guys don't do that. Scammer and Lorient probably believes her own lies. Well, this is what we were talking about earlier, and I think so. I think that's one of the reasons why she was so convincing to me, was because when she tells it, it's almost tells the lies. It's almost as if she believes the lies. Because one time she said that she cashed a check, another time she said she didn't, another time, it's just, and then so what? But she believes whatever it is that she says, she's believing at that moment, even if the story, and the story has changed. It has. Now she's talking about a dollar bank. She probably driving by and thinking about it and saw the bank called Dollar Bank. Oh, I'm going to put that in the story. Oh, yeah, now there's a dollar bank involved. She was driving by the zoo, saw a little shark jump out the water. I don't know if they do that at zoos, but she said, oh, shit, I'm going to put the shark tank in it. Now we got to have some long sharks. Not to be confused with a loan shark. Anyway, yeah. Thanks, Dan. Dr. Nene says she even had the nerve to shade you, Lenon, for not seeing the fake check sooner as a cybersecurity expert. Now, let me be clear. I'm not an expert. I'm not. Okay, that takes years upon years upon years. So I just want to be clear about that with people, right? I've never told people what I do, where I work, and I will not do that. For one, I signed a non-disclosure, but the other thing, like I said before, is I've had trouble in the past with people trying to get me fired. And it'd be different if I was a single man and I had 5 kids and a wife. I can't do that. You can always get another job, but it just wouldn't look right on the resume. Well, you know, why did they let you go? Well, because Umar Johnson followers, they called and it got me fired. So I'm not even trying to do that. So that's not the issue. Really what it is for her is, and let me be clear, the issue for me, because I have to own up to it, is that I didn't look at the document that she sent me in advance of showing it, and I should have done that. Okay, you don't have to have a degree in cybersecurity to figure that out. You don't have to be an expert in cybersecurity to figure that out either. Okay, there are people that are in the chat room. You may be an expert in your field, and you looked at it and you didn't see it. Some of you guys may not have any degrees or anything like that. Some of you may be in high school or just graduated high school, and you saw it and said, wait a minute, something's not right there. So the issue for me is that I didn't do my due diligence, and I have to hold myself accountable for that. But what she's doing is that's just her way of it's a passive aggressive way of taking a shot at me, right? And I know that she's done that in the past, where she takes this passive aggressive. But the other thing is that what she's attempting to do is to try to shift blame. That, well, because you're the one who's a supposed expert in cybersecurity, you should have known that. No, wait a minute. You're the one that presented the shit as if it's an actual check. It's not a check. Why did you do that? That's the real question. Listen, I've already established, and there's other people, they've already established that this is not an actual check. The real question at this point is, why did you do that? Everything else is irrelevant. You lied. Why did you lie? And that's all that matters at the end of the day. Okay? So again, this is what I expected. I expect her to continue to try to blame other people. Okay, she's going to try to shift blame because she's not going to hold herself accountable, just like Umar does. And then she's going to gaslight people and insult people's intelligence. That's why the people that were commenting on her video, that they ain't feeling that, because you're insulting these people's intelligence, and you're not smart. I'm gonna say it again, you're not smart. See, you're a woman, I would be really going in. But you're not smart, because if you were, you wouldn't have done this foolishness in the first place. Unnecessary. I mean, listen, did you have issues with Umar? Yeah. Okay, but I'm just everything that you said, though, I'm throwing it out the window, because a liar is a liar. But you didn't have to do all of this. So you're not as smart as you think you are. I think you're disturbed. I think that's what the real issue is. But we ain't gonna get into that right now. Thank you, Dr. Nene. And again, she can shade me all she wants to. It's not gonna change the facts. It's not gonna change the truth. A hit dog will holler. This ain't gonna change anything. Just gonna make her look more and more shady, and more people, they're gonna go at her. And again, like I recommend to people, just unsubscribe and just leave it be. Don't leave no comments and nothing. That's my suggestion. Just because that's what she's just for the attention. That's all. Well, that's one of the motivating factors. I'm really right there. Thank you, Dr. Nene. For Wendy says the check in her eyes was nothing more than a prop in one of her movies, and the rest was a script writing 101. Thoughts? Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. That's what I think, that she's mixed some things from reality, but then she's created all of these false narratives. The check thing right here, this is where she messed up big time. I messed up too because I didn't vet it, but she messed up big time with this, because it goes to show you that she's still running with this story because she's in an alternate reality, and she's mixed up fantasy with reality, and she's still going with it. We'll get into her video tomorrow. That's what we'll get into tomorrow. Okay? I expect a big turnout and all that stuff. I'll put the show together as soon as we're done with this live stream. I got time. Thank you for Wendy. I appreciate it. Sir Longshark says, what was the motivation for calling Umar? That's a great question. Again, if they were working together, that compromises my YouTube page. It can also bring forth charges on me. And listen, do I think that they're in cahoots? No. Is it possible? It's more possible than what I thought before. I actually didn't think it was possible, but now after how she be behaving, what's the I don't know. Sir Long Shark, it may have been the only thing I can think of, and I thought about this. I don't know for sure. Is that maybe that was her ultimate attempt to shift the focus away from her trying to lie and scam people, because it is a scam to try to lie and scam people dealing with this fake check. So let's go to Umar and focus on Umar. Call him, yelling and screaming like that. For what? Why am I going to call him? I ain't never called him before. Why would I call him now? But because you produce a fake check? That don't even make no sense, right? So I thought to myself that she was doing that because she wants to put the focus back on Umar, so that all of a sudden we're gonna forget about her being shady. Again, it's an insult to people's intelligence. She doesn't realize that. People don't like to be insulted like that. It's insult. So that's what I think. I think that was her way of trying to bring Umar into the mix, as if that has anything to do with this fake check that she tried to pass off as real. That's what I think. Right? Thanks, Sir Long Shark. Heartbreaker from the Bronx says, Lenon, I am so proud of you for being a stand-up guy. As Frank Sinatra would say in That's Life, I pick myself up and get back in the race. Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, it wasn't easy, but in particular, when Drea made that comment, when I read that, it just turned everything around for me, because I saw this for what it really was. I saw more clearly what this was about. And it wasn't the immediate, it was about the future. Right, and that she could have tainted this documentary and discredited it. And I'm fair with Umar in the documentary. And I already told people that I'm going to make sure that I outline his accomplishments more than I have so far, and give him more credit than I have for the good things that he's done, because he deserves that too. He's still shady and he's still a scammer, but you see what I'm saying? So that's another good thing that's come out of this. But pick myself up and get back in the race, and that's precisely what we're going to do. That's what we're doing. We're doing it now. Okay. Again, I don't plan on doing continuous live streams dealing with this woman. That's what she wants, because she's attention hungry, and it's the truth. I know I told people that, no, I don't think that is the case. No, that is the case. Okay? It's just me playing chess. Because you're not going to keep lying to get people to come. You got issues, right? So what we'll do is we'll cover that video tomorrow, and if she wants to keep doing, well, maybe a couple more, but ultimately it's Umar. So next significant Umar Johnson video, we're hitting the floor running. We're gonna go. Right. All right. Thank you, Heartbreaker from the Bronx. Shout out to the Bronx. I always say it. All right. User 225 says, man, keep changing. Marianne keeps changing her stories when she should really change. All right. Marianne is fluent in many languages, including English, Creole, and Japanese. Japanese. Yeah, I remember when I had her on, she said something like, I don't know how many times I got to tell it to you. You want me to say it in Creole? And I said, she's so disrespectful. But I said, no, that's not necessary. Did y'all peep that? I was like, because she wants, that's what she wants. No. I don't live my life like that. Women that I deal with in my life, throughout my life, they don't behave like that. Okay, my wife definitely, she don't behave like that. So I'm not going to be going back and forth with any woman, especially someone online who's lying on Umar. You're not that important, ma'am. And if it was out in the streets and someone with a woman was talking like that, I would ignore her. Thank you, user Dubai. DB, I'm sorry, says, Lenon, you saying that your sleeping is better is the lies being revealed and released. Got that mess off your back. Thank the Lord. Keep it. Okay, so I think what you're saying is, so me saying I'm sleeping better is the lies being revealed and released. Yeah, I think that's part of it. The thing is, I've been having problems sleeping for like it's actually more than what I thought. It's probably close to a month and a half, but it got worse over time. And then when this pops off, it got, I mean, at least last week, it was difficult, but the last 2 days, maybe 3 days, well, I've been sleeping so good. You know, someone recommended this root. They're in capsule form. I take 2 of those, and I take 2 gummies. I think it's melatonin gummies, strawberry flavored. And the other thing is because I do smoothies. I usually do 3 large smoothies a week. I just cut that out just for the sugar, just to bring the sugar down to see if that has an effect too. I'm a tea guy mainly, but I will drink some smoothie. And so the last couple of days, I've been sleeping real good. So thank the Lord for that. You know, so yeah, I think this is part of it too. And again, to just count the blessings and recognize that this could have really been bad if this had gone on for another year. Totally discredit my channel, everything, all of the work that I put into this, and then all her lies appears in the documentary. Okay, that would be been so damaging. So knowing that this took place, as Drea said, it is the right time and it is a blessing. That in and of itself is enough reason to recognize. Number one, Lord got me, but also that you can sleep good. Go on get your sleep, right? So I'm very thankful. So thank you so much, DB. That's what I'm saying. People, you have to stay humble. You have to stay humble and be appreciative, and then remember that Lord give, Lord take it, because that's part of the humility part. You know, and when you start messing up on those three things right there, you're gonna have problems, and I don't want no problems like that. Right? Thank you, DB. I know I'm gonna sleep good tonight, though. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Reggie, what's up? Reggie says unblock GPink26. I didn't do anything. Okay. Well, what you have to do is you'll have to email me a link to your YouTube page. It has to be the actual link, and I'll go and I'll unblock you. I know this is from way earlier, so you may not even be here anymore. Anyone else, if you feel like you've been blocked unnecessarily, make sure. Oh, you did email me. Okay, I'm looking right here. Okay, yeah. See, you'll have to send me a link, because if I put just your screen name in there, it may not necessarily populate. So let me see if that takes place, if it populates in the search engine here. Okay, there is. Okay, so there is. Okay, let me see if this is you, because it'll show. Okay, you're good now. That is your account. Okay, so you should be good now. Okay, I apologize for getting to this so late, but we've been dealing with all this other stuff. Thank you so much, Reggie, for the super chat. Lene also says, I'm okay with my story coming off the page. It's never that deep. Well, the thing is, I took everything down. I took your story. I took down Umar Johnson's nephew, and obviously I had to take down Marianne Lorient. But what I will say, Lene, is that in the documentary, when we get to that segment in the documentary, that's where I will represent that the information, because you sent me all types of receipts. I mean, I'll say that it's probably we probably covered. It would be less than 10%, probably closer to 5%, maybe less than 5%, but I would say around 5% of everything that you sent me. So once I get into the timeline, and that would be in 2020, I got a long way to go, but once I get into the timeline, that will definitely be up in there. And then, of course, remember, Umar responded, so all that would be in there too. Now, again, he didn't respond to anything that Marianne Lorient was talking about. Right. But anyway, let me say this. Thank you for doing what you did in 2025, because you blew up the spot. It's just unfortunate that we had, it's just, man, I'll tell you, and she ain't got no remorse. We got Marianne Lorient come through, and she just lying, messing up for everybody. But again, you know, it's a blessing. So thank you for what you did in 2025. And when we get into the timeline in the documentary for 2025, we'll make sure we'll include that. We'll also I'll also get into Umar Johnson's response videos, because that was huge. Okay. Yeah. Shout out to Lene. And thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Lewis Suck says, pierce my heart. Yeah, that's what she was saying, something like that. I said, what you talking? What are you, Jesus? What you talking about? I can't believe she said, she sure did. You had me on the cross. I said, no, I had to cut it out. Don't do all that. You pierced my heart. Yeah. You try to get the shekels. Is it shekels? You took my shekels. I think it was shekels. Was it shekels? What did they use back then? Wasn't it shekels? It should just be going. I said, ma'am, I didn't take your shekels. Stop it. She said, you did. Stop. She did. She said, you pierced my heart. You took my shekels. You turned the fish into wine and the bread into water. I said, no, I didn't do all that, ma'am. Stop. Oh, shillings. Yeah, you took 68,600 shillings. No, I didn't. I did not do that, ma'am. Please stop. Well, I could go in on her so bad. But let me restrain myself. All right. All right. You took my shackles. No, I didn't. Yeah. All right. Let me stop. I was thinking about, I was going to say the long sharks, but let me stop. Let me stop. All right. I'm Pierce. No, you're not. No, you're not, ma'am. You're perfectly fine. No, I'm Pierce. You. I shouldn't laugh, but damn, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, let me get up out of this. Get this out this chat room. All right. All right, that's wild. All right. We're gonna be here for another 2 hours. I'm trying to get to these super chats. Damn. And I can't save them for next month. I can't save them to the next show. Oh. All right. That's crazy. I can see her talking about the shekels. Anyway, that's crazy. Okay. Thank you, Louis Luck. Dan says also, where are those these 40 donors in the class action lawsuit? I was brought that up earlier. Again, I don't know. Who are they? Why aren't they speaking out? I brought that up too, but you said this long before I did. This part to me was also made up, in my opinion. Yeah. And then she was talking a mess about these other people who are in this alleged just checking these batteries, in this alleged class action lawsuit. But you would think that if she does it, that at least one of them would have come out to refute what she said, or at least contact me. At least one of them say, hey, listen, this is what's really going on. I ain't none of that. So yeah, Dan. Thank you for Soup Chat. Sir Longshark says 5-5 and thinking in the lies. Yeah. It's just, and they keep going. She did a video, I guess about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago, and people said she was talking mess. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. I don't take offense to it, but we'll get into that tomorrow. Thank you, Sir Longshark. One Shot Gaming says, Miriam. All right, we got it. I mean, it's funny, but man, anyway. Mary on Scammer Production. Okay. Thank you for that. YouTube says Mary Ann and Umar Johnson have the same illness, explosive diarrhea of the mouth. Yeah, well, they get to talking. And don't even realize that that's not the thing to do. Just tell the truth, own up to it, and move on. Okay? It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Thank you, YouTube. Okay, I'm gonna read these. I gotta go. We gotta get going here. I'm gonna read these as quick as possible. Prince Panhandler says, "Hey, fam, Ali." Fam Ali. Okay. Thanks for the Prince Panhandler. Xavier says Long Shark Credit Union wouldn't cash that check. You absolutely right about that. It's not a check. You can't cash it. All right. Thank you, Xavier. User Device says that the movie is called Awaken because it awakens my urge to chuck tomatoes at the street. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, that could be part of the whole thing too. If we really want to go in and stuff, we could just play clips from the movie and clown for the next 6 months, but I ain't gonna do that. All right, thanks, User Device. Let's go on more threads. So, hey, Lenon, I hope you don't let her destroy your kindness and trust for all. I can understand being cautious, but you're human. I'll be in touch, and I really appreciate how much you've helped me. Oh, you're so welcome. I appreciate that. Spirit of appreciation. Thank you so much. Well, the thing is, I just need to be more cautious, but it's not going to change my nature. That's not going to change. It's just I have to keep the defenses up. If that makes sense, and be clear about that, because not everyone has good intentions. It's just I mean, it's the truth. Not everyone does, and some people can act like they do, and they can pretend as if they do, but inevitably they're going to do what they do, and that's going to cause harm and cause chaos and cause division. That's what she's done. Like I said, there's people that were upset at me that because I did that video where I was asking her about this. What you getting mad at me for? You should be asking the question too. She's the one lying. You know, people that's been around a long time, same thing. You know, oh, well, how would you? No, that's just a narrative that she spun. She's a liar. And that's all that matters at the end of the day. And I've been more than gracious. Thank you, more threads. Thank you for the super chat. And also thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Roderick, what's up? Says she was damsel in distress, the hero and the villain, all in the same movie she produced in her head. And there you have it. Boom, that's it. A hell of a plot twist. Did not, or I think you're saying we didn't see coming. And this right here, Broderick, this really puts things into perspective right here. This is really good. She was the damsel in distress, the hero, and the villain, all in the same movie she produced in her head. Wow. Damsel in distress to hero to villain. The Mary Ann Lorient story. Perfect. That's a good one. Really good. Thank you, Broderick. A happy YouTuber says she lied about the check, turned off comments, and has no proof. Umar has his faults, but her lying helped nothing. Yeah, it does, and it still doesn't. She said he fainted, was with the guy, etc. It's all lies. She's unhinged and crazy. Yeah, I don't believe anything that she said. Again, she does have receipts, and I saw it, and I showed some of it, but she sent me all kind of stuff. I saw receipts about Umar trying to stop her from releasing the film. But outside of that, and then when I was looking for the receipts on the checks, I ran across something else she said. Boy, and I thought about it now, because even then I didn't report on it, but because it didn't seem right. But now I looked at it, I said, wait a minute, it don't make no sense. There's no way. Because it's something that we studied. We studied when I was pursuing the degree. We studied that. I said, no, that's not. Wait a minute. But then when I reviewed it, I'm tempted to show it. I ain't gonna do that. But I was like, man, you know. So again, she just keeps online and keeps. I don't know what she said in this last video, but we'll get into it tomorrow. And I guarantee you, she's gonna be lying in there. I think that's just the way that she is as a person. She just gets to lying and she keeps lying and keeps lying. Right. Thank you, happy YouTuber. Chief says, Uncle Lenor, you didn't deserve that. Peace and blessings to you, your family and cookery. Thank you so much. Yeah, I definitely didn't deserve that. I don't deserve her even, talking all that, but it is what it is. I'm not going to take offense to it because I don't live my life like that. She's small fries, There's a guy that he said I sent him a booty pic one time. I said, ooh. What? Who does that anyway? Who would do that anyway? What does that accomplish? I had guys said we went bowling or something. I think that we went bowling, and I was in a relationship. We don't do that. First of all, we don't do that, but we also do bowling. And then come to find out later, this person was in a wheelchair, like they couldn't move their feet or legs or whatever. They was in a wheelchair because they had some issue. I said, what in the world? What are we going bowling for then? What is this, the Special Olympics? I don't know. Anyway, so this right here is small fries. Okay, it is. Right? Umar called me gay. He called me a PDF. Dempsey said that I'm abusive to my wife. It's all kind of stuff that there's people said. One guy said that I wasn't even in college and I don't have a degree. It's over there. Y'all go look it up. You want to? You want me to show it to you? I ain't shown it in I don't know how long. I work hard for that. Now my wife, she's working on her educational pursuits. She's doing real good. We're blessed, but there ain't no need to lie. Ain't no need to lie. Anyway. Thank you, Chief Sosa. I appreciate it. Oli, I think it's Oli Saxo, says she posted a Super Bowl feast on her page that she stole from the internet and accepted compliments as if she cooked it. People, they sent me that. I don't know, because I didn't reverse look it up or any of that stuff, but some of the stuff don't make no sense, y'all. Let me I don't mean to go here. No, let me not do that. I ain't gonna do that because people sent me all kind of stuff. I ain't gonna do that right now. Let's keep going. Yeah. Listen, I don't know, but I will say this: I wouldn't be surprised, because I think a lot of what she does is fantasy. It's about smoke and mirrors. That's how Umar is. You know, he wants to pretend that he's a school psychologist. He wants to pretend that he's a therapist. He wants to pretend that he's all these different things. He's the most requested scholar on. None of that's true. Well, she wants to pretend things too. All types of things at this point. You know, that this check is real and that she was able to cash it, but then it cleared. Then she took it out and took it to another bank. And there's someone who commented, said you would be, and I don't know if it's true, but they said if you open up an account at a bank and you deposit a check, it clears. You take the money out and then close the check, close the account afterwards. They're going to red flag that. I don't know. I don't know. That's something I probably should have asked the bank manager. But it would cause some alarm, right? So again, so all this stuff. You know, I think she teeters on the verge of reality and fantasy and mixes things up. And it's possible that this whole thing of the food and feast and all this stuff, that's part of it. I don't know. Maybe. When she does the video with the Christmas tree and all that stuff, that could be part of it. When the time she's in her basement or allegedly in her basement, ain't no telling with this guy. Well, excuse me, with this woman. Ain't no telling. So anyway, I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. That's what I'll say. Thank you, Ali Sakso, for the super chat. Simply Complicated says, see, this is what narcissists do. Play victim, run them up with their lies, yep, and then blame you for believing them. Yeah. It's always someone else's fault, and it's your fault. You're the one who did this. You know, it's like, and not to say too much, but there's a woman that she was married. I'll just say it that way. She was married to someone I know. I'll say it just that. And she cheated, and she was cheating over and over again with different dudes. And she gets exposed for that, and it's confirmed, but she could not admit that she was cheating. And then she blamed her ex-husband for why she cheated. He didn't do nothing to her. That's just that was her pattern of behavior. And it wasn't just with one. And then she would cheat, and she would get to the cheat. And then everybody knew too. Everybody knew. That's crazy. They've been married for a long time, but everybody knew. Both sides of the family, they all knew. I knew too. Because I didn't do none of that. Didn't happen. No, cut it out. Well, that's same thing. Thank you, Simply Complicated. And there are people like that. It's just it is what it is. It is what it is. What's up, Ricochet Rose Terra? Said, Lenon, you were working on so many things around that time, and we were also so invested and focused on his daughter's information. You're right about that. We all missed it. We appreciate you. This just means rest when you should. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, I was doing a lot, but that's still not an excuse. I was doing a lot, and I was trying to get the stories out and all this stuff, and there was a lot going on. I get all that, but it's my platform, and I got to hold myself accountable. But like you said, part of this is, slow down, vet everything, and rest up appropriately. Because if you don't get appropriate amount of rest, you're going to mess up on different things. And yeah, I think that's a contributing factor. So thank you for saying that, because that was a contributing factor, but I don't want people to think that I'm using that as an excuse. At the end of the day, I should have vetted the information, all of it, and if I had done that, then she wouldn't have been able to lie to us for all these months. It wouldn't have happened. And it's possible, Ricochet, that if we didn't catch this now, that she would have been lying to us for the next month, a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, a year. In fact, it's probable that that's what she would have done. Okay. All right. Thanks, Ricochet. One Shot Gaming says, the guy she mentioned isn't even a detective. He's a regular officer who's under investigation right now. Listen, I haven't looked into it. That's what I'm saying, that if I ever decided to, people have been sending me information. I wouldn't be surprised at all. So she's yelling and screaming the detectives' names. I had to edit that out in the video that I showed at the beginning. So I listen, I'm not saying that this is true, but like I said, it is possible. Ain't no telling with this lady, because she's I don't even want to say pathological liar, because this is like unnecessary lying. Because normally pathological liars, they're trying to, well, now she is still trying to paint narratives, but it's so far over the top, and it makes no sense that it's on another level. It's like it's almost as if she's unaware of how it makes her look. Maybe she doesn't care. Maybe it's just what matters is she's getting attention. But I wouldn't be surprised by this at all. And it shows her lack of professionalism too. That for her to even mention that guy's name and yell and scream it the way that she did, and then she's allegedly at work at the same time. I mean, it's just way over the top. It's way over the top. All right. And again, I haven't investigated it, but if I ever decided to, boy, I tell you, ain't no telling what I'll find. And other people have been doing it already. So she doesn't realize that it ain't me. It's going to be other people. And a lot of people going to be looking into her and blah, blah, blah. She ain't ready for that. Okay. But I'll tell you what she will do. She'll continue to focus on me, because I'm the one who gets the most amount of views. And I'm not saying it to be arrogant. I'm saying it because she recognizes that if she focuses on me, it's just going to bring her the most amount of attention. See, so she'll keep saying, well, he's doing this or he did. No, ain't nobody doing nothing to you. I'll put you on. Okay. All right. Thanks, One Shot gave me. Hey, Laurie. Laurie says, I think you're right about attention-seeking behavior. I don't think she's all right. I believe that she came out at a time to overshadow Lene's story. That's possible. It's all very gross and pathetic. Bless you. Yeah, I mean, it is possible that that's what it was, that she saw Lene with her story and wanted that type of attention. But you guys see, when me and Lene, when we would talk, it's just we kicking it, you know, and we joking and laughing. She's hilarious. We just chilling, basically. You know what I'm saying? But that's different with Mary and Lauren. Everything is like, do this and do that, and yeah, don't show that, and this and that, and these Negroes. You know what I'm saying? So it's a different thing. I don't. That's not. I'm not about that. You know. So I think that there's truth in this, Laura. That she saw Lene and Lene again. It's not just that Lene's getting. People are focusing on her and focusing on her story. It's also that people like Lene. She's likable. I can't say that about Marianne Lauren, especially now. So yeah, this may be part of it, you know, to kind of get the focus away from Lene. And again, Umar, he comes out and he speaks. So let me get myself in there. It's possible. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. Good point. And thank you, Lori. One Shot Gaming said her subscribers are plummeting. Yeah, I anticipated that and I expected that, right? And then there will be people that's going to stay on as subscribers, but it's just to see what the next lie is so they can comment on it, because I guess it's entertaining. Well, I'm not participating in any of that, and I already unsubscribed. I blocked her here on YouTube because she was sending messages, and I blocked her on Facebook. I don't want to have anything to do with someone who lies like that and who is so has no self-awareness. And she will keep lying and then insult people's intelligence by gaslighting people when she's the one who's in the wrong, play the victim, and then blame everybody else. I don't want nothing to do with nobody like that, period. Thank you, One Shot Gaming. What's up, James? Says 3.1 people in the yeah, this was early. We got up to 3,100. I think a little bit over that. 3,100. That's a record by far. In the chat, no weapon formed against you. Yeah, thank you so much, James. Salute to you. I do that right? I'll practice. Thank you, James. Brenda says, absolutely unsubscribe, but I feel bad that you feel so bad for being a human being as I would have, but keep being you, LenonHonor. Been watching you and will continue. Thank you so much, Brenda. I appreciate that. Yeah, and there's plenty of people that unsubscribe from her. Well, the thing is that and I'll have to say it, I felt bad because I feel a lot better now, but I felt bad because I'm the one that put her on. So if you guys think about it, let's say you guys bring someone to the forefront. Let's just make it more personal. Let's say if you have someone that you know of, you think that they're a good person and they tell you a story and it sounds legit and you help them out. And then not only that, you introduce them to your family, right? You introduce them to your family. People in your family, could crush chat room. They get to know this person. And because of you, they know this person. And then this person betrays everybody. Okay, you're going to feel bad about that. And that's what I was feeling. I was feeling a lot of that, especially last week. Not so much now, because I see this in a different perspective. This needed to take place so that this evil could be excluded from something that is good. So it's really that simple. But yeah, I felt bad about it. And you guys are. I enjoy hanging out with you guys. I enjoy our time together. It's fun. You know, I laugh a lot, and I need that. You know. So I felt bad that I even brought her onto the platform, and you guys, because a lot of people, including people that are still in the chat room now, you guys were supportive of her and defending her and all the other stuff. But it was on me. I'm the one that brought this person into the household, as it were. Okay, so I feel bad about that. I feel better now, though, at this point, because I see things differently. So thank you, Brenda, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Let's see. Albert says she not only insults current Umar victims, but future as well. Yeah, that's another problem of this, and I don't think that she cares, and I don't think that she has the self-awareness to recognize that. Oh, I said that the dog's howling. I can't hear him. Yeah, he will howl, especially if you leave him downstairs by himself. I can't hear it. He would start howling. And I'm like, why is he doing that? Well, it's because he's by himself. This big old baby. Yeah, he's funny like that. Yeah, anyway, it's unfortunate because it's not just that she's it's like a form of she's discredited and compromised my platform in that way by doing all this lying, but it's also she by proxy discredits other victims that have already come out to speak about Umar, but also future victims. No, I should say future people who may come out in the future who are victims of Umar, and she doesn't even think about that. That's diabolical. And then for what? You know, what is the reasoning? What is the motivation to do something and be so? I don't know what the word is. I don't even know what the word is. I have no idea. That's deep. That's deep. Thank you, Auburn grad, and congratulations on graduating. That's awesome. Ollie Saxo says the Room 130 guy was an actor. Google the barbershop he claims to work for. It doesn't exist. Yeah, I know. I know that it doesn't exist because I looked it up. That's why I didn't report on the shit. That's when I was first saying, wait a minute. And then I said, okay, there has to be an opportunity for me to create distance from this woman. And I prayed on it. And then the opportunity came and I took it. And it was when, and salute to this person too, by the way. I don't know who they are. This person at Hope-Lou. That, and I recognized, I said, wait a minute. Is this the I said, yeah, this is the opportunity, but let me play chess on this. And that's precisely what I did. I looked up the guy, and I never played the video because he gives his full name, and he could have been just an actor. He doesn't give he gives his full name, he gives his place of business. And to have that on my platform, it's a problem. So, but I was looking all over, and all I found was a place called something similar to that, what he stated. And I'm not going to say what he stated in terms of his place of business down in Atlanta, but that wouldn't make any sense because I was thinking, wait a minute, why would someone down in Atlanta go all the way to Cleveland to do Umar's hair? It don't make no sense, right? But I remember, if memory serves me correctly, and I could be wrong, y'all let me know in the chat room. I thought she said that this guy had a business in Cleveland, right? Hit the one. Well, I couldn't find that business in Cleveland. Did anyone else find it? If you found it, let me know. Okay, I ain't gonna put it up on here, nothing like that. But if you found it, say I found it. Yeah, Kogo said, yup, it's in Atlanta. Look too, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody's saying they couldn't find it. Someone said he has a classic Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah. They said I couldn't find it. Everybody said they couldn't find it. You know, so it leads me to believe that this is a bunch of bull jive. This guy could be an actor. Oh, Marianne, you're some bullshit. I said, oh man, this is some bullshit. Here's some bullshit right here. Marianne, dope. Marianne. Let me stop. Boy, you gotta laugh because it's crazy. Okay. All right. So hey, at this point, ain't no telling. Okay, I sure did. I Googled a barbershop, and I found that other guy down in Atlanta. That I went on his social media. I even listened to his voice and compared it to the guy on the voice that when she called it didn't match. I said, oh shit. It's crazy. All right. Okay. Someone said it was an actor, Caleb. I don't know, family. Let me stop. It's probably one of them long sharks that, you know, because they be acting. You know, them sharks, a shark will act his ass off. You got to watch them nature videos to see what I'm talking about. They will act, they will, anyway. All right. Thanks, Holly Sexo. Boy, this is crazy. Somebody said it was some long shark zombies. Somebody said not Denzel Scrubbington. Yeah, it did sound like he was reading the script. It sure did. All right. Oh, this is crazy. Awaken 2, the loan sharks. Oh my God. All right. A hit shark will swallow long shark with the long weave. Okay. All right, let me get up out of here. Let me get up out of this chat room. All right. I gotta look away. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Sharif says she either demonic or has dementia. All jokes aside, I don't know. I can't call it. I cannot call it. Something ain't right. I'll just say it. I'm gonna leave it right there, Sharif. But something ain't right because you can't do this and just keep going with this. Something got to be wrong, and that's just being real about it. Okay. Thanks, Sharif. Smart Barber says, do you plan on watching the presentation that she says she's putting together to explain all of this? Do you think she will actually present anything? That's a good question. Smart Barber, what I thought about was that there should be a simple explanation, right? And it should be very simple, but she makes it more complex. And the more she lies, the more complex it gets. That's one of the big problems with all of this. Show the bank statement of the deposit. Then she was talking about how she took some of the money and then put some of the money in, but then took the other money out and all this other stuff. So it gets very convoluted. Then I'm going to put together a presentation. This is just head movies. That's all this is. And she keeps going with it. Yeah, if she puts together a fake presentation, we'll look at it. We'll look at it just to show that it's just not necessary. If the truth is the truth, you ain't got to do all this. So you already know, and we already know that the check is fake. So you're gonna have to pivot to something else outside of the check somehow to make this, try to figure out a way to lie about it. And the presentation, that's not a pivot. That's you still holding on to this idea that this was a legitimate check. Something wrong with you, ma'am. Ma'am, something wrong with you. Go get help. Okay, but if you want to keep going, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, social media ain't kind. It's not kind to people like you. It's not. And more people are gonna look you up and start getting. Okay, I ain't gonna do it, but you gonna. I'm telling you now, your best move. You ain't even got a pod. That ain't even your best move. Is to get off of YouTube. Real talk. Thanks, Smart Barbie. But we'll see. Okay, we'll see, because she may not even do that. She's like Umar. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. She don't do it. In the morning, family, I'm gonna go get the receipt, and I'm a live stream. I'm gonna send it to you, and the proof. Okay, well, here we are. And there ain't no proof because it's a fake check. I've already confirmed that, and other people have too. Anyway, Thanks, Mark Barbie. JoJo says she was shocked when you called her out. That's why she reacted erratically. She expected you to keep it behind the scenes. Well, she would have preferred that I keep it behind the scenes so that she could manipulate the situation. But she presented the fake check publicly, so I addressed it publicly. And I ain't waiting on her because she's a liar. Now, no, I played this whole thing about, well, let's give her a chance, give me a chance, and let's, show some. Yeah, that's all part of the chess move. But I already knew what the deal was. I just need to do more research to confirm. At this point, it's thoroughly confirmed. Other people have confirmed it too, all over the internet. So, yeah, she didn't want me to bring up the issue with the check, and that's why she called in the first place and rant and rage because there's a hit dog would holler. And it wouldn't make a difference if she could see if it was legit, she wouldn't. There's no need to even call in. Think about it. If it's legit, and if you decide to call in, then you give an explanation, a perfect explanation. You provide a receipt, or just wait and then respond and say, "Hey, listen, I saw the video you did yesterday, and here is the receipt right here. If you can show this to people, I'd appreciate it." Okay, I'll do that. That's it. It's that simple. It's nothing deep. But she has to spin all these different stories and go all over the place. And now, she doesn't realize it, but people are seeing her for what she is. She's a liar to the extreme. And keeps on going with it. Thank you, JoJo. CJ says, seems like everyone in the conscious community is missing 3/5 of their mental faculties. And I know you've been speaking on this, but damn, bro. Because I've been like, well, not everybody. It is true, it's not everybody, but damn, it's enough of them at this point for me to say, hey, listen, CJ, he owns the something. I'm gonna leave it right there. Okay, because you notice I've been real like, well, not really, but you know what? But then when I think about it, oh, wait a minute now. Okay. Crazy. Thanks, CJ. And these people supposed to be what? Conscious and all this other stuff? I don't want to hear it at this point. Thanks, CJ. One Shot Game says, Miriam and Tunde sitting in a okay, all right, sitting in a tree. Thanks, One Shot Game. LR Club says, what's interesting is why Umar is not speaking. Yeah. Anyone else he bashed on the floor. The settlement is obviously fake. So why is Umar so quiet? That's the other thing. So on one hand, the issue is what's her motivation? And none of it makes sense. Is it possible that they're working together? Okay, before I didn't want to even consider it as a possibility, but I consider it as now. But then, whatever the case may be between those two things, why hasn't Umar spoke out about her? Because everyone else he speaks out about. He's spoken out against me too, right? He called me a booty bandit one time. I don't know why you'd be talking like that, but that's what he. So why didn't he go at her? So it doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, the settlement check that she showed is a fake. So why is Umar so quiet? I don't know. I have no idea. Again, people, we could speculate and say, well, maybe they're in on it together. We can speculate and say, hey, maybe she does have some stuff on Umar. That if he says something, then I don't know. I can't answer it. I have no idea. Yeah. I thank you for the super chat. These super chats are from like 4 hours ago. My goodness. Conservative Unicorn says, keep your head up, Lenon. Please do a deep dive on that shake and go wig. I don't want to talk about the lady's wig or wigs. I don't want to do that. And thank you, Conservative Unicorn, for the super. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. It's the lesson learned. Okay, lesson learned. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, I'm going to do the rest. I got to do the rest of these quick because otherwise we're going to be here for another hour. KK says, Lenon, what do you make of her calling Umar on your platform? Do you think that was real? Regardless, that was beyond out of control. Yeah, it was out of order. Do I think she called? I think she did call him. Okay, did she talk to him? I don't know. She said she did, but I don't believe nothing the woman say. I don't think so. again, there's legal issues tied into that. I talked about that earlier. And there were people say, well, Lenon, you've been talking all this, but then, you're a coward because you didn't want Umar on. Listen, I ain't going to jail on this shit. You want to go to jail on this? Go on ahead. You want to go on jail for me? Go on ahead. I got 5 kids and a wife. What you talking about? Now, Umar want to come on my platform. He's welcome to do so. I'll pay him. I'll debate him on FDMG, step by step. We can do that. But y'all ain't gonna get me hemmed up on no foolishness where I'm going to jail or catching the case on some it's stupid. And that's what could have happened if she actually called him and he answered. That's what could have happened. Would it have gotten a gang of views? Yeah. People have been talking about that all over the internet. But I ain't going to jail for no phone call. Cut it out. It's not that. No, that's ridiculous. Like I told people before, I said I'm 50. I ain't never been arrested. I ain't never been to jail. I ain't never been to prison. I ain't trying to start now. I'm talking about. Anyway. Thanks, KK. TJ says Mary Ann's biggest foes, truth, banking. We got to bring up the banks, truth, banking, and the English language. Okay. Now, the banking part is the funniest one because she didn't have to do that. It's so unnecessary. So unnecessary. Because I was like, well, maybe she got another settlement, but she didn't want to say that amount. Maybe it was like for $500, but she felt slighted and she wanted to make it. So she turned to $68,600. She got this fake check. He said, let me go ahead and pass this one off. But even that doesn't make sense. Because it doesn't add to her initial story. It doesn't. A settlement? What is that? $68,600. Now, if it was like $400 or 1,000 or 2,000, okay, now that makes more sense. It can kind of add to the story. But 68,600? Now, come on now. That's just over the top. Anyway, that banking part messed her up. She was trying to get over on that one. Thanks, CJ. The journey into highest potential says, do you know if Umar is under state or federal investigation? I don't know that as a statement of fact. People have sent me stuff. Again, I haven't verified anything, so I'm not going to say that. Is it possible? Yes. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't have a proof. There's some evidence that people have sent me, but proof? No. So until such time that I have the proof, documentation, it should have been court documents or something, I'm not going to be putting that out there. I'm not going to put that out there. And the truth is that it's not, at least because if it's not, listen, if he's not being investigated, there's no point in bringing that up because it doesn't benefit the mission. Whether it's local, federal, whatever, state, whatever, it doesn't. If it's not happening, why bring it up and why promote it? If you don't know 100%, it doesn't benefit. Because listen, even if he was being investigated, yeah, it's news, but okay, he's still scamming with the FDMG school scam, and that's the focus, right? So, but again, we'll see if paperwork comes out later, and we'll cover it. But as of right now, no. All right. Thank you, Journey, for the super chat. Smoke Diggity, what's up? Says she going to keep playing around and turn Lenon into Patti LaBelle. I love me some Patti LaBelle. I love me some Patti LaBelle. One of my favorite singers. She's probably my favorite female singer. No, I'm not going to get petty with it. I'm not. We'll cover the video that she posted today. We'll do that tomorrow and see what she's talking about. But did she provide a receipt? Anyone watch that video? Did she provide a receipt? I highly doubt it. And they were going in on her in the comment section. She don't realize it. Okay, you keep lying to people, insulting their intelligence. Thanks, Smoke Diggy, Diggity Dog. Britta says that damn shark. Yeah, I know that's wild. That whole shark thing. People been going off on that. I get carried away on it too sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. Thank you, Brenda. Lady How's it going? Says neglected her patients to yell lies at you. Yeah. Okay. And I don't even want to get into that because again, I'm that whole work situation. It's people again. You have to be mindful. You really do, because you can lose it all. Again, Dempsey Spears, he threw away his whole career. He was already shady anyway, but him getting online and doing all that, that's time that he could have been using, opportunity cost. He could have been using that time, lying on people and online, live streaming, falling asleep on live streaming. He ain't making no money. He losing money. He could be using all that time to build his business. But that's not what he did. See? So he was at his place of business lying you know, and talking crazy. And one time he was talking, I kid you, I could pull it up. He was talking and yelling and stuff, and the office manager, because he act like he owned everything. And the office manager knock on the door and tell him to be quiet. See, and he threw away his career. And I'm gonna tell you guys something. If these charges stick, and he'll be gonna be doing some time, by the time he get up out of there, he's gonna lose a lot more than just his career. Watch. Because he used to always brag about his house and all. Okay, yeah, see that? So yeah, people, you know, you gotta look at what you're doing, and is it really worth it? And this right here, boy, I tell you. Thanks, a lady. Sir Longshot says, P.S. It's me, vegan. Oh, it's Vegan Sports Bar. Shout out to Vegan Sports Bar. Yeah, boy, you've been cutting up all live streams. So Sir Longshark is Vegan Sports Bar. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, that's crazy, Sir Longshark. College of Natural Health Science says, we got nothing but love for you, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Love to you as well. Yeah, I'm gonna do these quick because we're gonna be here for another month. Blackwood says, look here, when she called Umar allegedly is when I was like, oh, damn, this lady is lying her ass off, because ain't no way I'm gonna pay you $86,000 and you can call me. There you go, right there. There you go, right there. I didn't even think of that. Okay, anyone in the quick chat, you pay someone $68,600. Yeah, $68,000. Okay, so $68,600. I think that's what it was. And you got all these alleged legal issues dealing with this person because they got you under for class action lawsuit, and then they got you investigated by the feds all at the same time, and they have an open line of communication with you. And you gonna answer? Come on, people. That don't make no sense. And he's the evil, and he's all this and all that, but you gonna no. Let me check my batteries again. I said I was gonna be up here for 2 hours. Here we are, almost 5 hours in. Thanks, Black Wolf. That's a good point. Really good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. I was going to embrace change. Says, you're right, because it was hard for me to get through that Pan African version of Friday she calls awakening. The Pan African version of Friday. She was funny though. Yeah. You're right about that. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thanks, embrace change. Hey, how's it going, Shaya? So then we are a lot alike. We give lots of our time, resources, and energy helping those we find out are disrespectful ingrates. Well, damn. Okay. Tell us how you feel. So then we got scorched earth on their on the A. Okay. Don't let MA change who you are. Yeah, she won't. That's not possible. I am who I am. I'm 50 at this point. Anything I change is to change for the better. And she's not going to make me less of a person or less of a man or less caring of people. That's not going to happen. I'm going to be more careful for sure. But people like this who have wicked intent, they don't faze me like that. They don't. I think it's just an opportunity to learn and to recognize that I have to be more guarded, but still be who I am, you know. And like I've said it many times, I want the best for everybody. I do mean that. And I want to help. There's people who more recently, they've been doing YouTube and doing great work too, dealing with Umar. And I would like to promote him, but that has to stop. I stopped that years ago, but I still want to do that. But the space is not, it's not comparable, you know. That's not even the word I need to use. It's not supportive of people who genuinely want to help other people. That's just the nature of social media. So yeah, I get it. I totally get it. But like you said, people like you and me or anyone else, we're kind and people take it as weakness, but we're not the ones to be trying to mess with. And I'm truly like that. Okay, don't play with me. Don't play. I mean, you think you can? No, don't play. Right? All right. Thanks, Shaya. Broccoli Brumla says there are a lot of, I think you're saying fictitious claims in her current and her past, from her company to her Super Bowl picture. Yeah, there's other things people have sent me dealing with her too. I'm not going to get into all of that, but there are a lot of things that just don't add up. And like I said, I don't think that this is an issue of her being online. I think that this is in her life, that this is how things have gone, and it's probably gone like this for decades. I think people who truly know who she is, they stay away from her. I remember even when she was trying to act all like she had all these friends, I think that that's all just to give this. Who want to be around a woman that lie like that all the time? Don't nobody want to be around that. Yo, does she have friends? Probably, but I'm talking about people who truly know who she is. They ain't trying to deal with her. Just like online, people ain't trying to deal with her either. Yeah, so all this other stuff, ain't no telling. Okay, ain't no telling what stuff is teetering on the verge of her storytelling versus what is reality versus fantasy, and mixing and matching things, and everything's all over the place. Yeah, when she said loan sharks, meaning she said long sharks. She said loan sharks. I said, huh? She never told me anything about that. I said, okay, now she really, yeah, here she go. Thank you for super chat. Jojo says, and the Oscar for best drama in 2026 goes to Marianne Lorient. Checkmate. Yeah, absolutely. She put on a grand performance. She sure did. She sure did. Yep. Yeah, you're right about that. She deserves an award for that one. Okay. Thank you, Jojo. D. Will says, we need a running list of different chapters of this Umar Johnson adventure. Chapter 1, SETI Rant chapter, chapter 2, HVAC Saga chapter, and chapter 3, Block Party chapter. Yeah, and then, of course, the Marianne Lorient gets to chapter 2, but she ain't going to be addressed in the documentary. Nope. You're out of it, ma'am. Okay, she's not going to be, nope, it's not happening. Okay, but you're right. There's been all types of ain't nothing like the Umar Johnson saga. Ain't nothing like it. There's all types of stuff in it. Now we got sharks and shit. Thank you, D. Will. Always got to bring up the shark. Green Guardians sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. Sasha says the movie made 10 pennies. Where was the 500,000 going to come? The movie made 10 pennies. Where would the $500,000 come from? I don't know. I never saw any paperwork. She did say when I had her on that she sent me. No, she didn't. I went back and looked, and no, she never sent me anything on that. So I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Thanks, Sasha Love. Heartbreaker from the Bronx says, to be honest, I don't think she's Haitian. I know plenty of them, including a few of my family, have way better English than her. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I can't call that. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is with. I know she speaks different languages, but you would think that if she's been in the United States, that she would be able to say friends. And I don't know. I don't get that at all. And there may be other issues going on though too. Heartbreak from the Bronx that we're not aware of that would cause her to have challenges with that. It's possible. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's always something with this Umar Johnson saga. It's always something. Thank you, Heartbreak from the Bronx. Shout out to the Bronx. Always say it. Flow Energy says she stole pics off the net for her community post. Yeah, people have been saying that. They said they've been reverse. You can do that on reverse image check on Google, and people have been saying that. I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Trying to pretend as if she has all this stuff going on, and and then there's the thing with the boxing lady and all this other stuff. Ain't no telling what all that are. She may be making all that up too. There was something else too that she was talking. I thought she was talking about. Then she just stopped talking about it all of a sudden. I don't know. All right. Thanks, Flow Energy. What's up? Urea says, I get it now. Lorient lie rant. she be ranting, just be lying. I get it now. Lorient lie rant. Umar, we still on your neck. Yeah, Umar, don't think for a moment that somehow we're going to get distracted on this. We're just waiting for new content from you, and we'll get right back on into it. If it's tomorrow, it's tomorrow. Okay, we will be covering a Marianne Lawrence video for sure. Okay, one way or the other. Right, her new video that she did today. Thank you, Uriel, or maybe Uriah. Okay. Spirit Fire says, but why do you think hasn't Umar come out to dispute her lesson? Yeah, everyone's asking that. I don't have an answer to this. She is really sick for this. It's weird behavior. Yeah, I don't have an answer for it. I can't call it. I really can't. Again, I guess the best explanation is that they're in on it together, and that would be a massive move on Umar's part. Okay, I would salute him for that. But I don't think that that's the case. I think she genuinely hates Umar, but then who knows with dysfunctional relationships, and ain't no telling what's going on with all of this, because it's all dysfunction in the first place. Again, he's such a horrible person, but you call him on the phone while we live stream. I'm not, and I didn't consent to any of that. Okay, for the record, but something ain't right. So anyway, I don't know. It's weird behavior all the way across the board, and Umar hasn't come out to speak out against her. All right. So anyway, I can't call it. I've been thinking about it. J. Cole says, even if she never lied, I would have unsubbed anyway. I'm sorry, her films are horrible. I rank her skills in filmmaking as Dolomite. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I try to be gracious, and when we were covering all of that, and I'm still gracious. I don't want to speak ill of her films. There's a lot there. I can say that. Anyway, I'm leaving right there. Okay, thanks, J. Cole, for super. I appreciate it. We got 1,700 likes. That's a record right there. At one point, we had about 3,000, a little over 3,000 people in the building. So that's a record right there. So I want to thank everyone so much as I'm getting closer to the bottom here. Thank you, J. Cole. Appreciate it. Rad says, our modern Black conscious community is a joke. FDMG is not coming. Lying Lorient shenanigans is not going to fly. And LenonHonor has educated more Black boys and girls than Umar Johnson hit the one. Yeah, well, thank you for those kind words. Yeah, that's one thing I don't think Marianne Lorient understands, and that is the reach that social media has. And that's to say that she just didn't lie to me, and she just didn't lie to you all. Okay, and many of you guys were her defenders and supporters. She's lied to everyone that she told lies to, and that's tens of thousands of people at this point. She doesn't even realize that, and then she keeps going with lies to this day. Okay, there's lessons in that too for younger people. Okay, when you're wrong, admit it, apologize, make up for it, and keep life moving. But if you get stuck in this loop of lying, nothing good comes to you. Because the Lord give, the Lord take it. It's that simple. Yeah. So thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that. High Vibe says, was Mary Ann the woman in the hotel room? I don't know. That'd be wild though, wouldn't it be? That she just changed the character. And again, I'm not saying that's what happened, but that she just changed the character to somebody else and tells the story that way. I don't know. At this point, I have no idea. It's intriguing though. I mean, it's like a Lifetime movie. That, yeah, okay. But I don't know. It would be something else. I can't call it. Okay. At this point, I don't know what to believe at this point. I just know I don't believe anything she say. That's all I know. Thanks, High Vibe. It's interesting. Drea says her calling Umi felt calculated. Why bring him on a call when he didn't even know what he was walking into, especially considering their history? Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever. See, that's what leads me to think that they're in cahoots. But the other thing is that maybe there's other things going on that we don't know about in terms of the nature of their interactions. Even though there's been all types of dysfunction and even trauma for that matter, that there's still some sort of connection or bond that makes her compelled to call him and feel okay with calling him. Who knows? But I do know that when she did that, it made me take a step back and say, hey, wait a minute, what's really going on here? And I still don't know exactly. I just know that, and I'm just thankful that this has come out when it came out, and she's been thoroughly exposed as a liar, and that this check is fake. Because like you said, this could have really damaged my reputation. Okay, but it could have damaged the work that I've been doing dealing with the documentary. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Dre. MJ says, YouTuber Mind Chaos Brew looked up Marianne already in your defense and cussed Marianne because Marianne Lorient tried to content strike her. Why? Found she isn't in the global nurse registry. Yeah, but why would she content strike her though? Yeah, maybe Marianne Lorient doesn't understand how social media works. I mean, you can put in a strike, but that doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't. So maybe she's trying to stop this YouTuber from continuing to talk about. I don't know. I can't call it. But in terms of the nurse registry, listen, people already sent me all that. I don't want to get into all that. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I don't. It's all a big mess. And who knows how deep this goes? Because again, in real talk, she's a nobody. Okay, she come on to the scene relatively late, and I'm always skeptical of people come on to the scene relatively late because people been at this. There's people been at this for a long time, myself included. But who knows how far this goes with Marianne Lorient? Ain't no telling. Stuff that she's saying is completely untrue or misrepresenting herself or all this stuff. Ain't no telling. That's what I'm saying, that the best thing that she can do is to get off of the internet, because people they're gonna go. Because see, the thing is that when you insult people and you lying on people and you making up false narratives and then you insult people's intelligence and you keep going with it, people don't like that. And people who are investigated, they ain't gonna listen. I've been gracious. They ain't gonna give her the same grace. I already know. Anyway, yeah, people sent me this thing about the registry. We don't get into all that, but ain't no telling what's going on with this woman. Thank you, MJ. For super chat. Mixed Monica says, I'm not religious. However, I'm skeptical of any attempt to use religion as a shield to proclaim their innocence or present lies as truth. Yes. And I'm not religious either. I have respect. Okay. When I pray to the Lord. Okay. I'd say, anyway, I have respect. But part of her selling point to me was that I'm a Christian woman. One of the most important people I've had in my life from the age of 15, I want to say, devout Christian. So I have respect. He's taught me a lot, a lot about a lot of different things. But for her to use that, and it's not just use that with me, but use that with our audience, it's manipulative. Clearly, she's not Christ-like or even attempting to be Christ-like, because if she was, she wouldn't be. I don't mean to be talking like this, but she wouldn't be online lying like this and keep going with lies. She wouldn't do that. There's nothing, real talk, there's nothing Christian about her whatsoever. Nothing. I think she uses that as a way to ingratiate herself into people's lives and to make herself appear to be this person that has morality and ethics, when in point of fact, she doesn't, because if she did, she wouldn't be online lying like she has and continues to do. That's diabolical. All right. Thank you, Mr. Monica. Isaiah says she's not the brightest bulb. She could have sold the rights to that movie to Tubi. They feature all kinds of movies filmed on an iPhone. Okay, there's different things that she could have done, I'm sure, to make it more profitable. But I think that her interactions with Umar, I think that there was a lot of chaos and trauma, and that becomes what her desire is to get back at Umar at any cost. But that's not the appropriate way to do it, to lie on the man. That's not the appropriate way to do it. So she misses out on a lot of different opportunities because where her mindset is at, it's about causing harm to Umar. And if she has to lie to do it, she'll do it. Yeah. Thank you, Isaiah. Deidre says, don't let her gaslight you. The proof was right there. She could have easily clarified it, but she didn't. She's a liar. Yeah, it was right there. And it's not like, it's not deep. It's not like, and again, I went through the process of verifying stuff. I went to my banking institution, one of my banking institutions, to talk to. I shared the check. I had a friend of mine do the same thing. So she knows that it's fake, and most people know that it's fake, but she will keep running with it, and that's part of the gaslight. I mean, the gaslighting, and then she creates all these other stories to kind of patch in. I don't know why she would. I don't know. Now she was talking about a dollar bank, and now there's all over the place, and all over the place. But that's part of the gaslighting. You know, they want you, people like this, they want you to question reality, and you know what the truth is, but they want to make it seem like something wrong with you. No, something wrong with her. She just don't get it. It's all up here. She don't get it. I don't think she ever will. Okay. Thank you, Deidre. I appreciate the super chat. Little Rock says, shout out to the shark wrenches. Okay. We got shark wrenches in the building. Thank you, Little Rock. Miss Vernica says, Lenon, it's so nice to see you like this again. Bless your soul. Yeah, well, bless your soul. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Well, part of it is I've had some time to reflect. Again, Drea has some wise words to share with me. Also, Dane Calloway, shout out to him. He has some words. He's wise. He's younger, but he's wise. Okay, he has some positive words of encouragement too. And I've gotten all sorts of emails and people posting messages. And then I normally don't post on my community tab like messages or whatever, but I decided to do so like as I'm getting things together. And I was writing out the statement. I did it in video format. I'll play it before we get up out of here. I played it at the beginning of this live stream. And all of that, it warmed my heart. And the biggest thing is to recognize that this was necessary now and that it needed to happen now for the sake of the documentary. But not even, that's a major component to it, but also just to have someone like that on my platform who's lying and who's conniving and deceptive like that, that's not good. It's just not good. And I don't want to be part of anything like that. I don't want to have people like that in my life. I don't want them on my platform. I felt bad. I'm feeling better about it now, but I felt really bad that I brought this person to you all too. I don't want nothing like that. I don't want to bring that type of negativity and negative energy to you guys and to your space. But thankfully, there's been so many people that's been supportive and they've reached out. And my wife, she's been very supportive as well. And I'm in a much better place dealing with all of this. So I'm very thankful. You know, I'm very thankful. And thank you guys so much, everyone, for tuning on in. And thank you for being supportive. Okay, I don't take it for granted. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Vernica. Okay, I'm almost at the bottom, but I'm so behind. I'm like almost 4 hours behind here. D. Shiden sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I got to do these quick. Tamika says, do you think she did this because she wanted attention from the film? That's a good question. It's crazy to know she'd lie this easy, then keep doubling down. Like, yeah. Well, the thing is that if it was for the film, it could have been initially, but I don't think that that's the case now because her lying doesn't help the film. You guys understand what I'm saying? It's like everything that she's doing actually, it further discredits her work. Her YouTube itself, at this point, it's actually it discredits her because she has the stuff online. People are watching, they're analyzing it, and they know she's lying. So it doesn't benefit her at all, and it definitely doesn't benefit the film or any of her films for that matter. So, yeah, I think maybe in the beginning she thought that this would be a way because strategically, what my approach was, okay, let's get some traction on this film, and I'll promote it. I'll make sure I'll encourage people to come check it out. And the idea is that you roll that over into the making of Awaken, because that's really where people would have taken much more interest. You improve the production quality, you improve the editing. I love editing. The editing in the film is poor. You improve the audio quality, the lighting, because those two things are very, very poor. And then the music as well. You improve. You make these efforts, and I would have been willing to help her along in that process. Okay? But then what you do is you set the stage so that, let's say, a year from now, or a year and a half from now, or from then, you drop this film that thoroughly exposes Umar, but you've already built up an audience of people based upon telling the truth, right? Of people who that I've brought over, other people have brought over, and you become part of the community, but you have to be legit with it. And you can't be lying on Umar. But that's not what she did. So she really tricked off an opportunity, not just to benefit off of Awaken, but also the making of Awaken. That would have been really where she would have taken off, right? Anyway, I had a whole thing. You know, I talked to her about what she should do and how she should approach this, and you know, I really went out of my way, wasted a lot of time too, but here we are. Thanks, Tamika's. How's it going? Jason says, it's sad because she's also from the same community as Umar. Yeah. This isn't a good representation of that community. Yeah. And again, there's so many different people that are part of the Black conscious space, and they're good people, most definitely. It's just that what we tend to see are the people who are online because they're online, and she's one of the people. Umar is another one. Polite is another one. Okay, Jay Morrison is another. I can run down a list. You know, perhaps it is that's the reason why they kind of coalesce, and that's the reason why they have these interactions anyway. You know, then in this case, she has a falling out with Umar, and I believe that there was a falling out. But instead of dealing with the topic and sticking with the issues, the truth of the matter, she just starts to lie and lie and lie, and it snowballs. And now at this point, she can't even keep track of the lies, just like Umar can. Right? But I hear you on that, Jason. Thank you so much. Sheree says, Cook Rashad going to roast her like some pork on a Puerto Rican wedding. pork on a Puerto Rican wedding. Okay. Yeah. I try to give grace. You know, I try to, but hey, listen, the joking is joking. I'll joke a little bit. All right. Thanks, Sheree. Florisma says, hey, then a Haitian Creole, we'd call someone like Mary Ann Lorient a vagabond. Basically a mischievous troublemaker. Keep doing your thing, wishing you and your family continue blessing. Thank you for those kind words. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, so your Haitian Creole and people like Marianne Lorient is called a vagabond. I've never heard that. So mischievous troublemaker. Well, she's definitely mischievous. She's a troublemaker. Okay. So what she doesn't realize is that most of the problems that she's creating is actually for herself, and she doesn't realize how social media works. She doesn't realize. Right? Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. What's up? Chris says you asked her the questions about it and she never gave a yes or no. Yeah, those questions, and I phrased those questions because they're closed-ended. It's a yes or no. But she never said yes, she never said no. Did you guys peep that? Says she's been gaslighting ever since her credibility took a bullet. Yeah. And it's a yes or no question. That's it. You either say yes or no. But then she's like, well, they gave me a paper to sign. I said, I asked about no paper to sign. Did this check right here? Did you get this check right here? Did you take it to the bank and cash it and it cleared? Is that what happened, ma'am? Yes or no? Well, I went to the bakery and they had some peanuts inside of the box, and inside of the peanuts there was some hog. I said, no, stop. There was no hog mogging in peanuts. The hog mog don't go in peanuts. Stop it. You can put some peanuts in a hog mog, but you can't put no hog mog in no peanut. All right. Allegedly. All right. Thank you, Chris. Tanya says, at this point, we can't believe anything. She said, I agree. I'm so happy to be feeling that you're feeling better. Yeah, I feel a lot better. I ain't gonna lie. Thank the Lord. You are an honorable man. Thank you so much. I do. I feel so much better. And it's part of it's hanging out with y'all made me feel better too. Thank you so much, Tanya. The scene says back of check looks like it's from another check. That's because it is. That's how shady and diabolical this lady is. That's why she was saying keep that one up. Because she knew that was from an actual check. And then the fake check, she says, just I don't know what she said. Pop it on there whatever she said. Flash it on there. Listen right here. Yeah, lady, if you don't stop, cut it out. So unnecessary. She would, I mean, listen, and I don't mean to be giving no ideas, but she would have been, because it's too late now, but she would have been better served to just create her own check. Get you a nice printer. I got one. Get you a nice printer. The kids be printing out all kinds of stuff to put on their walls. Get you a nice printer and get you the appropriate software and just make your own fake check. Might as well, you lying all the time. Might as well just go and do it. Well, you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying. But this right here, come on. Stop. And I wish I had, because see, listen, if I pulled that up when I did the live stream and I saw that, I'd been like, well, wait a minute. What does that mean down there? It says, disclaimer, this is not a real check to receive your, boy, that would have broke the internet. But anyway, here we are. Thanks to Scene for the super chat. D. Shannon says she resembles the cartoon character Arthur. All right, we're not gonna do that. Let me go look. She does, but I'm not saying that she does, but this is so all right. All right. Thank you for this super chat. We laugh. I'm not laughing at that. Okay. Thank you. Lewis Lex says, I'm going to say if he tried to stop her from releasing her movie, it could have been because she couldn't pay him, so he tried to block the release. Huh. There's no Lewis Lex, we don't know. We don't know because she said that well, I don't know. See, we would have to go back and listen to what she said. Ain't no telling. Was Umar supposed to be paid, but she didn't pay him? I thought that he was doing that, and he was supposed to get his money later, but she lied so much, who knows? The film may not even exist. Listen, at this point, there may not even be a film called Wicked. I don't know. Might as well throw that out there too. There might not be no film, family. I'm starting to think Umar don't even exist. You know what I'm saying? At this point, I'm considering it. Umar does not exist. All right. Anyway, thanks, Lewis. Live from the blockchain said lead detective Patchett. Okay, I don't. I don't want to put the guy's name up there, but damn, that's crazy too. All right, I got you. That's wild. Liar, circle. Liar, circle. You guys have to stop. Okay, you have to stop. All right, liar, shark on fire. All right. Thank you for that. Sassy says, Lenon. I think you mean Lenon. People call me all kind of stuff. Lenon, Lenor, it's just fine. Lenon, I truly believe she was lying about the woman that had to give. You're right. For the $20 to get gas money, that was really out there. Hashtag long shot. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that was. Let's do a poll on that as we get ready to wind this down. After it's a mini marathon. So was the story? Let's see. Was the story? I have to call the story. Was the story about the cousin? And how would you know that? Now I think about it. Who told her that? Was the story about the cousin? I was gonna say handling the business. I ain't gonna do that. I'm sorry. I don't know how to phrase this. Was a story about the cousin? I'll say doing the do. Was a story about the cousin doing the do to get gas money true? That's all. That's the only way I can phrase this. Okay, so I got one of my kids coming up. Let me turn this way. Okay, get your vote in. Somebody said performing an act. Yeah, that's what I just said doing the do. That first thing I said was handling the business. That's so funny. Okay, all right. Okay. No, we not doing that, Patach. We not doing that. The chat room. All right, this chat room is crazy. All right, let me get up out of here. Get your vote in. I'm trying to get done, y'all. Thank you, Sassy. Yeah, I don't believe it. I think she's just throwing extras on top of whatever the other lie she told. All right. Uriah says, if Umar sued her, he actually did something right. She probably told him she had an IMAX contract for the viewing. There's no telling how far because she was saying we were doing all of these screenings. Ain't no telling. It could have been one screening and 2 people showed up. I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. Like we could, as an exercise, we can go back and go through everything and just start picking things apart, step by step. And I'm sure by the time we get done, we would identify hundreds, maybe not hundreds, but scores of lies that she's told, things that don't make any sense. So ain't no telling. And who knows what because again, she lies so much, she could have been lying to Umar from the jump. And then he finds out and he's a liar too. So I would think that liars that lie on this level, they feel insulted when people lie to them, Ain't no telling. I don't know. All right. Thank you for the super chat, sir. One Shot Game says Lenon used Law 21 of the 48 Laws of Power perfectly. I don't even know. Let's go to that. So 48 Laws of Power. What is Law 21? So Law 21. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Yeah, seem dumber than you think. Yeah, and there was people that was like, well, Lenon, you simping and you cape and all. No, that's not. Listen, it's strategic. But it also shows humility before the Lord, because part of it is just recognizing that, okay, I'm not all in control of this. I'm going to play my part, but I also have to have faith. And stuff has worked out. So do what you have to do, And yeah, I did what I did. And yeah, one of the most important things is people like her, you have to make them feel as if they're in control, because if they feel like they're in control, they'll continue to do what they're doing, and they'll continue to create false narratives, so forth, so on. And then here we are. It's checkmate today. It's checkmate. Right? Thank you. One Shot Gaming. NO says class action lawsuit poll. Any proof of that? Yeah, we took that poll earlier. There's no proof of that. At least I have not seen any. And overwhelmingly, people said that does not exist when we did the poll. For this poll was a story about the cousin doing the due to get the gas money true. 18% said yes. Overwhelmingly, 82% said no. I'll leave it up for a while. You guys go ahead and get your vote in. Okay? We got over 1,700 likes, 1,800 likes. Okay. Thank you, N.O. Dub says Marianne made her first. Let's see. I think you're saying donation from legacy home buyers let off steam at the vegan. Marianne made her first dono from legacy home buyers let off steam at the vegan sports bar, and now on FDMG student is going to fly her out there. Yeah, in a helicopter. That's the one thing that in retrospect, a lot of what she says, it reminds me of Umar. Just all over the top. We're going to teach the boys how to float ships and fly helicopters, and we're going to have a vegan sports bar and all this other stuff. It's just way over the top. And so unnecessary. Yeah, so there's definitely correlations between the two for sure. Thank you, Dub P. Lorana House Entertainment. Lorana House Entertainment says, you also have to remember, she said she used the money to kickstart the investigation with the 40 donors. Did she say that? I don't remember that. So is the 40 donors even real? I don't remember her saying that. I thought she said that she fronted the money for the 40 donors, which makes her look good. I don't know. Yeah, someone said she did. Yeah, Dr. Nene said she did. Okay, well, then that's it right there. All right. Okay. So, how does she use money from a fake check to kickstart the investigation? There we go. Yeah, I didn't even come close to thinking about that. Yeah, it's just the lies feed into other lies, and it just keeps going and going and going. All right. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think that there are the 40 donors with the class action lawsuit, because there would be paperwork somewhere by now accessible for people to take a look at. So, and again, she could have provided receipts for that too, long time ago. Anyway, never provided any receipts. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. The scene says, "Ooh, you think Umar Johnson would take her to court because of this?" No, I don't think so. I think Umar has other things going on. I know recently he's trying to get into the space of the FBA and the ADOS. I think he's not going to do it, but I think he's trying to at least put fillers out there, because from what I heard, he created his own now. He's trying to create his own, but he doesn't have, he's not consistent enough online, and he doesn't have organization skills to be able to put something together like that to where people will join and feel like they're part of what he's talking about. I think Umar has more things on his plate than to worry about. Even Marianne Lorne, I don't think he's concerned at all. I don't. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, again, he never said anything about this. Nothing. But it may be because, and again, people say they're working together. I don't think so. Is it possible? Yeah, but I don't think so. He may have been content with, okay, he already dealt with her and knows that she out there, so why not just let her run amok up over here to discredit me and discredit, the work that I've done, discredit this platform. That means also discredit the Cookie Crush chat. He may have played it that way, and if he played it that way, that was a good move on his part. Salute. Always give him credit. Thank you, the scene. Umar, but let me get that over there. Says legally you could replay Ron Armstrong's call regarding the check. Utah is a second party consent state, and you're not the one that originally uploaded it. I get that, but it's more complicated than I explained that earlier. And I actually read from research that I did. It's more complicated because there's three. Well, it depends on what state. Let's see. I don't know what state he's in, and then the office that he called, that was I believe it was the Washington D.C. office. So I don't know what their law is over there, but I wouldn't chance it. I just wouldn't chance it. The other thing, if I have 1,000 people listening on in, or 2,000 people, and today we broke record, 3,000 people listening in, understand that everyone who is watching in their state, where that in their state, that could also become an issue. So I wouldn't do that. If I'm able to verify that, well, I'm gonna leave it right there. The point is that in my state, yes, it is a one-party consent state, but it's much more complicated because you have two other states when she was trying to call Umar involved, which would be Ohio and also Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania is a two-party state. But then on top of that, I would be listening in. So I'm the third party. And then I had about 2,000 people, something like that, in the building at the same time. They're listening in. They're in different states. And then what happens, the rule is that when recording calls across state lines, and again, I'm doing this online, it's not just over the phone, you generally must comply with the stricter law. And in this case, it would be in Pennsylvania. Okay, so there's all types of issues. And the point is, I don't want to get wrapped up in any of that. None of it. It's not worth it to play, anyone's video, or where they're talking to someone, or in the case of Marianne Lorne, when she allegedly called Umar, it's not worth it to do that, because I'm not going to put myself in jeopardy for anything like that. It's not necessary, and it's unwise. Okay? But I hear what you're saying. I addressed this earlier. Thank you for that. Stacey says, if there was a federal investigation, she would have not been able to talk about it. Yeah, that's the other thing. The thing is that it happened so fast. Like because I didn't really report on that. That's why I was real hesitant. But you don't go from, okay, there's an investigation, I'm opening up this investigation, I'm at the police station, to all of a sudden it's federal. It doesn't go like that. And then, of course, if it was federal, you're not supposed to be talking about it, because they have to be able to do what they need to do without tipping the other person off. You guys understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't think that there's any. I'm going to say it, there is no federal investigation. There's no evidence of it. And until such time that I see proof, it doesn't exist. Right. And I'm specifically talking about her opening up this whole situation where it gets into a federal investigation. I just think she's blowing stuff out of the proportion, and she's throwing stuff in there, and everything just gets more and more and more over the top. Thank you, Stacey. Peace and Peter Bill says, why do you think Umar Johnson hasn't come forward to debunk her? Yeah, that's what everybody's been asking this whole live stream. Debunk her lies. Unfortunately, it could work in his favor, but it won't. Let's stay focused. Yeah, I think it has, in the sense that it does. I have lost some credibility. I have to be honest about that. The other thing is, and you know, you build it back up over time. That's just part of it. The other thing is that from his vantage point, to have her doing what she's doing, and potentially she could have been doing this for another 6 months, another year, and not just on my platform. She could have expanded out. It just contributes to deflecting away from him, because it's all about her story. But she's irrelevant in the Umar Johnson saga. I'm talking about in the bigger scheme of things. And to focus on her, and then all of the chaos that she creates and all the division that she creates for Umar that benefits him, right? But thankfully, we were able to nip it in the bud earlier than later. Okay? But again, that's the big question. You know, why didn't he speak out against her? And we've been asking that for a long time now. Thank you for the super chat. Rosetta says, was she telling the truth about Room 130? LenonHonor, you do an awesome job. Thank you so much. I'm going to say no, simply because I don't trust anything that she says. And again, people can argue, well, she did an interview with the guy that was supposedly, yeah, but that could have been an actor. That simple. Well, I mean, why would you say, well, because she's a liar. So, you know, a liar is going to lie. That's what they do. They'll tell the truth every once in a while, but that's besides the point. So I'm going to say no. That's why we're going to retire the Room 130. It's unfortunate because that was a big part of the show, but we're going to retire it, right? And I think that's, in all fairness to Umar, that's the right thing to do. And thank you, Rosetta. TJ says, Lenon, much respect to you. You handled it well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciated that. Thank you so much. And thanks for the super chat. Manny says, Lenon, what's the meaning of turning the heat? Or I think you're saying, what's the meaning of turning the heat down? Yeah, this goes back to, I think it was in 2020. I can't remember who sent me the video. They may have sent it in 2019, but I think it was in 2020. And Umar is inside of a hotel room. He's live streaming, and he's talking. You know how he does the Black Parent teleconferences? He was talking to a woman, and he tells her to hold on, basically hold on for a second. I need to turn this heat down. And he was in a hotel, so the idea was that he's going to go turn the heat down, the thermostat to turn it down to cool the room. But he goes off camera, and you hear him. He takes a big sniff. He goes, exhales, and then he comes right back to the live stream. And we were like, what? He started going like that. Because that's what he does. So that's why that's a reference to that. He's saying he's going to turn the heat down, but he was doing something else, because my drift. Okay. All right. Thank you, Manny. Lene says she wanted me to go to Ohio. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Yeah. No, Lene. No. Okay, thank you. What is super chat? User Device says, between the chirping ceiling bird and the constantly barking dog, you can tell Marianne Lorient has a chaotic home, as much as she tries to pretend otherwise. Yeah. I think a lot is chaotic, and that's why we saw what we saw. And that's why I was very patient, because I wanted people to see the chaos in her. And she was ranting and raging. I sat back like, okay, go ahead. Show us who you are. Yeah. Thank you, User Dubai. One Shot Gaming says the only, I think you're saying the only thing we heard was, okay, all right. Thank you, One Shot Gaming. High Vibe says she can't come clean on her lies because she's pathological. Yeah, there's a disorder happening with her. Yeah, that's probably what it is. And it's interesting that she keeps going and no self-awareness to stop. And that's why I said it inside of the video, and I'll play to close out, that I don't think she'll ever, because I think it's a disorder. She will never come clean, and she will never admit that she lied, and she will never stop lying. Yeah. Thank you, High Vibe. The Unknown sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. JC Morgan says she's not an RN in Ohio license. Yeah, I know. People they sent me all that. Yeah, they sure did. But I'm gonna stay off of that, simply because, you know, like I said, I've had people over the years do all kinds. You know, I don't want any of that for anybody. That's why my best advice is to get off of YouTube, because you can destroy your real life by being on YouTube doing what I'm gonna say it this way. That sister, not even sister, that's done. Marianne Lorient, the liar, she can actually cause harm to her career, and that's going to impact other areas of her life. So is it really worth it to be on YouTube lying and continue to lie? It's not. Yeah, but you know, she can do whatever she wants to. I've already given my best advice. Get off of YouTube, get off social media, get shit together in your own life. Real talk. Thank you, JC Morgan. May says, can you talk about Umar and Dafa equal FBI? Yeah, I kind of mentioned this now. I haven't gotten into that video yet because I've been really focusing on, this. I spent quite a few hours refining my statement and going over it, rereading it. Then I would leave it alone for a day, come back to it, and so forth. So I haven't watched the video where Umar, he's proposing Dafa. I don't even know what that means right now because I didn't listen to the video, but everyone's been talking about it. And this is Umar trying to get into the FBA space, trying to get into, what's the sister's name? Yvette Cardinale's space, where she's been doing, and also Tone Talks. They've been doing for years now. They've been dealing with the ADOS. So I think this is Umar, on one hand, trying to put fillers out there to get into that space, co-opt it, but I think also it's Umar Johnson trying to discredit people, which is what he does, Thank you, Maddie, for being a member for 21 months. Lexa says, the people I feel most sorry and embarrassed for are her children. Yeah, I don't want to get into that. I thought about that, but I don't want to get into that. It's sad. She went from boots on the ground activist to laughing stock. Yeah. Also, the check was so she couldn't exploit Umar. I think you're saying extort. Okay, I think you're saying she couldn't. So the check was so that she couldn't extort Umar. Yeah, I think that the whole boots on the ground activist, I think that's another persona too. I think it's just head movies. Because you're not going to be a community activist on any significant level if you're a pathological liar. It's deeper than pathology though too, because she's just lying for no reason. Because if you have boots on the ground, you're dealing with people, and you're dealing with people in the real world, they're going to find out very quickly that you're a liar, and they're going to stop dealing with you. Just like on social media, more and more people realizing that she's a liar, they're going to stop dealing with her. More people going to be criticizing her. More and more people going to be, it is what it is. But in the real world, people don't stick around like that. They're not there to watch the entertainment because it has real world consequences in their life or in their loved one's life. Where with people on social media, they don't care because this is entertainment. Look at this lady lying all the time. But if she was really boots on the ground activist and was well respected, she wouldn't be able to be online lying like this, because all the lies she's telling online, this is the tip of the iceberg. What about all the lies that she's telling offline and have been for who knows how long? Okay. Anyway, thanks, Lexi. Sheree says Cookware Chat went from room 130 to 730. Grandma crazy. Okay. All right. Thank you, Sheree. Was you the one that said when you said something about Wyclef can get your grandmama or something like that? That was crazy. Thanks, Sheree. The unknown says she's a liar and no. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Boy, that's crazy. Said one shot gave me said that pic, the pic she took at Cleveland PD was a jarring sight. I thought the investigation was fed. Yeah. Why are you at the local police department? Yeah. The other thing is that it doesn't go from local police department to fed like that. It doesn't go like that. So again, she went up there to take the picture to give this illusion. She's a smoking mirrors like Umar. He goes up there to take video of these trapped vandals to act like he's getting work done and that renovations are complete. All the schools opening on Monday. Well, she does the same thing. It's a fake and a phony. Thanks, One Shot Gaming. One Shot Gaming says, she was jealous of you, Lenon. Well, what I will say is I think that she felt as if, and it's in her own head, because I don't feel like I'm in competition with anybody. I do what I do, and we have a good time. And as long as you guys show up, I'm going to come up on here. It's that simple. And we have a really good time. But I've never felt like I'm in competition with anyone else, simply because I'm focused on what I'm doing here. And the other thing is I don't have time to be like watching what other people are doing either. I just don't have the time. People send me all types of videos, and I'm sure people are doing great work, and that's awesome. More people, as long as you're being fair with Umar, the better. But I just don't have time like that in my life, and I haven't had time like that for a long time, if that makes sense. So it's never been about competition, but there are aspects of this wherein people they wanted to have levels of success, and they thought that if I don't know, because it just doesn't work. I don't think they understand how this works. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, even if you are jealous of someone and what they're doing, that jealousy is not going to fuel anything profound to wherein you're able to experience levels of success that the other person has that you want. It never works like that. So yeah, was she jealous? I don't know. I just think that it went to her head and she thought that she was going to pull numbers and that her subscribers are going to be, significant. And my subscriber count ain't even significant. I'm talking about in the bigger scheme of YouTube. There's billions of people on the planet. I always put it in perspective, stay humble. But I do think there was a part of her where she felt like, okay, I can get to that level and I can outdo. No, it's not going to happen. It doesn't work that way. Okay. Now, if she was an honest person and if she had played her cards right and been patient, yeah, I would have kept helping her to build her channel up. She could have. I would think that she could have gotten probably up to in and around maybe 20,000 subscribers, maybe 20 to 25 subscribers. 20 to 25,000 subscribers. But that's more than enough if you're producing a film called The Making of Awakening that thoroughly exposes Umar, because that will be your main support base going in. But then once you drop that and you do good work on that, you're going to get a flood of other people. And then your subscriber count goes up even more. But that you have to play, you got to stay with that particular script, if you will. And it's a step-by-step process. She didn't do that. She just gets the lying and so forth, and she wants to try to take the easy route of going crazy, talking crazy about and reckless about Umar and lying on the guy. Yeah, she got me caught up. Yeah, she sure did. But never again. And she's been thoroughly exposed. This checkmate, she's done. She don't realize it. In her mind, she think, I can figure out a way to make this work. No. Listen, lady, people know you're a liar. Okay, cut it out. Anyway, it's unfortunate because people think that, okay, if I can get those numbers or get those many subscribers or get, people to send in super chats, there's something you guys, you can't think that way. You can, but it's not transformative. So you got to focus on your content, focus on your audience, give the people what they want. Don't make it about you. Make it about, in my case, the Cookie Crush chat. See, she made it about herself. That's ego. She's ego tripping. And how she's a victim, but she's also a hero, as someone was saying before. It's all about her. Don't nobody give a shit. This is Umar. Umar's the main character. Don't nobody give a shit about all that. But again, it's up here. Stay humble. Spirit of appreciation. Lord give, Lord take it. Thank you, One Shot Gaming. YouTube Divide says, imagine Marianne Lorient proposed Lorient pictures on Shark Tank. Mike Cuban gonna hear the conscious. Okay, all right. That'd be wild. Okay, thank you, YouTube Divide. Say says she shows all the signs of psychopath allegedly. Okay, okay, I ain't gonna argue with you on that one. Thank you, Stacey. How's it going, Amina? Says Marianne Lorient is such a gaslighter. It makes me wonder if any of her loved ones tried to call her out on her BS. Gentlemen play chess. You handled it this perfectly. Thank you so much. Hashtag Cookie Crush Chat. Thank you. Yeah, very strategic and very patient, and then also express levels of humility. And it's very, very important. And then if you do that with people like Marianne Lorient, they'll think that they're in control and they think they're in power. And that's when they start to what it is they, because they feel like they're in control, they're in power, they think that they can keep getting away with what they're doing. It's not an isolated incident. And then she keeps lying and keeps lying and keeps lying. Meanwhile, I'm doing my research. I'm getting receipts. I'm going to one of my banking institutions to talk, and I got to talk with a bank manager, and she verified this check. It's not a check. Doing my due diligence, and then boom, here we are tonight. Checkmate. Okay. I didn't have to call her out of her name. I didn't have to yell and scream. Didn't have to gaslight. Didn't have to make up lies and lie on top of lies like Wakanda Friday. They ain't got to do none of that. They ain't got to do none of that. All right. Thank you, Amina. Mind Chaos says she is working with Umar. I talked about it today. Check it out. She has never had any legal issues with him, and there is no investigation. Never has been. Yeah, I don't think that there is any investigation. I don't think there ever been an investigation. There's no proof of, no evidence of it whatsoever. So, is it possible that she's working with him? Yeah. Do I think that she is? No. But if she is, it's a boss move on Umar's part. And if that is the case, she's working with him. Umar, you watching this video? Salute to you. I always give you credit. But we ain't done. Okay, all right, we ain't done. Thank you, Mind Chaos. SH Play says, I watched the live stream again with her calling in hostile. Her avoidance was clear. Yeah, you kept your composure perfectly. You have nothing to regret. Yeah, thank you so much. And I was very strategic with that because I can tell what she wanted was me to go back at her and raise my voice, and it turns into an argument, and that allows her to play victim. But I said, no, let me sit back in the cut, because I could have muted her and got my question out, right? Think about it. I could just mute her because I'm gonna mute you so I can ask this question. No, I didn't even do that. I said, "Oh, let her keep going." And then when I shouldn't even say it this way, but when I had an opportunity to actually ask, or at least start to ask a question, I did, and then she would cut me off and start raging again, and then I would wait, and then I would get it in at a certain point. But then you realize very quickly that she didn't want to answer the question because she knew that she was caught in a lie, and she's still running with the lie almost a week later, right? Crazy. No. Thank you, SS Play. SS Play also says content creators are digging up her past. It's ugly. Yeah, and it's going to continue. It's going to continue, and they're not going to give her any grace either. I've given her grace. You know, there's all types of things that people have been pulling up, and as long as they're fair with what they find, it is what it is. She's not prepared for that. She doesn't realize it. She doesn't realize the magnitude of what she's done and how it's going to impact other people, especially people who are looking into her, because they're not going to have grace. They're not, you know. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Thank you, SH Play. Yana says Umar not saying anything says a lot and should say something. Yeah, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see, because I know that he was interviewed on Big Loon. I think that's his name, Big Loon, something like that. And from what I heard, the issue of lawsuits was brought up. So let's see once that drops what Umar says. He may have something to say that kind of sheds light on this. You know, it's crazy. If he says there are no lawsuits from her or whatever, I would be more likely to believe him than her. And you know that's crazy because he's a liar too, but I would believe him more than her. Now, you know that's crazy. But that's where we're at today. And thank you, Giannis, lying on this man like that. And no shame. 606 says Mary Ann would have to show me proof the sky is blue. Yes, the sky is blue. I said, I don't know about that, family. I'm gonna have to go look. I'm gonna have to go check first. I hear you. Okay, thank you so much for the super chat. Mind Chaos says she is not a nurse either. Listen, I don't want to get into all that. I don't want to, but people have been sending me all kind of information. I'm just gonna leave that alone. Okay. Yeah, she don't realize. Well, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. Thank you so much, Mind Chaos Brew. Why Must says Marion Lorient was mad and confused that you refused to put Umar on the cook crush chat. Yeah, she's impulsive, absolutely, very impulsive. That what she did. She's more about feelings and vibes than receipts. She knew the check was a lie and tried to keep you on the hook. Yeah, and see that could have really come back later on, you know. Because if that was in a documentary, now you know, people said, wait a minute, what about this check right here? That's okay. It discredits everything. That's how it works. And she didn't ask me, can I call Umar? Because I would have told her, no, you can't do that. Here's the reason why. It's a cybersecurity issue in the first place. Because that's the other thing people don't understand, that it teeters on the verge of harassment. I've never reached out to Umar. He's reached out to me. Yeah. He's told his followers to reach out to me and to my wife. I have had Umar Johnson followers. That's why we had to get our children, the best of our ability, get them off of social media, because they were stalking our children on social media. See, that pushes boundaries. I'm not doing that. I've studied that. There's boundaries, but she doesn't understand that. And she didn't even ask for permission, which was disrespectful. And the ramifications of that later on down the line, ain't no telling, y'all. Ain't no telling. And I'm not trying to get hemmed up on some bullshit. Okay. I will not. If that makes sense. Hemmed up, that's a term we used to use back in the days. I'd be like, what are you talking about, hemmed up? Are you trying to sew some clothes or what? No. Thanks, Wymutt. TJ says she was gaslighting the whole time. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Once I can say Lenon is playing chess, she's playing Connect 4. I used to love Connect 4. That was my game back in the day. Yeah, Connect. I used to love Connect 4. Thank you, once I can. Ewer says she called us family. Yeah, I know, but that's part of the manipulation. And a lot of people in that Black conscious space, that's what they do. And when I say family, for me, oftentimes when I say family, it's like I'm joking, but I see you guys as, it's like cousins. Someone said recently, cook, crush, chat, cousins, CCCC. I may have to change the thing on the what you call it and make it 3-4 of them. But I do feel that way, Yeah, most of y'all, old woman, I'll never see you, but that's okay. We have a good time in here, and I appreciate it. I really do. But a lot of people, they use that to their advantage, where they're saying, blackity black talk this and black power this and family this and blah blah blah. But you lie unnecessarily, and anyway. It's manipulation. Polite used to do the same thing. Thank you. Miss Controversy says, so I wonder if her lawsuit against Umar is real. I don't think so. We covered that earlier. I don't think so. I'm getting comments. These are super chats from like 3 hours ago. And I'm almost at the bottom. Thank you so much, Miss Controversy. Amina says, a deep dive on old girl seems appropriate. Yeah, but I don't have the time right now. We're going to see what she does moving forward. And if at any point in my mind I feel justified in taking the time to do that, I will do it. She don't want that. The other thing is that there's other people who are already started, and listen, she has no clue because she don't understand how social media works and how it can impact. I'm gonna leave it right there. Okay. Thank you, Amina. Hey, guys, little princess says Marianne lied. Her A's off. Covert narcissist. That's what I was thinking. I just didn't want to say it. I was even researching it earlier because we're used to Umar. He's that overt one, over the top. But I was researching it. I even went on Dr. Ramani is her name? Oh, I'm talking to them. I think her name is Dr. Ramani, something like that. I went on her YouTube page today to go look it up. Just checking these batteries. We're good. Now, this is a mini marathon, y'all. Why we got 1,700 people up in here and it's late? Y'all need to go to bed. Thank you, guys, little princess. Mr. I don't give a shizzle says, I'm still waiting until the long shark finds out she's throwing dirt on his name. I kid you not. I was gonna order a long shark plush toy for today's show. I was gonna get it off of Amazon, but I said, don't do that. Thank you, Mr. I don't give a shizzle. Okay, Giannis says, so are you going to be focusing on the doc 100%? Yeah, well, my plan is I'll continue to focus on it, but we will continue to live stream. We're just waiting on some new stuff from Umar. It's going to inevitably, there'll be some new content on Umar. It's just this had to be resolved and this week. Okay, so tomorrow my plan is to cover the video that she did today, and then we'll see when Umar drops his next video. Okay, when he does, we'll cover it for sure. Thank you, Giannis. I'm getting close to the bottom. Says YouTube says Marianne Lorient is going to make a diss film about Lenon and the Quick Chat. Marianne Lorient also going to make a diss film about User 225 with Metro and Yellowface. All right, thank you, User 225. Quick Chat. Word for liar is sharkfish. Okay, sharkfish. I got you. Thank you, a lady. Miss Vertica says I can't stand people like her. Yeah, this boy is something else. Thank you, Mr. I don't give a shit. Says next month she'll claim she got a 100,000 check from. Okay. Next month she'll claim she got a $100,000 check from Short Shrimp. Okay, as opposed to Long Shark. Okay, I got you. Thank you for the super chat. Ayo says a whole conscious community is filled with liars. Yeah, it's starting to look that way. Okay, but it's not. It's not all of it. But man, thank you, Ayo Bud. Was Mary the one braiding Umar's hair in room 130? Listen, I don't even want to speculate on that. Okay, at this point, who knows? Thank you, Quiet Cipher. U225 says Marianne Lorient escaped from the FDMG side. Okay, all right. U225 says Marianne Lorient hides the. All right. Okay. JC Morgan says, tell Kogo we need a new video family. yeah. Well, he has some time. He'll probably put something together. We'll get it going. I'll send him a little something too. Okay. Yeah, shout out to Kogo. Thank you. And thanks for all the super chats, everybody. I'm almost at the bottom. Let's see. Wyman says, Mary Ann on crash down. Okay. Yeah, you're right about that. Thank you. One Shot Game says long sharks and long. All right. Well, y'all tripping. Just from earlier, that's a crime. Yeah. I mean, I could have really gotten into some serious issues, legal issues with what took place and what she was attempting to do. I can't get caught up in no foolishness like that. It's just, I'm not going to do that. Thank you. And then Jay Positive says, I'm starting to rethink everything she said. Perhaps the money Umar took out of that lady's account with the kids was actually Mary Ann's account. Again, see, this is the issue. Because she lied so much, we don't know what to think. See, that's what you call the agent of chaos. It's like we don't know what to think at this point. Isn't that interesting? Because normally what happens when you're interacting with someone and you talk with them, there's clarity that should come out of that. You know, with all of the stories that she's told, things should be more clear. But what has happened is things have become more and more convoluted and things don't make sense more and more and more. And at this point, we have to question everything and we don't know what to believe. But that's because she's lied so much. If she told the truth, and the more truth you tell, then things become more and more clear. But that's not what we see here. But that's reflective of her character. That's what she does, and she continues to do it. Yeah, ain't no telling. I don't know. Thank you, Jay. TJ says, "Damn, Lenon banging on folks east side." I know I shouldn't have said that, but it is what it is. You know. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, TJ. Platinum Nova 5. I like that. Sounds sci-fi-ish. Became a member. Thank you so much. Derek says she looks like Manny Fresh. I don't even know who that is. I ain't gonna look it up. Well, thank you for that. Malware has been personified. Yeah, that's real talk right there. Yeah, Mary Lord, I got you on that one. Thank you, Uriel. Platinum also says you forgotten the key word she used at the beginning of the rant. Sabotage. Yeah. Your face dropped after she said that. I don't remember seeing myself my face drop, but yeah, she said sabotage, and I said boom, Umar. Yep, already knew what time it was. You said that they were saying that they're sabotaging me, and she wanted me to respond. You guys peep that? She wanted me to say, no, we're not. Okay, now it could be turned into an argument. She can justify yelling and screaming and all that stuff. But I didn't respond. I said, oh, no, we're not sabotaging you. No, that's not what I did. I said, no, okay. And same thing when she was saying, it pierced my heart. She wanted me to be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. No. And come on. Yeah, y'all go back and watch that video. Y'all will see. That's why I kept saying, oh, I see now. Yeah, she said sabotage. Cut it out. You ain't that important. Sound like Umar. Thank you, Platinum. Kiara says, Lenon, when we weren't being disrespectful that other night, we were holding her accountable the same way you are now. Yeah, I know. But again, I was playing chess back then. That's why I took the comments down. I took the live chat down too. That's just playing chess because I wanted her to feel like I'm still defending her. I still believe that she's. I kept saying it don't make no sense. Come on, people. Yeah, I believe she's gonna do it. Hoop-de-doop-de-doo. I believe that she gonna do it. I still believe she gonna do it. No, cut it out. No, I'm just gotta do what I gotta do to get to the truth. And she was sitting back like, okay, I can still make this work. Let me figure out some more lies. And then every time she lies, more people realize she's a liar. And then she keeps going and keeps going. Okay. And here we are. Checkmate. Yeah. Yeah, I got you, Kiara. I got you, Kiara. Thank you. YouTube5 says, Mary Lord is an activist. She activated 2025. So, no, that's too much. Thank you, YouTube5. Shay sent in a super sticker. Thanks so much. We're almost done here. Allison says, Leonard, please pull up the video about you she just put up, please. Yeah, no, we'll get to that one tomorrow. Okay. Well, that's the plan. I may pre-watch it because if she's talking real reckless, I don't want to get into no back and forth like that. But we'll see. Okay, I'll figure it out one way or the other. Thank you, Allison, because that's what she wants, and it makes her feel important. But she's insignificant. but she's going to continue to do what she does in order to get people's attention to make herself feel like she's important. But see, what she doesn't realize is that as other people who are seeing this, what's going to happen is she's going to be subject to more scrutiny and more criticism, and that will continue to snowball. She ain't ready for that. She don't understand how these YouTube streets work. And then what happens over time is that it starts to filter in to her personal life. And again, Dempsey Spears is an excellent example of this. Okay, but if that's what she wants to do, that's on her. That ain't on me. Okay. Thank you, Allison. YouTube Divide says, remember when Marianne Lorient called out Umar Johnson for messing around in the conscious community? She might be more upset she wasn't chosen than about his bad behavior. There's people who have stated things like this, and I don't know. That's why, if Umar came out and said, because again, at this point, I'll believe Umar before I believe her. And listen, y'all, I've been at this a long time, but I will believe Umar before I believe Marianne Lorient. Because see, at least Umar, he'll tell lies, and then when you call him out, he'll stop. At least with that lie string of lies. With her, she doubled down, and she looked worse and worse and worse, and don't even realize it. Anyway, thank you, Javon. 10-1 Love 10 said, Lenon truly is a man of honor. Don't ever change. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. Salute to you. YouTube Defy says, Marianne just dropped an hour-long video we need to cover. Yeah, we'll get. The plan is to get into that tomorrow. I probably need to pre-screen it, because if she's saying stuff that's ain't no telling. Again, is she making phone calls, and contacting? I don't know. I got to be careful now, because ain't no telling. Yeah, if anyone's watched it already, you want to send me like a synopsis, you're welcome to do that, because that'll give me an idea. I just don't want to do it live if I don't get a chance to watch it, and I probably won't have enough time. No, I won't. If I don't have enough time to watch it, and then she does something on there that can, I just ain't no telling at this point. Okay. Thank you, user 225. Mary Ann is, I don't want to say it that way, but I'm trying to give grace. I said about Umar, but something ain't right. That's for sure. And thanks, L Blizzard. YouTube Device says, Marianne Lorient gonna make a Pinocchio film about a young marketing stud that wants to turn it into a real check. Wait a minute. So Marianne Lorient, this is wild. So Marianne Lorient is gonna make a Pinocchio film about a young marketing stud that wants to turn into a real check. Boy, that is crazy right there. Shout out to user 225. That's the winner right there. Okay. Because I can see that little marketing struggle. It wants to be something. I want to be somebody. You know what I'm saying? It wants to become a real check. All right. Thank you, user 225. Mixers, that's quite ingenious. Mixers Mouth says, Google the Baby Shark song. It's for toddlers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I know what you're talking about, because it's got like, I don't know, a billion views or something like that, because the little kids like it for some reason. Little Baby Shark. Let me see. My lips are all chapped. I apologize, everybody. I didn't mean to be on it this long. There's a mini marathon. Baby Shark. Y'all got me up here at this time of the night looking up Baby Shark. 16 billion. What in the world? It got 16 billion views. Man. All right. Thanks, Mrs. Monica. Yeah, people, I got a whole bunch more emails dealing with this situation. Yeah, see, yeah, she don't realize it. Yeah, social media. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Monica. TJ says, I'm putting cases on all y'all shoe program. Yeah, everybody. All right. Thank you, TJ. YouTube Device says, Marianne Lorient need to make a film starring Metro as Jaquan Bourne, Jason Bourne, on a high-octane globe-trotting adventure to track down the missing check. Okay. You just coming up with movies now. Thank you. AO Film sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. What's up, James? Says, Lenon, wait for Big Loon's part 2 interview. It will help you see the next play on Umar's part. Yeah, I'm waiting on it, because that's the next thing that I'm looking forward to that we'll get into. Okay, thanks you. And shout out to James too. I appreciate you, bro. One Shot Gaming says Mary is in the Matrix. It appears so. It appears so. Thank you for the super chat. Everyone else, thanks for all the super chats. Black Mara says, why don't Umar get the money from the long sharks to finish the school? He might as well. They'll give it to him. All right. Okay. Thank you, Black Mario. Mitch Cosmer says, I bet you are sleeping good, Lenon. You really gonna sleep good tonight. You tearing they A's up tonight. Remember, Lenon, I'm always pocket watching you. Yeah, that's been going on for a number of years, sir. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got to get something to eat. That's what I need to do. I need to get me. I'm famished. I haven't eaten. I didn't even eat before I started. Matter of fact, yeah, I can't even remember what I ate. I think the last time I ate was probably about maybe 8 hours ago. Yeah, it was about 8 hours ago. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to eat me something. Then I'll go to bed. Thanks, Mr. Controversy. Salute to you, sir. Objective Incision says gives a whole new meaning to malpractice. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Coco says, Lenon, thank you. Cook Chat, thank you. I already knew Room 130 was a wrap. You and your chat get all the credit for the success of Room 130 in my page. And I usually don't ask, but would you please check mail? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll play these. I haven't watched them yet, but you're trustworthy. I'll play these to close out. Yeah. Okay, so I just downloaded the first one. And now I'm downloading. And thank you for sending. I appreciate it. Thanks for all your work too, bro. Appreciate you. Okay, I got the second one. All right. And thank you for the super chat as well, Coco. Shout out to Coco. Not a real check, says Mr. Honor family. I'm stuck in the ATM help. Yeah, they wouldn't process it in the ATM. It got stuck in there. Okay. Thank you. Not a real check for the super chat. Mr. Controversy says, I got my calculatoran. I'm counting every super chat. Okay. Oh, you got your calculator in hand. That's what you're saying. Okay. Well, you're going to be counting for a while, my brother. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Controversy. Ms. Berkeley says, I would love for Mary Lauren to come back here. That would be some shizzle. Got my popcorn at the ready. I would never have her on. She's a liar of the lowest order. I would never have her on. She took kindness for weakness. But evil has no place up over here. So yeah, Miss Berkeley. I mean, it would be interesting. It would get a whole lot of views. But I wouldn't have nope. Thanks, Miss Berkeley, for super chat. Yeah, you would have to have a whole bunch of popcorn too, that's for sure. Community Square chat became a member. Thank you so much. Dr. Nene says, what tangled web we weave. A scammer and convicted unaliver from SC once said. All right. Thanks, Dr. Nene. One Shot Gaming, first Chase Manhattan, yeah. Then Huntington Bank. Now it's Dollar Bank. Yeah, it's all over the place. She spoke with a Deborah, I don't want to say the name, who was a mortgage loan officer. What does that got to do with anything? What in the world? Yeah. Well, this lady. Anyway, someone also mentioned that Chase Manhattan doesn't exist anymore. Is that true? Chase Manhattan was a major corporation, was a major American bank holding company formed in 1955 by merging. Okay, anyway, so no for it's good. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I know there's Chase. Yeah, because it merged. So I don't even think they use Chase Manhattan anymore. I could be wrong. Yeah, someone said it's closed and yep, out since 2000. Yeah, so it doesn't. It doesn't. Is that what you guys are saying, that it doesn't exist? And again, she said that she got this settlement in 2025. So I don't know. Yeah, Chase is still Chase. Yeah, but Manhattan was dropped in 2000. Old people might still call it by. Yeah, well, that's true. Anyway, ain't no telling. Okay. Yeah, and you're right, Moonshot Game. It's all over the place. Okay, now she's talking about a dollar bank. Five Taylor sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Base Creative sent in a super sticker as well. Debbie's Grand sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wolves of Black Wall, she said, Patrick, I don't want to say the name, is a detective. Google his name for evidence of a 2024 investigation of unprofessional behavior where he is cleared. Okay. Man, this is Umar Johnson saga. It's always something. Thank you, Wolves of Black Wall Street. 606 says 3 different banks and no one was suspicious of money laundering. Yeah. Come on. Then she's going to come up with another one. Shark Bank. I don't know. It'd probably be Shark Island Bank because it has to have 2 things on it, right? Shark Island Bank. Okay. All right. Thank you, 606. Yeah, she has a new video up now. Yeah, I downloaded. I plan on getting into it tomorrow. Hopefully someone can send me an overview, if you will, because if she's doing anything that I don't trust her. She could be on there calling Umar, so I don't know. Thank you, Jarvis. James says, I thought we had to call the Marines for the check. Yeah, you had to call the Marines to get the check in, all this thing. Who ain't no telling where this goes. We'll see. Thank you, James. I'm almost at the bottom. I know I keep saying it. Derek says snow bunnies and FDMG horses and long sharks. Oh my, yeah. Thank you. Luna Sun said, Lenon, you definitely handled the situation appropriately and with care. You still have my full support. Hashtag Cook Chat is undefeated. Thank you so much, Luna. I appreciate that. And you know, I said it before. Cook Chat is still undefeated. I took a loss. I took an L. But I've done that in the past too. But that's no reflection on y'all. Okay, I was the one that screwed up by having this lady up on here in the first place. And like I said in the video to start this that I recorded before, and I played at the beginning of this live stream. It won't happen again. Okay, you guys have my word on that. All right, thank you, Luna Sun. James says, hit the damn one. This is the Lenon we like. Yeah, this is from earlier. I probably was going off. All right. Thank you guys so much again for tuning on in. Make sure you hit the like button if you enjoyed the show. Did I close out that last poll? Let me see. No, it's still up. Let me close this poll out because I'm almost at the bottom here. So was the story about the cousin doing the do to get the gas money true? 20% said yes. Now it's 21% said yes. 79% said no. Okay, I don't believe it. Yeah. Let me close that out. Thank you, James. User225 says Marianne Lorient has a secret blonde wig. All right. Okay. Maddie says, Lenon, just had a thought while listening. Maybe Umar can't speak because she paid him and made him sign a non-disclosure. Hashtag reversal. Yeah, that would really throw a big wrench into the equation. I don't know. The thing is, what would she pay him for exactly? See, there's no telling. It is possible because she's saying that he paid her, but is it possible that she paid him? But there would still need to be some documentation associated with it. I don't know. There's no telling, Maddie. I can't call it. Yeah, there's two liars of the lowest order. And what I mean by that is you don't get lower than the types of lies they be telling. So it's hard to believe anything that any of them saying. She could be saying stuff about Umar that's really about her, and she's just projecting. It's possible. Okay, so I don't know, but that would be like you play Uno, you put that reverse thing in and flip it all around. That could be one of them things. Thanks, Maddie. Yeah, younger people are like Uno. What you talking about? User 225 says, no lie, I'm in Hong Kong. Hand long shark fin soup. You had some long shark fin soup. All right, shark fin soup. Okay. Thank you, User 225. I hope you're enjoying Hong Kong. GJ says, any tea at the crib have caffeine? Oh, does any of the tea at the crib have? That's a good question. Some of it does, because when I take the not the gummies, but the other thing, I can't remember what it's called. Valerian root. What I do is I have chamomile. I use chamomile, and that helps. But yeah, we do have some that's caffeinated. because my wife, she likes chai tea. But the main thing I've taken out in terms of drinking is the smoothies, because that cuts down on the sugar, and I have been sleeping better. But it could be a mixture of different things. It could be what I'm doing with the melatonin and the valerian root, and cutting out the sugar. That could be it, but also the stressors and getting all this resolved too. That has helped too. You know, I feel a lot better because I see all this differently now, and I'm at peace with it. So the main thing is I've been sleeping good over the last couple of days, and I'll sleep good tonight too, for sure. Thank you, DJ. Sky Blue says her goal could have been to make it in the documentary in the first place. May not be likely, but possible. Yeah, it is possible that was the intent, because that puts her, once it drops, that's going to put a lot of attention on her. But she's not going to be in it. Nothing that she said, she won't be mentioned at all. And again, that's another opportunity, a missed opportunity, because she could have used, if she had followed the plan and produced her movie about the making of Awaken, and then use the documentary as leverage to also promote that too, because she would be in the documentary, then that would have brought a lot of people to her page too. Okay, but again, it is what it is. Okay, you got to think. You know, I don't think that she thinks. She's impulsive. Okay, and I gave her the plan, and but no, she wants to get the line. And anyway, that's on her, not on me. I went way overboard trying to help that lady. Thanks, Sky Blue. Realm Music says she just posted a response just now, more lies. Yeah, I'm sure it's more lies, because that's what she does. Okay, and it's impulsive too. It is. We may cover that tomorrow. This depends, because she may be talking crazy. I ain't got time on it. Thank you, Real Music. Dr. Nanny says, Lenon, are you going to cover Umar Johnson's bootleg Freeman movement? Yeah, we'll cover that as well, because that's been, a lot of people been talking about that. I mean, it's a whole bunch of people. A lot of people are upset about it. People in the FBA, people in the ADOS, also people who are, I can't remember what it's called. There's another one. It's just slipped my mind right now. But Umar, he's always burning bridges like this, you know. So yeah, we'll cover that too, Dr. Nanny. Thank you so much. Chris Robinson sent in a super sticker and also says, in the video, she mutes when she says the amount. She mutes when she says the amount. Maybe you're talking about the new video that she did. Yeah, I would have to watch, because I don't know what she says in here. Yeah, I have no idea, but we'll have to wait and see. Hey, thank you. Because she's changed the amount. First, she said it was 68,600. Then she said she took some of the money out, and so it was 44. And I was thinking in my mind, she's just trying to figure, because then maybe that's all she got somewhere is about 44. So she wants 44 something $1,000 somewhere. So she's gonna try to deposit that and take the receipt and change it, because you can do that, because with top technology, and who knows, maybe that's what she put. But it's too late. Everybody knows it's a lie. She's a liar. But she'll keep going though. She's gonna keep going. Thanks, Chris. User 225 said, Lenon, hope you enjoyed my jokes tonight. It was over the top, but hey, it is what it is. We understand. Marianne Lorient got to be mad that an Asian guy got the best of Marianne Lorient, got the best Marianne Lorient jokes. I'm gonna stay the most out of pocket, Chris Chat guy. All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you, man. And again, enjoy Hong Kong. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Doctor sent to the super sticker. Someone said, no, I don't want to do that, you guys. Thank you for the super chat. Real Music. I'm sorry. Real Music says Marianne Lorient is really Umar Johnson with the mask on. There is no Umar Johnson. Yeah, it'd be trip, huh? Yeah. Thank you, Real Music, because it's like a movie with major plot twists, right? 3X says, I knew she was off when she kept saying long shark. Yeah, I was like, well, what do you mean by, excuse me. I apologize. If you guys notice, I was trying to ask her, well, what does that mean? I shouldn't drink this. This has been sitting too long. I was trying to ask her, well, what does that mean? But she kept going, so I didn't even get a chance to get for clear. But I think what she meant to say was loan shark. But she didn't mention anything about no loan shark or a long shark. She didn't mention any of that before, but then she throws it in there. It's always something. Anyway, yeah, I got you on that one. Thank you, 3X. U225 says, I got sussed back when she tried, when she tried selling shirts. Okay, yeah. And that was a little different. That's for sure. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, for me it was when she allegedly interviewed the guy that's allegedly the room 130. That to me, I was like, no. That's why I didn't report on it. Hey, baby. Thank you, user 225. Umar, I don't want to read that. I don't like looking at that. Your state governs what you do, not the state you call. Yeah, but I've done the research though. It's more complicated than that, because if you're online doing it, you're crossing state boundaries, and then everyone else who's watching, they're part of that too. Okay, so I've already done the research on this, and I will not, what's the word, equivocate, I think, whatever. I'm not going to budge on this. I'm not going to put myself in a position that, even if it's unlikely, but it is a possibility to get hemmed up on charges because people are making phone calls to other people during my live stream, and I'm a third party, and one of those people could be in a two-party state, plus we got thousands of people watching in. I'm not going to put myself in that position, nor should anyone. For what? For a phone call? No, I don't think so. Okay, so it is what it is. Okay, I'm not going down that road. Furthermore, and I think this is another component of this that some people may be missing out on, it teeters on the verge of harassment. I've already studied all of this. I'm very meticulous about what I know, what's inbound, what's within the scope, what's out of scope. So if you get into the act of actually reaching out to people, okay, now that becomes a form of harassment. Umar's done that to me. Again, I'm not playing victim. I'm just saying that's overstepping particular boundaries. Just because he's done it doesn't mean I'm going to do that. When he tells his father, that's why I always tell people, I said, don't go over there. Don't go say nothing. Don't go, people say, should I call? I said, don't call him. Don't do none of that. Okay, people, you do what you want to, but my best advice is not to engage in any of that type of thing, because that gets into the realm of harassment. See, and so if I get into that particular aspect of all of this, even if I'm teetering on the verge of it, and then ultimately I'm compromising my platform, and it's not worth it. Okay. All right. Thank you, Umar B. I'll just say BB, because I don't like saying that. All right. I don't like looking at it. Really, gotcha. Okay, Umar here. Thank you so much, Umar Ifatunde. Umar, excuse me, user 225 says Mary Ann Lawrence be lying everywhere except the one place she. No, we're not doing that. Okay. How long is Mary Ann Lawrence sub count GNA? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even want to get into all that. Thank you. I'm almost at the bottom. Real talk. I'm real close, man. Daryl says respect from the UK. We can all learn from this. Yeah, absolutely. It's an opportunity for everyone to learn some important lessons. And it's not just one lesson, okay? There's a lot of lessons in this. And thankfully, we'll be able to move forward beyond this. I think that process has already started, and we'll continue to move forward, okay? Thank you so much. And shout out to the UK. And yeah, got people in the UK watching. That's awesome. Dr. Umar's Ifatunde says, my school is officially open. I want to give you a personal tour. You want to give me a personal tour? We can finish the tour with the friendly fade by the sacred. What if Umar, I wouldn't go out there, but because that again gets all the harassment thing. What if Umar was like, listen, I want you to come to the school so that we can actually show how everything is done, and we can prove to the audience in the Cookie Crush chat that we're on the up and up. Would I do it? No, I wouldn't do it. I was like, you lying. Okay, thank you for the super chat. City of Refuge Christian Center says, Lenon, I've seen this before. Umar is behind this. Okay. I mean, it's possible. It's absolutely possible. And if he is, salute to him, because it was a chess move, big time. Right? Thank you for the super chat. Seth says, Mary Ann Lawrence didn't realize that you beat Mike Tyson before Becky got the med packed. All right. I got you. Thank you, Seth. Yeah, that was wild. Thank you, Seth. Phil sent to the super sticker. Thank you so much. And another one. Thank you so much. And while I'm at the bottom, okay. Mary Ann Lawrence is actually a member of my loyal donors club. We finesse you, Lenon, a.k.a. Scoop Ball. All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Umar. And then the last one, but not the least. Thank you guys, everyone, again, for tuning on in. L Blizzard says her video is still blaming Lenon for her lies. Well, it is what it is. She doesn't realize that that's not going to work. People see, the thing is that it's not just that she's blaming or attempting to blame me. It's that she's also insulting the intelligence of viewers. by trying to blame me. Because people already know she's a liar and that this check right here, it's a fake. And she knows it too, because she specifically showed this one, told me to just show it for just a little bit to flash it on the screen, and then said to show this one and leave it up there. She didn't say leave it up there, but she was okay. And let me explain to you guys the reason why, if you guys missed this, because it makes no sense. This doesn't show anything of significance, right? But this fake check has some figures on here, $68,600. What she did was she presented a fake check as a real check and told me not to show it, but for a flash, because these Negroes, etc., right? But then she was okay with this one lingering up there, the alleged backside of the check. And the reason why is because this right here goes to an actual check, a real check. So she uses this to front because people will see it, and this is what the bank manager said, so that when people see it, they can say, "Oh, that's a real back of a check. It has an endorsement," because the bank manager went step by step, and she said, "This is that. That's what that's for. That's for this." She said, "No, this right here, this is actually the back of a real check, but this right here is not a real check." So what that means is that this right here, this back, is not the back of this check. Diabolical. Got him. See, and there's no way that there would be an endorsement line there for a check that is fake, because it's not a check. But what she did was she sent me that, and she sent me that and told me to put this up there and leave it up there, and then to just flash this, because Negroes. Diabolical. Checkmate. Keep playing games if you want to, ma'am. You've insulted, you've offended a lot of people too, but you've lied to tens of thousands of people, and now you're insulting people's intelligence with all these lies and want to blame me. People don't play that. So keep on doing what you're doing, and just recognize that what you're doing is you're further discrediting yourself as someone who is credible. You're a liar. And you're looking goofy, real goofy right now. All right. And then Derek says, the short sharks are jealous as hell right now. All right. And on that note, family, we're going to close this out. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I definitely enjoyed it. And we broke all types of records during this live stream, and it went for 6 hours and 30 minutes. I got to get me something to eat. I'm really hungry. But I got to eat before I go to bed. Absolutely. I want to thank the mods too for handling business. I appreciate all of your support, and thanks to everyone who sent in super chats during this live stream. Okay, if you sent in CashApp or PayPal, thank you so much. And if at any point you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit that like button. We broke the record for likes as well. And I just want to say humbly that not only do I appreciate the support with the super chats and everything else, and I thank you for the blessings. I'm thankful that we're able to get together and not only enjoy each other's company, but also to support each other. And this was it's been tough. It really has. And not just for me and other people, but also it's been tough for Marianne Lorient. The difference is that I don't think she's seeking to remedy this with the truth. I think that her whole orientation, how she lives her life, is just to keep lying and keep lying and keep lying and then blame other people. Well, I don't live that way. Never have, never will. And I don't want anyone around me or around the Cookie Crush chat who lives that way. Evil has no place here. Real talk. All right. So tomorrow, the plan is to get into her most recent video. Hopefully someone will send me an overview, because if she's, again, I don't know, telling what she may be doing. I don't want to get into any kind of anyway. Again, thank you all so much. Perfect Pitch says, shout out to LenonHonor, Lenon in the Cookie Crush chat. It's been a minute. Marianne Lorient was hollering like a politician losing a debate when you called her. Hold the line, Lenon. Yep. Amen. Thank you. And the user 225 says, Marianne Lorient will feed Marianne Lorient long fish to. All right. All right. Thank you, 225. Shout out to you, 225. And then Omega sent in a super sticker. Thank you guys so much. Okay, I'm going to close it out here. I wanted to play the presentation that I did at the beginning of this live stream, but actually it's like 20 minutes long. So what I would recommend people do is that if you didn't get to see that in the beginning of this live stream, once this is archived, just go back and it's like the first maybe 18 minutes of the live, maybe 20 minutes, first 20 minutes of the live stream. I issue some retractions. I give some apologies. I take an apology back. I break down everything that's taken place up until that moment that I did that video. And it'll give you guys more insight into what we discussed during this live stream. Okay, everyone, please enjoy the rest of your evening. Shout out again to everyone in the Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. And I love y'all. Take care. Peace.